Hello, everybody. Hello, happy Friday. How are we today? This week has been insane. We're back with the teacher outfit. The professor is in the building again because this week has been so stupid. It has been so stupid. I'm too employed and have no idea what this drama is. Don't you worry, Blue Flame. Don't you worry, King. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. Because, to be fair, even though right now I'm currently not working due to my injury, I'm still too employed for this too. This is a drama that I have been following against my will because it won't leave my feed no matter how much I tell Twitter to please get rid of it. And I got into only one Twitter argument with somebody. that after we both conceded that we're not going to convince each other, we instead started sharing alcohol recipes, which is really funny and shows how much of a joke this fucking situation is. But even still, I'm not even employed, and I'm too employed to know what's going on. Yeah, again, this situation is crazy. The fact that apparently this situation has gone global. I think like a Japanese drama news account fucking tweeted about this. Like it's been breach containment. It's so dumb. But the moment everyone was either waiting for or dreading is here. Mujin is back with a video about this. And I have been seeing, because now this is blown up again. And this has pissed off both parties. This has pissed off both the side defending Deme and the side defending ChibiReviews. It has pissed off everybody. And honestly, I know Mujin tries his best to be objective. There are times where he kind of drops that ball, not gonna lie. But at the same time, I feel like if you release a video about a situation involving two clear sides, and maybe a miscellaneous third, and you piss all the parties off, well, there's nothing more objective than that. I'm kidding, by the way. But he pissed off a ton of people with this. We haven't seen it yet. I'm sure he's probably gone in depth about certain things. I've already seen people attacking this video. Some people say that he sides with Deme in this and makes it seem like it's not her fault. Some people say that he sides with Chibi and that he draws up a narrative about Chibi that makes him seem very sympathetic. I don't know. Holy shit, did I get fucking hummus on my shirt? Oh my god, I'm a dirty little eater. I didn't even notice. I dripped hummus on my desk. I'm such a dirty girl. All I'll say is this. In terms of, because this thing went crazy. Actually, no. I'll save some of my comments. I'll save some of my comments for if certain things get into it, because I have been following this drama for the most part, again, mostly against my will. Like, that being said, I am familiar with one of the parties, also against my will. I don't really know much about Deme aside from, I think the first time I ever heard of her was when she was calling out Neon Beat for commissions that weren't getting finished, and that became a whole Twitter drama. But I feel like that Twitter drama, okay, my hair is unfortunately too straight for my hair clip, so I wanted to tie up my hair, but I can't tie up my hair yet because of my arm, and I don't have a jester to do it for me because he's at work. So we're just gonna have to pray. I'm slightly familiar with Chibi, and someone about him bugs me. We'll see. I know a little bit about ChibiReviews, but they're all bad. They're all really bad. He went full grifter. Around Valentine's Day, he had some very, very bad news, and went through a really rough patch in his life that a lot of people used it to make fun of him. And then he decided that he was gonna like live out of spite because, you know, his haters want him dead, sort of stuff. And, you know, apparently unknowingly Deme hit below the belt. And then it became this whole fucking spiral. But I don't care who half of these people are. Don't worry. Mujin is probably going to explain this because, again, two major complaints I've had about this from both sides. The people on the side of ChibiReviews say that Mujin brings up certain things about Deme that tries to absolve or soften the blow of what she did. And hold on. There we go. And then some people who are on the side of Deme say that Mujin, in telling some of Chibi's past mistakes or past scandals and his backstory about certain things, paints a narrative that he has had things rough. Apparently, a while back, he scammed his audience out of $17K, saying he was going to do a lawsuit, and then ended up spending that money on miscellaneous things. So people say that he scammed his audience. So people like to say like, oh, well, Mujin didn't bring that up, or that if he didn't bring it up as what it was, which was scamming his audience. This is the problem with trying to be objective, is that when you're being objective, you're kind of refraining from telling your opinion. You're leaving it to the spectator. Apparently, he does a, what do you think? What do you think is going on here? What conclusion are you reaching after being given this information? And that's understandable. That is an understandable approach. Because again, he's not trying to change your mind or make you swing one way or another. He's trying to put all the information out there and let the viewer reach a decision. If you end up watching this video swinging one way towards Chibi, there you go. If you end up swinging one way towards Deme, there you go. If you end up being like, well, both people are bad and this really shouldn't have gotten to this point, you're that third party. There you go. But we'll see what's going on here. We'll see whether, in my opinion, and maybe your opinion, if Mujin either made everything worse, or he came in being actually genuinely objective and no one knows what the word objective means, or if he just in general dropped the ball. We do have another video about the scandal by Nusagi. Although Nusagi tends to not be as objective when it comes to his stuff. But I find that he can still be pretty entertaining at times, and while he still tries to be objective and give benefit of the doubt, sometimes he clearly draws a line, but he'll usually save his opinions for the last bit. But right now we're going to focus on the Mujin video. So let us make our way. I'm going to test my audio levels as well. And don't worry if you don't know exactly who anybody is, like you said, Zombie, because Mujin is probably going to explain it. He kind of, when he talks about people in these videos, he at least gives you a brief rundown of the people he is talking about to set the foundation so he can tell you the story. Wandering Hero. No, all this started when she politely said yes for spicy, but no for full-blown, like, segs art. Yeah. No, like, I still think her initial post was really, really clear, and Chibi just either doesn't know how to fucking read, or didn't know how to read, and lacks literacy, didn't care to read the rest of her post, or just wanted to start some shit, and just wanted to bait her, and she took the bait, and that's how we're in all this. Anyway, we're gonna see what my audio levels are, and let us, I will have captions here, that way for, well, actually, because it might interfere with my captions. We won't worry about it. We won't worry about the captions. But let's see how Mujin's video that was posted about 20 hours ago, how a VTuber setting boundaries turned into a disaster, the Deme versus ChibiReviews situation. What sucks is that the artist that originally did the art that made her say something is getting death threats. He was respectful. From what I had heard, that was just bad timing. That was unfortunately just bad timing. They had posted an artwork of her, and then she had made that. But they cleared things up. The artist apologized to her, that, you know, he didn't know, that he didn't mean to, like, step on any boundaries, and they cleared things really quickly. So anybody trying to be like, well, the artist is getting blah blah blah, that has nothing to do with Deme anymore, from what it seems. They cleared things out. But yeah, let us proceed. Grab a drink, grab a snack if you haven't already. You can always pause my VOD if you need to. We'll also be having the VOD in other places. But that all being said, let us begin. Well, that's because people just want a witch to hunt, not to actually get. Yeah, no, of course. That's just the internet. 3, 2, 1.
This might come as a shock to you, but the idea of being railed live on a Twitch stream is not really a new concept. Because back in 2022, that's actually exactly what happened. A woman streamed herself with her boyfriend behind her, and it was just so blatant, so obvious that it went absolutely viral. In fact, I can't even show you the full clip because it's that blatant. This video will get age restricted. But yes, this is actually real. And back in 2022, people were shocked not just because of the act itself, but because it was done on a website where the youngest allowed age to make an account was 13 years old. So obviously, a ban was expected. But the thing is, people were shocked yet again, even more so than the first time, because they realized Twitch banned her only for 7 days, effectively giving her a 1-week vacation for getting her cheeks clapped live on stream. But here's the deal. This was someone who didn't really have a large following. In fact, she barely had any following at all.
Yeah.
So here's
people were over that really quick.
What if this happened to someone with a large following? In fact, let's make it even more interesting. What if this happened to a VTuber? What's fascinating about this question is that they could technically do this and get away with it without suffering any consequences, because how would you prove it? Simply only shown
the burden of proof is on the accuser.
The good news is that for anyone asking themselves these very important questions, we now finally have an answer. This is because the VTuber Deme found herself at the heart of a scenario that looks just like that, and it was a disaster. What started out as a simple post outlining her fan art preferences to her community would somehow escalate into a nasty feud with another content creator, which would somehow lead people to find a VOD from August 10th, 2025, in which Deme streamed herself playing the game Outer Wilds. This was it.
We watching the new Mujin video? Yes, we are. Started but haven't finished it yet. Ooh, we haven't watched it.
This was the VOD in which people were convinced that Deme was getting railed live on stream, but not just for a few minutes. Some would be convinced that this lasted for over an hour of just constant railing, as she was trying her best to hide it by acting normal on stream. I mean, look at this novel here, which is meant to show you all the different timestamps she did something suspicious. This person would even go as far as labeling this whole debacle as Arc 1, Arc 2, Arc 3, Arc 4, Arc 5. And believe it or not, this is
I've seen these timecode sheets. It's crazy.
Because then the narrative would shift into the fact that she was getting railed, yes, but by another guy as her boyfriend was sitting in the opposite room.
Of course it did. Of course they moved the goalpost immediately when you debunk. Of course they moved the goalpost. What the hell's this? Of course they moved the goalpost almost immediately. Oh, she's getting railed by her boyfriend on stream. No, guys, her boyfriend was streaming at the same time. Oh, then she was getting railed by some other guy and she's actually cheating on her boyfriend. Again, they don't take any counter. Some of these people do not take a counter argument and proof of said counter argument as proof that their argument is wrong. It's just, well, then if it wasn't this, then it's got to be something else that proves I'm right. So they move the goalpost. Oh, she wasn't freaking getting plapped by her boyfriend. Oh, then she had another guy. And she just like cucked her partner. She was like totally cheating on him then. So I'm still right. I am still right. Freaking kidding me. Heckin', hold on, let me put this plate to the side here. Just to have more room on my desk. They want to be right. How's the hummus? Lovely. Lovely. I'm out of naan bread, though. That was my last little bit of naan bread. Thank you for the head pats. That was my last little bit of naan bread. I still have quite a bit of hummus left, but I have crackers. And crackers can be pretty good with hummus, so I don't have to go and get more bread. I still have a pretty ample thing of snacks. Also, my shoulder is just a brief disclosure. My shoulder is a little bit tense, and if you hear any whirring, if you hear this is a Theragun. This is for my muscles, okay? Just in case anybody, you know what, I'm not even gonna bother. I'll just freaking with my tense ass muscles. In case. God forbid I use a Theragun on stream. They'll think I'm getting clapped. All right. So, also actually another thing about it with my hair down, it might get caught in my hair. Lamau. Yeah, no, I got this Theragun. It's a mini one. They tend to be on the louder side, but they're really, really good for like getting the tension because it just pounds the loving crap out of you. How meta. Oh yeah, no, super meta. Now I'm gonna freaking the Theragun meta. Can you hear my voice being all look guys? Okay. Okay, there we go. Now I was able to best of both worlds, disclose that it's a Theragun and fix my back. Okay. Fitting joke. Yeah, I know, right? You'll get the alligator. Yeah, oh my god! Oh my god, guys, a Theragun. The Theragun Mini. Okay. Not the Theragun Mini. All right.
Guys, this would go so incredibly...
Let's go back a little bit.
The narrative would shift into the fact that she was getting railed, yes, but by another guy, as her boyfriend was sitting in the opposite...
Oh god. I also have a hot pack on my arm because it's been really sore today. I gotta turn up the AC. I'm freaking sweating now. Sorry, I'm really good at making videos. All right, that'll be good enough. All right. So yeah, so freaking, they say that she's jumping on the boyfriend's shaboing. They prove that wrong. Then she must be on somebody else's shaboing.
Room. Guys, this would go so incredibly viral that yes, not only would it trend on Twitter, but according to the website, there would be over 250,000 posts made about this topic in just 2 days. Tens of millions of people would see these posts, and it would spread all around the globe as far as China. I mean, you can even find people talking about this on Facebook.
On Facebook? People still use Facebook?
Far as China. I mean,
Vtuber bans adult fan art and regrets it instantly. Vtuber Deme just sparked a massive internet debate. London, UK. Facebook?
You can even find people talking about this on Facebook. Hell, this was so significant that there's even a...
Know your meme. Know your meme. Oh my god. Know your meme. Fuck. Really? It's where whimsy goes to die, unfortunately. I wish they were more creative about it, like, say they're using Lovense-enabled toys to boink in separate rooms. Why do there... Well, here's the thing. I've heard some people say that, well, if she's not getting plapped by her boyfriend, and she's not getting plapped by another guy, then, maybe she's using a toy. Like, again, there are people that have constantly been shifting the goalpost. There are people that are saying that, again, it went from she's getting clapped by her boyfriend to she's getting clapped by another guy to she's using a sex toy to she's freaking self-pleasuring herself on stream. It just keeps shifting. Some of these people, they genuinely, it's not about proof or dismantling the argument. It's about just them believing they are right. These people you cannot talk to. You cannot talk to these people. You will unfortunately be wasting your time. Apparently there's also like the bouncing up and down. Now she uses a 3D model, and unfortunately, depending on your trackers, they can be really sensitive. But apparently, according to her viewers, this is every stream that she's bouncing and, you know, making like exaggerated reactions. I think she has said that she has like ADHD and then some other disability she identifies as a disabled VTuber. And that these ailments make it so that she fidgets a lot on stream and BPD. But that's borderline personality. God forbid a girl starts stimming. Yeah, so she tends to bounce around and things like that. And apparently, again, people are like, oh, she must be getting plapped because she's bouncing around. But her viewers say this happens every stream. And to be fair, I'm going to probably side with her viewers on this because they watch every stream. If I am more willing to believe her viewers who tune into her for her streams and her videos than someone who just ran into this, saw a video, and she's like, yeah, she got plapped on this stream. And because I don't know. Again, always shifting goalposts.
dedicated, know
I'm gonna keep trying to put my hair in a ponytail and failing while this goes.
The interest of millions of people, and yet many have a hard time understanding it due to its needlessly complex nature. There are so many layers here. And so
it's like
I
an
figured
onion.
I would make a video about it, explaining everything as objectively as humanly possible so that you can come up with your own opinion about it after understanding it, so that we can proceed to finally move on, because I'm tired of seeing this on my feed. And so, without further ado,
I don't want to see this shit anymore, bruh.
By now, let's do this. All right, so first things first, who the hell is Deme? Well, I think it's obvious by now, she is a VTuber, but not just any VTuber. Over the last few years, she has become one of the top English-speaking independent VTubers on the planet. Whenever she goes live, she averages around 3,400 viewers, with her always peaking around 4,000 to 5,000. The reason why this is significant is because recently Twitch started incorporating a new way to combat viewbots, implementing an aggressive viewer cap on people it
better than nothing, I guess.
As an example, Emiru recently had her view count reduced down to 10,000 viewers. During her streams, she usually always peaked around 20,000, and there she was capped at 10,000. This was Twitch saying that it thinks half her viewer count is fake. So for now, seeing that Twitch's viewer cap took no effect on Deme's channel, it meant that she had a substantial community and that it wasn't fake. But how did she manage to achieve this? Well, for people who are fans of her, it's fairly straightforward. They love her personality and her over-the-top reactions to many different things, whether she's reacting to a video or to a video game. At the same time, her model is very unique and very expressive.
Yeah, no, it's a cute design.
She's recognizable, and there are people who watch her purely because they like.
Never heard of the drama on Emiru?
Like any big content creator these days, you can't have a fan base.
So the Emiru, well, in terms of I think he's bringing up Emiru because it's just a good example of the whole thing. Recently, Twitch was like, hey, we're going to hammer down on the whole viewbot thing. So if we think your channel is, because obviously, unfortunately, there's no way to truly prove that people are viewbotting. Because at the same time, a streamer, they might be getting viewbotted, but it might not be because they are buying viewbots. It could be someone else doing it for them. And on top of that, it could be they're viewbotting to make their streamer look better, or they're viewbotting to make the streamer look worse. So when it comes to people viewbotting, it's really hard to nail down, are they doing it or is someone else doing it? And if someone else is doing it, is it to help them or is it to ruin them? Because of that, there's no true, real good way to crack down on it. And in this case, Twitch was like, hey, we're going to, for some of our streamers, some of our partners, some of our affiliates, we're going to cap their views. I think they also recently gave partners and affiliates, I think it's mostly partners, the ability to cap their view count themselves, where, let's say, for example, a partner decides, I don't want my view count to go higher than 1,000, then only those first 1,000 viewers will be counted. Any viewer afterwards just won't be included in that number. And that's a way to kind of maybe show, hey, I'm not viewbotting. This is how much I think my audience is, how big my audience actually is. Some people said this was good. Some people said this was bad. Your mileage may vary. But yeah. So the fact that Twitch has been cracking down on some of these viewbot things, as well as all the other things they've tried to do, and the fact that Deme, her stats have not really been affected, that says a lot. That says that she has a lot of authentic viewers that come back to see her. Yeah, there's no way to distinguish who's a lurker and who's a bot. And that's another thing too. Again, there's a lot of flaws with this. There's no real good way to do it. And then when it comes to the drama with Emiru, in this past year or so, she's been in unfortunately a lot of controversy. There was what happened at the last TwitchCon where she was grabbed by somebody, and that became a whole thing where because Twitch told her that her bodyguard couldn't be in there, they were putting her at risk. So there was the assault that happened. Then there was the issue where she outed out Mizkif as an abuser, as someone who also essayed her. And that became a whole scandal. Some people sided with Mizkif, some people sided with Emiru. That went probably as much as predictable as you would think. The people siding with Mizkif would call Emiru derogatory terms, would say that, she's trying to get attention, that, Mizkif is not a bad person because yada, yada, yada. You had a lot of other people speak out about Mizkif that knew Emiru. People siding with, they were people saying that if you sided with Emiru, you were a simp. Like, it just predictable man versus woman on the internet thing. The man can do no wrong. If you're defending the woman, you're a white knight simp. And if you're defending the guy, you're a chud incel who wishes he was him. There's no winning. There's no winning. And then after that, when a lot of the stuff happening in Michigan with the ICE raids were happening, a lot of content creators came out showing disavowing ICE, saying, fuck ICE and things like that. And a lot of people were asking, hey, Emiru, what do you think about what's going on? What do you think about ICE, about what's going on? And she pretty much just said, hey, that's not what my stream is about. That's not what people come to my stream for. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about this. And then that became a scandal where it was like, well, why don't you want to talk about it? Is it because you support them? People went pancakes and waffles about it. That just because she didn't want to speak about it, it must be because she supports it and not because she just doesn't want to talk about that sort of stuff on her stream. That's not what people come to her stream for. Before anybody comes at me about my stances on ICE, I think that the idea of what they do sounds good on paper, but it's been executed absolutely ass. And there needs to be very, very heavy immigration reform, because I personally think immigration is pretty darn neat. It's usually a net benefit for the country that does it, but I do agree there should be some better vetting processes. There should be some limits, and the country should also be figuring out how to help its own people before bringing in others and helping them. Unfortunately, countries kind of always drop this ball where they let in more people than they can support, while also having problems supporting their own native population, which then breeds resentment towards immigrants, and it just becomes a big fucking shit show. That again, nobody wins. Everybody starts pointing fingers at everyone but the government because they're the ones shitting the bed. I say this as a first-generation immigrant. My parents immigrated to the U.S. I myself am an immigrant in Canada, so it would be very, very hypocritical of me to say that immigration bad when I am a beneficiary of immigration. One, as a child of immigrant parents and an immigrant myself in another country. I think things need to be fixed. I do believe there should be some higher protections on the border and some stricter vetting processes, because unfortunately, yes, some things have been getting a little bit skeevy and bad. There are some bad actors that slip through the cracks, but I don't think it's fair to label all immigrants that way. That's just a huge disservice to people that literally just want to have a better life, that try their best to assimilate and be a part of a collective and a culture, while also bringing what they can to the table. Because I think in the end of the day, if you are someone who enjoys certain cultural festivals, certain food, and things like that, you can thank immigrants for that. Immigrants brought that to you. If you're someone that likes going to get sushi, going to get Indian, especially if you live in places like New York and Cali and places that are very, very culturally diverse, you are a beneficiary of immigration. If you enjoy Indian food, if you enjoy, Mexican and all that stuff, like those like authentic food experiences, you can thank immigration for that. We wouldn't have those things if it wasn't for immigrants. Even down to the basic things like freaking Chinese takeout and pizza and California rolls and things like that. Gyros, yes, perfect example. Like you can thank immigrants for that. Anywho, I'm tangenting. Those are the scandals that Emiru got into. She didn't want to speak up. People wanted her to say fuck ICE. She didn't want to say anything, and then everybody suddenly started jumping on her. One scandal after another. But there's your brief rundown. Let's go back a little bit and get back on topic. I can make you tangent much. Yeah, no worries. I'm here wanting to immigrate out of Spain, and I'm worried of what the people can think of me. And here's the thing, again, I don't want to tangent too much, but just to answer Dindin's point here, I'll just bring it up here just for those. It depends on two things, I believe. It depends on where you're going and what you're planning on doing. I can almost promise you that wherever you go, 85 to 90% of the people will be fine with you. They will be fine with you. Like, if your idea of the world and how people act is based on Twitter, then yeah, it makes the world 10 times scarier than it actually is. When I came here to Canada, I came to a predominantly very white town, and I had a lot of people think I was Mexican. But instead of people being like, oh, freaking Mexicans are coming in here now, blah, 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 I had a lot of, again, very, very kind people say, where are you from? What brought you here? You know, it could be because I'm fluent in English. And it's possible that helps people be like, oh, you know, she already knows the language. She's probably, you know, she's here for other reasons. The fact that you're really fluent in English already, Dindin, that is going to help you get people's good faith a lot more than if you didn't know the language at all. Because unfortunately, there are people that are like, hey, if you're going to come to a country, at least know the language, at least be able to communicate. And that's kind of fair. That's kind of fair. But people are a lot nicer than places like Twitter would have you believe. And I think if you were to go to somewhere, if you were to go anywhere else in the EU, Dindin, that is predominantly English speaking, I think you'll be fine. I genuinely think you'll be fine. There might be some people that have preconceived notions of you based on your appearance, and unfortunately that really can't be avoided. But I think if they see where you're from, if they see that you can communicate and that you're well spoken, that usually helps cast away a lot of the things, because you've already, any person with those preconceptions, you've already gotten rid of that the moment you walk into the room and say, hi, my name is Din. So please don't worry about that. The people outside of Twitter are so much better. Avoid red states if you want to be extra cautious. Fair. Fair. Trust me though, Din doesn't want to go to the States. All right, I'm gonna go back a little bit and we're gonna continue.
It's because they like the way she looks.
Yes,
But
cute
just
avatar.
Like any big content creator these days, you can't have a fan base without having haters, and Deme definitely
unfortunately
has haters. Their main issues with her are that she is a mean girl and that she can be irresponsible with her big platform. As an example, back in February 2026, she would tweet out, "Why is no one talking about the blatant view botting in the VTubing sphere?" and then would proceed to call.
I did see her thing about the view botting, her this one, but I ignored it.
She would tweet out, "Why is no one talking about the?"
I think this was I was vacationing at this time.
Call out someone specifically about this, the VTuber Olivia Monroe, even going as far as contacting her talent agency at the time.
Okay, I have heard that Deme has engaged in some mean girl behavior in the past, and this is a very hold on.
Mythic talent to complain about this. Now this was
oh my god. Yeah, no. Okay. So this is Deme accuses, I don't know who Olivia Moore is. The most blatant one I've seen is Olivia Moore. While many other streamers are frustrated about this, I spoke to Olivia Moore's talent agency. Why? That mostly her viewership are bots. They said it's not their problem. FYI, since she averaged 5,000 plus of mostly bots, she gets 5 figures per sponsor. Sponsors pay by average viewership. That's an opportunity lost to someone else, ESP in that said talent agency. I'm in another, so this doesn't affect me. Then why do you care? But it must be frustrating since that budget could have went to another, supporting another streamer who doesn't have 90% of their views faked. Okay. It isn't an issue of them view botting, it's an issue of fraud. You're poisoning the well for the others, ruining the trust between sponsors and content creators. I decided to speak up because of this, not anything else. If she's being botted because of somebody else, I sincerely don't care. She's still being paid by fake numbers and earning by these bots. Okay, but here's the thing, girly pop. That's none of your business. Eso tiene nada que ver contigo. Eso tiene nada que ver contigo. Es de ser chismosa. That es siendo chismosa. That's got nothing to do with you. First one, again, like we said earlier, the whole viewbotting accusation, it's very, very hard to prove viewbotting because unless you have the occasions of people that have been caught viewbotting, where they accidentally open a tab and it's like, uh-oh, my bots. Like, you can't prove that someone is viewbotting. They can just have a lot of lurkers. Somebody else can be viewbotting them for better or for worse. So to be like, this person is blatantly viewbotting and then contacting their talent agency, why would you do this? Why do you care so much? Why would you say that you've done this? Like, that could have just been private, girl. You didn't have to tell people this because now this shows that you go out of your way to be a rat. Granted, that's symptomatic of a lot of VTubers being former and current cosplayers. I've heard there's a lot of mean girl energy in that scene. Yes, I've heard the same. I've heard there's a good bit of mean girl energy. I have dealt with a lot of mean girls in high school. Most of the mean girls hated me because I always had something to say. And yeah, I've learned that people don't like that. People don't like when you always got something to say. But I'm also that type of person where I try my best to say what I gotta say, hopefully in a way that doesn't piss people off, because how you say it also is important. And some people, if they don't want to like you, they just don't like you. And most of the time, people that are like that, I probably have already kind of either gut feeling that they suck and I don't want to be involved with them, or I don't know them enough anyway. So there's no point. But yeah, girl, why? Why do you care?
It's definitely controversial. Someone specifically about this, the VTuber Olivia Monroe, even going as far as contacting her talent agency at the time.
Like,
Talent,
she's trying to frame it as this benevolent, I'm doing this for the little guy because she gets all this money from sponsorships, but she's got fake viewers. Meanwhile, people that don't have as many, but at least they're authentic, miss out on these sponsorships. Like, I can see you're trying to call out something for the sake of the little man, but this is not your fight to start. This is not your fight to start. Especially, again, when you have no proof that this person is viewbotting.
Controversial when it happened, okay? The problem with viewbotting...
It just seems like you're trying to pick on this person.
Unless the streamer themselves says, yes, I'm viewbotting, there's no other way to prove it. So people who hate or dislike Deme or just disagree with her, this was as if a judge gave someone a death sentence without even bothering to conduct a DNA test. Now, we still don't know whether Olivia actually did. You
have no proof, and now people who run into this, who will probably take your word at face value, will be like, "Oh my god, this person's viewbotting," and then, now
did viewbot because she hasn't streamed since the 26th of April 2026, and because of that, Twitch was not able to implement any view caps on her stream, right? She has to stream again for that to happen. And one example of her using her platform irresponsibly from people who disagree with her is when she would express how she hates when people say that streaming is hard.
I hate when people say streaming is hard. It's really not. I'm blessed as fuck. Being able to sit my ass all day yapping, playing games, reacting to videos, taking breaks whenever I want is a privilege.
That she's very privileged and very happy to be in this position. A way smaller streamer would have a disagreement with her on this topic, and it would lead into drama, with Deme personally calling...
Okay. This post was made over the fact... Okay, you know what? Let's let Mujin talk.
Them out on her would have a disagreement with her on this topic, and it would lead into drama, with Deme personally calling them out on her stream, even though she has a way bigger following than them. So look, just like any content creator, she has supporters, she has people who dislike her, and she's been in her fair share of drama. But I assure you, there's nothing that she's ever been through in terms of drama that can even compare to the radioactive shit show that you're about to witness.
Okay. Post was made over the fact of this. Not even minutes later after the tweet, I never said growing was easy. I said being in a place of privilege to do this for a living and to complain that it's harder than a normal job is out of touch. Streaming is easy. We're fucking playing video games and reacting to videos. Content creation and growth is a completely different subject because it's so different for everyone. There's no magic formula. People can just assume what I mean without just scrolling through the post, but I can't react to people literally downplaying everything I've done in the past 6 years to make it to this point. Just because I grew an audience, this is the reason why you see more content creators keeping quiet to every single little thing. I have to react perfect or else I'm just a bitch. I'm still the same person I was at 500, 50, 20, loud, outspoken. I'll talk shit if I'm being disrespected. Some of y'all got too used to crying, making shit up, and getting something out of it. In my opinion, it's a different kind of difficult than a normal job, but it's nowhere near as hard as any regular 9 to 5. 100%, I hate when someone is literally 1,000+ viewer and bringing in 5K a month and complaining to their audience who actually do work to make a living, at the same time support you to live this luxury. It's just literally the most out of touch shit ever. Okay, so at face value, what she's saying is streaming's not hard. And no, it's not. It's not hard. It's not hard. Getting OBS, getting your things set up, like getting your stuff set up to start streaming, yes, that can be a little difficult, depending on your technical literacy. But going live on Twitch, going live on YouTube, and just kind of doing whatever, like we are watching a video, playing a game, that's not in itself hard. But again, in the land of Twitter, we've got pancakes versus waffles, where people saw streaming and read it as content creation. And content creation can be difficult. Can be difficult. Your mileage may vary depending on the type of content you're getting into. Now, React content is probably the easiest type of content to get into. Find a video, react to it. Cut it up, take out pauses, miscellaneous things, put it up on YouTube, profit. Like, reaction content can be pretty simple. Unless you're me, who tries to stay on topic and then you tangent like I'm doing now. But things like, maybe anime reviews, going into like in-depth political commentary, maybe talking about science, cooking, those things can be a little bit difficult. You got to set all that up. You got to record it. You got to edit it. Content creation that happens in the background, that can be difficult, especially if you're doing it all by yourself. You've got to be good at time management. You got to be good at planning. You got to be good at scheduling. It's not for the faint of heart, and it's not the best choice for the unmedicated in terms of ADHD. But it's definitely something you get better at. The more you try your hand at it. There's a lot of guides to get in, to get your first well-placed steps in. But obviously, again, Twitter is full of pancakes and waffles. So you're going to have people that are like, you said streaming, you meant all of content creation, and then you've got this shit. So yeah, okay.
So how did it begin? Well, it would all start on June 12th, 2026, when Deme would tweet out, "Hey, just a reminder, I'm extremely uncomfortable with NSFW art of me. But why did you make your VTuber look like that? Just because I like sexy or hot things doesn't mean I want to see porn of it. It's just a VTuber. Who do you think of when you see it?" She would then clarify this point further in the replies, saying, "I just feel like there's so many other content creators who'd love to have artists draw them in that way, and it's wasted effort towards me too. But I'd like to make this clear. I'm completely okay with sexy stuff because I like sexy hot women. I just don't like porn."
Okay.
She would then reply to a couple of people who were confronting her.
Now, I had a talk with Runaway about this, where apparently, it's that this is worded weird, that the picture is like a 4chan meme, that the picture is what pissed people off. I don't entirely agree that the picture is what pissed people off and caused people to backlash at her. And again, I think this is pretty clear. Again, she just said, just because I like sexy or hot things doesn't mean I want to see porn. Porn. Most people, when they think of porn, they think of sex. Like that, I like to think this isn't hard. I like to think this isn't hard. So yeah, I think this was pretty clear. So when I kept seeing this thing, I was like, what happened? What? ¿Qué pasó, coño?
It's just a VTuber. Who do you think of when you see it?
Who do you think of when you see it? A lot of VTubers do project themselves onto their VTuber. It is their preferred expression of themselves. They see it as them. So yeah, no, it's understandable that that some people take depictions of their VTuber very personally. Do some people think it's a little silly because it's quote unquote not really them? Yeah, and I can understand that. But again, it's like, this is where it's that thing of like, when it comes to feelings, how people feel about things, you can't be like, you can't super wrong it most of the time. Me personally, over time, as I've been been a VTuber and stuff, I am generally okay with like flat out like porn of myself. Flat out like, you know, NSFW, getting railed, getting plapped. My preferences would be that it please be with a werewolf, or that it please be with one of my many, many fictional husbands or Jester. If I'm going to be depicted in this way, I would very much like it to not be depicted with another VTuber, especially if there's someone I don't know. That at the very least to ask for permission. I say this because, as again, I've been a VTuber. I have, you know, I've seen how Honry people can be. People getting NSFW with other VTubers, the whole Torakaru situation. I've seen it. And as I've discovered more about myself, my demisexuality, my demi-romanticism, I've just been like, yeah, I don't want to see myself getting railed by someone that I frankly don't know and wouldn't allow them to rail me in real life. Because I don't know how they look like. I don't know who they really are. This is something that over time, I came to this conclusion. I had a friend, or not had, because we're still friends. I have a friend who initially were like, hey, can I get NSFW of us together? And I was kind of like, sure, I guess. Yeah, all right. Only boundary that it's not anything overly kinky. And then as time passed, and I even talked to Jester about it because I kind of wanted his opinion, where Jester was like, I'm not super comfortable with that. That's kind of weird. And then I thought about it myself and I was like, yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about that either. To then being like, well, if I can't give myself a definitive yes or no, then it's probably a no. And that person, I went back to that friend much later on, because it never happened, obviously. And we were like, yeah, probably not. We can get something cute and friendshipy, but blatant NSFW, probably not. Any specific werewolves? Any specific werewolves? We've got Lycon. Honestly, like, it doesn't even have to be any specific werewolf, because I don't know that many werewolves in fiction. But Lycon, Wolfman. How about Jester as a werewolf? I don't know. But yeah, I'm good with Lycon. I'm good with there's so many. I can't think off the top of my head. No, not Shephos. No one from Zelda. No. Shephos is like a dad. No, not Shephos. Blythe. I could take Blythe, even though I haven't gotten to him in Elden Ring. I'll take Blythe. I'll take fucking Death from Puss in Boots. Wolfmen. I'll take Wolfmen. Okay, guys, I have to briefly use the bathroom. My tummy's being bumbly. I'm gonna try to make this real quick. Take this time to get snacks. I'm so sorry. Be right back. All right, there we go. Sorry, that was actually pretty quick. Okay, so, all right. Apparently Mujin has tweeted about some stuff because, this version of this video has been edited since it's been posted. He deleted a part of it. We'll watch the video first, and then we'll see what part was edited out. And what was changed, because apparently people are saying that Mujin put some information in the video and then deleted it once it was called out. We'll get to that after the video, so let us keep watching.
She would then clarify this point further in the replies, saying, I just feel like there's so many other content creators who'd love to have artists draw them in that way, and it's wasted effort towards me too. But I'd like to make this clear. I'm completely okay with sexy stuff because I like sexy hot women. I just don't like porn.
That's fair. Fair boundary.
We're confronting her about this point, saying, what does this have to do with me? I don't go out of my way to stop people from doing what they want whatsoever. I just like saying my personal boundaries, tourist. So look, this was straightforward. This was directed towards our community. Hey, listen, I personally don't like seeing my character in these specific situations, but I don't mind sexy art. And so around 6 hours later, the content creator ChibiReviews would see her post and would decide to quote tweet it.
And give it that pat.
So you're uncomfortable with NSFW art of yourself, but repost NSFW art of yourself. This level of virtue signaling has stun-locked me. A minute later, he would edit his post to remove the first sentence and would just say, this level of virtue signaling has stun-locked me. Look at the repost. And so the repost in question would be Deme reposting art of her character in which she's showing a lot of skin, right? You have big stars that are covering her breasts, but at the end of the day, her character was wearing somewhat of a skimpy bikini, right?
We can actually solve this, right? Well, not solve it, but we can actually, it's really not that inappropriate. We can easily show what was going on. It was not that inappropriate. It was risque and it was sexy, but it wasn't like freaking straight up NSFW. Her VTuber was still clothed because her VTuber has that black body, that thin black bodysuit. So this is the look at the repost, and again, look, he's purposely has it cropped here. This is on purpose. Like, no, this is on purpose. This is the artwork. This is it. Is it kind of risque? Is it, you know, kind of sexy and stuff like that? Yes. Would you consider this NSFW? Fair, but it's not porn. It's not. No way, shape, or form is this porn. It's NSFW in that if you get caught seeing this at work, you will be called into HR. But it's not prawn. It looks like he blurred it too. No, this is Mujin. Mujin blurred this because he doesn't want his video age restricted. Chibi's original tweet, it cuts off at the breasts to make it seem like anything below might be risque. But no, the censor here is on Mujin, just to kind of protect his channel.
Now, normally something like this wouldn't really be very significant. People disagree with each other on Twitter all the time. They call out each other all the time. It's just the nature of the website and its algorithm. The reason why this was significant, though, wasn't necessarily because of the post itself, but it was because of the person who was posting it. ChibiReviews. And for you to really understand the situation that's currently unfolding, you have to understand who this guy is. ChibiReviews would make his YouTube channel around 12 years ago, and he would do exactly what his name entails.
Soft, yeah, you can call it softcore. It's a pinup.
Even back then, he would get himself into some pretty rough drama, just reviewing anime. Some people would disagree with his takes, some people would find him cringy, and it would lead to a number of people to find out that Chibi's older brother actually died from suicide. This would prompt another YouTuber by the name of That Anime Snob to make a video criticizing Chibi,
that explains
fun of his dead brother. This was back in 2018.
That explains the bone chair. The bone chair memes I'm seeing about him too.
Would say something like this.
All right.
At the time, ChibiReviews would get full support from other content creators that were his friends, like the anime YouTuber Mother's Basement, giving his full support, and also Joe.
Well, he regrets that now.
As the Anime Man, saying,
he regrets that now.
Say this to my friend. I hope you rot in hell. So drama has always been somewhat present in Chibi's life, but it would be nothing compared to what he would have to experience in the following years. You see, around the early 2020s, Chibi would start shifting his content more from just anime to anti-censorship and anti-tourist rhetoric. In other words, government should stay away from what I post on the internet, and people who don't understand anime should stay away from anime. So what defines a tourist? Well, to Chibi, it was simple. If you were someone who found LOLI to be repulsive, I can't say that word on YouTube, but in a nutshell, it's underage characters found in anime, then you were a tourist and you deserve to be called out for it. Also,
I remember him being what made me discover Spice and Wolf. Oh. See, would appreciate any support if you all leave a like on this post and on the video as well. Too many people are actively helping criminals by making false calls to police about drawings and care more about that than helping real victims. This video is a self-report. The only thing I will say when it comes to the lollipop art, I think it's gross. I think it's weird. Does it automatically mean that a person is, that someone should get their hard drive checked? I would say your mileage may vary. I would say, it can bring up some concerns and it could be considered a red flag. But, I do agree that unfortunately, the internet is tainted. The internet has tainted anything when it comes to dealing with predators. And unfortunately, as someone who had who was a victim of CSA, I feel like we need to actually hammer down on actual child predators. This is kind of a correlation does not always equal causation sort of thing. I personally think this stuff is gross. Don't get me wrong. When I was a teenager, I did read Kodomo no Jikan and I actually genuinely enjoyed it for the story. But nowadays I couldn't really recommend that series because of where it goes and some of the material in it. But people who like genuinely like this and like goon to it, you're kind of freaking weird. But liking lollipop doesn't mean that you are going to diddle kids. It just means you're fucking weird. And I personally would rather not associate with you. I remember when a former Brony reviewer whined about Patreon not allowing such art. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When it comes to a website that allows you to host content and pays you for it and helps you earn money for it, if their rule is, but accept this content, either respect it or go somewhere else. Like, that simple. It's that simple. Either respect the rule or go somewhere else. Like, they're not saying you can't make this content. It's just they would rather not have it on their platform. Because again, when the platform then gets caught with this stuff, the only thing the soccer moms are going to complain about is that it's on the website, not that this specific person put it on the website. They're not going to be like, hey, freaking Lollipop Lover 69 posted lollipop art. And Patreon needs to do something about Lollipop Lover 69. No, they'll just be like, hello, government, you need to get rid of Patreon because it's got lollipop art. Like, it's Soccer moms don't care. Soccer moms don't care. They just see that it's there and think the whole platform should be gone. Why do you think we had the whole Elsa gate? Why do you think we had the whole freaking adpocalypse thing? They didn't care that PewDiePie said, you know, the N-word and he was getting all these sponsors. It was the fact that anyone can say this sort of stuff and get sponsors. It wasn't the fact that one or two specific bad actor channels were freaking content farming Elsa and Spider-Man. It was the fact that it was on YouTube. Like, they don't care. They don't care about the nitty-gritty hyper-specifics. So, like... Okay.
It's underage characters found in anime, then you were a tourist and you deserve tourist. Well, to Chibi it was simple. If you were someone who found LOLI to be repulsive, I can't say that word on YouTube, but in a nutshell, it's underage characters found in anime, then you were a tourist and you deserve to be called out for it.
No, you're just someone that has a fucking standard. You're just someone that has a standard. If you like to watch that stuff, you're a little weird, and I might not want to I might not want to be in the same room with you, but at the same time, whatever you want to do in your bedroom, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody, is your fucking business, and I don't give a shit. Stay away from me.
Also, if you found siblings doing...
It's like, oh, you're a tourist. Like, hello? At one point, when it comes to any... Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing when it comes to this ideology. There's everyone at some point in time when it came to any sort of hobby or genre of anything was a tourist. You were someone that was new. You were someone that didn't understand the ins and outs. Fandom culture and hobby culture, you were all like, everybody at some point was a new person. You didn't know the ins and outs. You didn't know, like, the in jokes and all of that stuff. Here's the thing. Japan doesn't like lollipop and all that shit. Is it rampant in anime culture? Yes. But the majority of the Japanese population hates that shit. They even want it banned. Like, there have been surveys where the Japanese public has said they don't want, like, lollipop art and lollipop manga to be accessible, period. Like, there are people that want the censorship laws to be worse. So, funnily enough, when people like Chibi are like, oh, if you want these things censored, you're anti-Japan, you're trying to tell a culture... First off, to say that this is a part of their culture is already fucked. It's not a part of Japanese culture. It's a subset of anime culture. So to act that it encompasses everything is such a tell. That's such a tell. Japan in and of itself is kind of icked by it, and doesn't like it. Like, it's okay if you think younger girls or younger boys are cute in a more wholesome way, like, oh yeah, they're so cute, I want to pinch their face, I want to give them hugs and cuddles and protect them, because it's like how you would react when you see a puppy. But when there are people that are frickin' jorking it crazy style to this shit, you're fucking weird. You're fucking weird. Doesn't this dude also like Kiss X Sis? Like, he also likes incest. He also likes incest, which is a whole other can of worms, bro. That's, ew. Y'all are weird. I like Big Brothers, but I hate incest. It's so gross.
The deed, so incest, to be called out for it.
Okay.
Also, if you found siblings doing the deed, so incest, to be repulsive or disgusting, then you were also very clearly a tourist.
Age gap rom-com about a nerdy high school boy who lives alone together with his big sister. Big sis ex-bro, check. Manga of 2025. Even for incest, Kiss X Sis is gross. Yeah, no, it's Everyone knows I love manga and anime, Lamau. And again, that's cool beans if that's what you want to jerk it to. But to be like, if you don't like this, you're a tourist and you don't belong here. No. No, you're weird. You're just weird. Like, you can go be a weirdo, nobody cares, but like, eventually or if when it's gonna be that thing of like, go off and be a weirdo, but if it ends up turning out that you actually Sweet Home Alabama, then no one's gonna be surprised. Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird. It's okay. But to be like, everybody likes this, it's like, no, that is such a gross blanket statement. And like, and before anybody comes with like, well, you're just a tourist, it's like, bitch, I've been watching anime since freaking for over half of my life. Trust I'm not a tourist. Trust I'm not a tourist, I just have standards.
And you deserve to be called out for it. You don't belong in the anime community.
No.
He would make these points constantly. And while yes, he would grow a fan base, he would also grow.
He also knows that it's rage baiting. Unfortunately, oh, Tennessee. Oh. I know I just talked about blanket statements, but yo, how far is Tennessee from Alabama? Yo, he's in the Bible Belt. Hold on, USA map. Hold on. How far is Tennessee from Alabama? How far is Tennessee from Alabama? Here's Tennessee. Oh, y'all fuckers ain't never beaten the allegation. How dare you not share my fetishes? That's pretty much what that's pretty much what it comes down to. How dare you not share my fetishes? I'm not the weirdo. You are. No, bro. No, bro. It's not that other people are tourists. You're just not beating the Alabama allegations. You're just not beating the allegations, bro. You're in Tennessee and you like incest. Freaking ooh. Actually, where's the freaking most consumed?
Hi, I'm Chris Hansen. Why don't you have a seat?
Where's that map of the US with like their most most consumed NSFW? Okay. All right, I'm hoping to find a recent one. That's 2017. All right, I'm gonna look up for 2025 because I don't know if they've done 2026. I just want like a good picture of it. Oh, God damn, I fucking hate Instagram, bro. You can't even like right click. All right. Facebook. Sure, I'll take it from Facebook. Y'all, bro, you are not beating the allegations. You are not beating the allegations. Yeah, there's no 2026 yet. Most search terms. We're not gonna worry about that. Let's see. Right above Alabama. So, oof. Image link. Okay. So, according to Pornhub, this is a top related searches. Terms most often searched in each state when compared to all others. Unfortunately, a lot of these states here are gray. So we don't have anything for Tennessee and Alabama, and some of these are weird. Pegging. Washington loves pegging. Oh. Caught for Rhode Island. What's Jersey like? Jewish. Really? Really? Ew, Maine likes granny? Okay, no, we're done.
Bro, a significant amount of people.
Didn't know Dominican women were so popular in my state? Wait. No, that makes sense. New York. There's a lot of Dominican and Puerto Rican in New York. But freaking Maine likes granny? Ew.
Who hated his guts. And on October 3rd, 2024, his life would change forever due to those haters that hated his guts. he would post a clip from the anime Dandadan, saying the animators didn't need to go so hard for this scene, and in this clip we can see one of the two main characters who's in high school almost get taken advantage of, let's say, by a bunch of aliens. And it would go mega viral. I mean,
I don't watch Dandadan, so I don't know what happens in this, but...
This is the kind of post you see if you're a normie with a freshly installed Twitter app. And barely 2 days later, he would find out that, well, due to this post, he would get doxxed. Someone would post actual images of the house that he lived in, as well as his brother's grave. And by the way, these aren't the only things that are available.
That was OD.
Private information on the internet. There are literal wikis out there that contain every single address he has ever lived in his life, as well as his job history and the place he worked at. On October 6, 2024, a day later, he'd find out that the people who actually doxed him were Boruto fans. He'd make a video showcasing some of the things that were being said to him. Like, if I ever saw you in real life, I would stomp the brainstem out of your head and spit on your shaking corpse, and would tell everyone that he bought a gun, so they're more welcome to come to his house to find out. He would also start a fundraiser.
Oh, big tough guy. I have a gun.
After raising $17,000, the fundraiser would, well, get taken down. When people brought it up, he would block them, and eventually he would explain to his community that he had to use
when people what he blocked them? When people asked about the money?
Urgency. After raising $17,000, the fundraiser would, well, get taken down. When people brought it up, he would block them, and eventually he would explain to his...
Oof. People brought it up like, hey, did you do it? Okay, so dude posts Dandadan clip. Okay. I don't know the context of this scene, but I'm guessing it was pretty freaking gross, and the character's about to get freaking essayed, which a lot of anime freaking, not a lot of, but a good chunk of anime nowadays freaking do this really gross shit, which is also why I don't watch a lot of anime nowadays, because it's so hard to filter like the good stuff from like the trash alien abduction. Okay. Well, I did date a douchebag, but I didn't let him take my virginity. Okay, that's weird. They leaked, but then he got doxxed for getting doxxed for posting a clip from an anime. That's kind of crazy. Not gonna lie, that's kind of crazy. That's OD from that's OD. Yeah, thankfully nothing bad happens, but still not okay. Yeah, that's OD. Like, I think it's fair to draw the line at doxing. That's kind of OD, bro. That's a huge no-no, guys. As much of a piece of a shit as somebody can be, once you start doxing and like threatening people, that's where it's like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Now that the dox post was removed, proof members of the Boruto community doxed me. Here's the individual that did this with his alt account, and you can easily find how he interacts with Kree, blah, 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 slandered me.
Boruto fans. He'd make a video showcasing
some of
the things that were being said to him. Like, if I ever saw you in real life, I would stomp the brainstem out of your head and spit on your shaking corpse, and would tell everyone.
To be fair, like, that you can take them seriously, and that is fine if you want to take those sorts of threats seriously. That's fair. But 95% of the time, most of the people are just saying that shit because they can say it under the guise of anonymity. And then this dude, the fucking posting of the gun is such a fucking chud thing to do. Oh, I have a gun. I'll shoot you with it. You sure, bro? It's still in the fucking plastic. Look, guys, look at my gun. Okay. Remember what happened when Sneeko did that, and how many people took that shit seriously?
Everyone that he bought a gun, so they're more welcome to come to his house to find out.
Yeah, all right.
He would also start a fundraiser claiming that he was going to sue.
Since raising over 16K from fans, YouTuber has provided no updates on his campaign in 7 months and is blocking people who mention it. Yeah, and that's kind of sus. Yeah, he's in Tennessee, not hard to get a gun. Yeah, like, again, the South states, the South, like, really red states, you can buy a gun at Walmart, like, almost no questions asked. Like, well, to be fair, I don't know the entire process, but the fact that you can get a gun at Walmart is kind of alarming. Yeah, like, getting a gun in the South, I think that's freaking hard.
The people who doxed him. After raising $17,000, the fundraiser would, well...
So you said that you're gonna sue people.
Get taken down. When people brought it up, he would block them, and eventually...
Why were you blocking people, bro? Why are you blocking people? I undergo surgery, and the doctor concludes it was a cyst and twisted testicular appendix. Oof. That was causing everything. I was told it would take upward of 7 weeks to recover. Had to pay $2,400 up front just to get surgery, not including additional fees. Okay, let Mujin keep talking. I'm sorry, guys.
To find out. He would also start a fundraiser, claiming that he was going to sue the people who doxed him. After raising $17,000, the fundraiser would, well, get taken down. When people brought it up, he would block them, and eventually he would explain to his community that he had to use these funds for urgent bills and emergencies, and for the most part, if we're going to look at it objectively, his community, the same people who donated, were fairly okay with it. But
Yeah.
if you thought that's where things ended,
That's fair.
you'd be mistaken. Because on April 20...
That's fair. If he was raising money for lawsuit purposes, and eventually he comes out and says, "Hey guys, this is what happened to that money. I ended up having medical issues, and as a result, I needed to use this money for that instead. I had to prioritize my health over a lawsuit that probably might not go much anywhere." That's fair. That's fair. I think that's fair. Kind of weird that you were blocking people that were asking. I think that's weird, because if the explanation is as straightforward and generally benign as, "Hey guys, I had to use the funds because I was having medical emergencies and other emergency situations that required financial assistance, so I had to prioritize those instead of this lawsuit. I'm really sorry." I mean, that's why. So blocking when it comes to these sorts of people, and blocking in general when it comes to social media, can be seen several ways. Can be seen as establishing a boundary, or it can be seen as a defensive measure. You're blocking people because you're blocking dissent from your community, blocking dissent from opposition. If it was really as simple as, "I'm sorry guys, I had to use the money for surgery and emergency payments," I don't see why you couldn't have just said that. Why wait as long as he probably did to come clean about that, meanwhile blocking anybody who asked? That just feels a little weird. That makes it seem like there's more to it than that. That kind of gives it a little bit of a Streisand thing, which is funny.
2026, yes, this is very recent. Someone will post an image of themselves holding a shovel standing right behind ChibiReviews' brother's grave. They would quote tweet something that Chibi was saying and say, in quotes, "It's just a drawing," referencing how Chibi doesn't mind LOLI, right? Drawings of underage children. And then
Lollipop, yeah.
with compelling argument, "I'm digging up your brother and turning him into a chair." Now, it would turn out later that this image was AI generated, but initially, of course, it caused a lot of uproar, and it also caused a lot of celebration, right? It's important to point this out. For example, this Reddit post with 14,000 upvotes was literally referencing what had happened to Chibi in regards to that image. This really would go out of control, right? On April 20th, someone would post, "Found Chibi's brother's grave, LMFAO," and they would literally link his grave. And that whole thing about turning his brother into a chair, well, someone would post an image of a wooden chair in the form of a skeleton, and under it, I mean, this is going to be blurred, obviously, but under it, you could see the real name of Chibi's brother, his date of birth, where he was born, the date of his death, and the exact place where he's buried, like the actual address.
Damn.
4 days later, Chibi would find out that there was someone on Kiwi Farms, I don't know whether it was jokingly or seriously at this point, to be honest, trying to convince a teenager to go to Chibi's house and assassinate him for $200.
Damn.
This would prompt Chibi to call law enforcement. Now, I can totally understand that if—
What happened to your gun, bro? What happened to your gun? What about your gun? You had a gun. What happened to your gun? Damn. $200 to get hit for a $200 hit. That's crazy. Okay, so I think Mujin mentioned earlier that apparently Chibi's brother, unfortunately, committed Sudoku. That's crazy. People looking up the location of his brother's grave, that's crazy. Saying they're going to desecrate it, dig it up, all that stuff, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. In this case, not even because it's ChibiReviews' brother. I think it's because this is a party that is completely unrelated. Have your beef with Chibi. Leave his dead brother out of it. That's just crazy. That's just crazy, bro. That's insane. That's insane. Y'all don't gotta do that. That's crazy. That's insane. Y'all are weird. Y'all's is weird. Y'all's is crazy. That's crazy. The hit, I mean, it's understandable to call the cops, but you also went on this whole thing of like, hey guys, I got a gun, you freaking come try me, I'll fucking shoot you. Like, and then you piss yourself and call the cops. Okay.
If this is your first time hearing about this guy, you're probably absolutely shocked. Like, your jaw's probably...
$200. Nobody's going to try to execute a hit for $200. Fake as fuck. Original posters are joking. I don't like the guy, but Jesus Christ, taking it too far. Too bad for you, but a Kiwi Farms is just another Tuesday. Even by the farms, this is way more than normal.
On the floor. Don't worry, that's a totally reasonable reaction. In any case, this leads me to the main point I want to make in telling you all this. When it comes to how people feel about Chibi, I'd say they can be divided into 3 different categories. Category 1 is people who are loyal to him and are his biggest fans. They believe he's 100% right, and that every bad thing that happened to him over the years was unwarranted, undeserved. Category 2, I'd say, is probably the majority of people, and is people who maybe are neutral towards him or maybe completely disagree with him. But even so, Category 2 believes that this shit simply went way too far. It doesn't matter how much you dislike someone, threatening to dig up their dead brother is insane.
I'd say I'm in Category 2.
Red line.
He's a piece of shit, but leave his brother out of it. That's crazy.
3. These people believe that Chibi is a full-fledged pedophile, like literally on the same rank as Epstein, and that he not only deserves every single thing that has happened to him over the years, but he actually deserves way worse. Now, what's really interesting about Category 1 is that even though they're not millions of people, they still hold influence because many of them are very vocal.
Yes.
I'm going to show you an example. Around a month ago, Internet Anarchist, a YouTube channel with almost 2 million subscribers, would make a 30-minute video about ChibiReviews. Chibi would see this and would tweet multiple times about how much he dislikes this video, how he thinks it's slander, and how it's defamation. Him simply tweeting this would send his loyal supporters to come and brigade the video. It's currently sitting at 4,000 likes and almost 7,000 dislikes, with thousands of comments, many of the top ones completely disagreeing with the video itself. In their opinion, Internet Anarchist was justifying the bad things that happened to Chibi simply because he likes fictional drawings of underage children, and that the biggest mistake he did was simply shitposting, trash talking online. So the point of this yapathon was to show you that Chibi calling out Deme like this wasn't insignificant. Once he signaled that he disliked something, once he signaled that someone was being a tourist or a hypocrite in this case, Category 1 viewers will go to that post and brigade it. That's exactly what happened here. Deme would notice this, right? She made this post specifically for her community and would see these people come brigade her post.
Okay, so far, going back to the criticisms that people have had of the Mujin video, we've got Deme's history, and we've got some of Chibi's history. All right.
And so instead of ignoring Chibi, she would choose to reply. She'd say, wait, oh my god, aren't you the guy whose fiance literally cheated on you and your whole friend group sided with her? LMFAO. So... yeah, you're probably thinking, Mujin, you just told me about how this guy went through the 7 layers of hell, but you're telling me he also got cheated on? Yes. And this will be the last bit of context you need to understand what the hell Deme's talking about. 2 months before someone posted that AI-generated image of them digging up Chibi's brother, on February 12th, 2026, Chibi would tweet out, just lost my fiance, my best friend, and my entire friend group in 24
I was
hours,
in van during this for Fan Expo.
Right now. This would also go extremely viral. At almost 20 million views, 6,000 replies. Many people had things to say, whether it was to show him support or gloat. But it was mostly gloating, as you can see from some of the top replies. Chibi would then make a video further explaining what happened. In it, he'd reveal that his fiancée of like 10 years cheated on him with his best friend, someone that he's known for a very long time, I believe since childhood. Now, this is already horrible, right? But somehow it got worse. Because the friend group that he shared with his fiancée, upon hearing this, upon finding out that she cheated on him, would still somehow side with her, okay? Completely ditching Chibi and continuing to hang out with her and his ex-best friend, even though he had just gone through probably the worst moment in his life. According to him, this would lead him to drive out into the wilderness with a bunch of drinks and hope to leave this planet.
Okay. Fuck. Here's the thing. So... as someone who has been cheated on, I remember this happening when I was in Van at Fan Expo, like being in the hotel room and stuff, and like late at night and seeing this blow up. So, along with the doxing and all that stuff, as someone who's been cheated on, I do not condone cheaters. Now, the reason men cheat versus the reason women cheat sometimes differ and sometimes are similar. Some women cheat because they want to, because they're horny, because it could be some show of dominance. And some men cheat for those very same reasons. Unfortunately, it's been shown that most men who do cheat, it's either a really bad lapse of judgment, it's because they're not satisfied with something, or because they can. A lot of the times you'll see cases where you'll be like, dude, you bagged a baddie, why the fuck did you cheat on her? Like, you pulled a goddess and freaking you freaking fucked up. And sometimes, hell, when Jay-Z cheated on Beyonce, people were like, how do you cheat on Beyonce? And it's not about Beyonce. It's because he could. It's because he could do it. It's because he could do it, because he knew he could get away with it in some way, shape, or form, which he did. And it a show of dominance. Being cheated on ruins you mentally, physically. It ruins you. Emotionally ruins you. It makes it very hard to trust people. Being in a relationship can be very, very vulnerable, and being cheated on can feel in many ways like you were attacked. That being said, there have been times where, again, if they're more outliers, but there are reasons people cheat where it's because they're in a shitty situation and the cheating is a form of escape from that. One example is what happened with Fruit. Fruit, I think she's even admitted that she cheated on her husband while he was on duty because she was getting emotionally abused by him. She was in a very abusive relationship. He even said that if she didn't please him in certain ways, he was going to cheat on her. And that he had no qualms with cheating on her because if she's not going to give him what he wants, he'll just go get it elsewhere. And in that emotional and I think also physical abuse, she cheated on him with someone who treated her a lot better. And in this sort of thing, while I do not condone cheating, this is a fact of, if you're an abusive piece of shit to your partner, if you threaten to cheat on your partner because they won't give consent to certain sexual acts and things, then you're a piece of shit and you probably deserved it. There are very, very few instances where I'll be like, yeah, no, you deserved that. In this case, Fruit's husband, it sucks you got cheated on, bro, but you were a piece of shit and you had it coming. Now, in the case of Chibi, we do not know why she cheated. As far as I know, I don't think he gave a reason. We do not know why his best friend chose to sleep with his fiancée. I actually think the best friend was of 10 years. I'm not sure about the fiancé, but I had heard that the fiancé was about 12 years his junior. And that at the moment she is 19 and that they had been dating for about 2 to 3 years. And that Chibi is in his 30s. Which means that if he is around 30, 31 to 32, I'm going to say 30. If he's 30 and he is 12 years older than her and she is currently 19, that would mean Chibi is 31. So he's 31 if she's currently 19. Between 30 and 31. If she's currently 19 and they have been dating, they had been engaged / dating for about 2 to 3 years, then that means that Chibi started dating her when she was around 16 to 17. Which means that he was around 27 to 28 when he started dating her. Now, personally, I think that's a red flag. I think that's a red flag. I think that I personally believe that a 27 to 28-year-old should probably refrain from dating a 16 to 17-year-old. If they had started dating and got engaged when she was around 18 or 19, while I think it would have still been kind of weird, that is quite the age gap, I would have at least forgiven it to an extent, because I guess he at least, depending on how long they've known each other before dating, at least he waited till she was 18. But if they were dating when she was around 16, 17, which again, this is just assumption based on the age gap and what we do know about the former fiance and himself, that is concerning. You were dating a girl pushing 30, you were dating a girl in high school, and going to marry her. I don't know the age of your best friend, and in this case, if your former best friend is around the same age as you, red flag for that person too. But we don't know the context of why she cheated, why this affair happened. But the fact that his friend group, the friend group, sided with the fiance and the best friend that had the affair. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Because that makes me ask the question, what did you do? What happened? What happened here? How do you have a girlfriend that's 12 years younger than you, that you've been dating when she was in high school and you're pushing 30? How does she get into an affair with your best friend? And how is it that the entire friend group knew this? And then when it comes out, how is it that nobody sides with you? How is it that nobody says, yo, Chibi, that was fucked up, but you know, like, that's some bullshit. I'm with you, bro. How did nobody? Now, this tells me a couple things. Either either these people were not your fucking friends, you are horrible at choosing friends, or you did something. There's something up with you. Because what happened here? That's what I want to know. ¿Qué pasó? Pero qué hiciste? What happened? Because the fact that you couldn't even have one single person on your side, that is almost unheard of. Which is more likely, he's a piece of shit or his entire friend group is. Exactly. What happened here? Because that says either the whole entire friend group is a piece of shit, or it's you. And I don't need to know this, but I have to ask the question, what happened? And of course, that's, at the end of the day, that's not our business. We'll probably never know. And he probably won't tell us. I feel like he could have told us, but he didn't. And I think it's because the truth kind of probably makes him look bad. This is just an assumption, mind you. But the fact that all he has is, they cheated on me and my friends all left me. Again, pero qué pasó? Now, it could also be because he doesn't think he did anything wrong. Pero yo no sé. But that's quite alarming. That is quite alarming.
He then said to a friend, even though he had just gone through probably the worst moment in his life. According to him, this would lead him to drive out into the wilderness with a bunch of drinks and hope to leave this planet.
I had also heard, and I haven't gone in depth to confirm this, and I don't know if Mujin's going to bring this up. Apparently, before this girlfriend, he had another girlfriend. That eventually they broke up, and she spoke out to an extent that they had a pretty bad relationship, and he was milking that for attention too, and that he cheated and abused her, and that he in some way confessed to this, but I don't know if that's actually true or if this was, substantiated in some way. How old was that one? No idea. There are some sources that say that that the fiance, not only was she 12 years younger than him, but she also looked like his sister. And all I'm gonna say is that, again, if true, you're not beating the Alabama allegations, brother. Let's continue.
He'd then say that one of his online friends would panic about him, call emergency services, and have him be picked up and sent to a...
Also, hold on. Hear me out here. Hear me out here. Now, the Alabama-gations, yeah. So, goes into a really big depresso, understandable. Considering self-harm, understandable. Apparently, according to him, he's the only source we have here, as far as I know. According to him, according to Mujin, he drives out somewhere with a bunch of alcohol, planning to essentially drink himself to an early grave. Don't you have a gun? Usually, usually when people are at that point, if we're to exercise some logic into this, usually when it comes to this sort of level of despair, you either want a quick and painless out. I feel like drinking just draws that out, because drinking is a depressant. This dude couldn't work up the will to do that. I need to remove memories with the blunt end of where's my axe. So, like, I think it was also, like, at a lake. He drove, like, to a lake. So, like, was he planning on drinking himself to a stupor and then jumping into a lake? Because, I mean, I don't know how that would have worked in terms of, like, I guess going easy. Well, he might have tried to use the booze to work up the nerve to pull the trigger. Maybe? I don't know, because I don't know if he ever disclosed if he took his gun with him. Maybe. Again, unfortunately, when I had my own moment of ideation of considering leaving the planet, I was gonna do it in a bathtub. I was just gonna go, slit, and bathtub. The reason I chose not to was because my guilty conscience kicked in. And there's a psychology where there's a lot of people out there that will say that they're at this point, but really, it's more so, again, an ideation. It's more so, I'm not gonna say trying to get attention, because that's not fair. It's complicated. Maybe he wanted to chug himself. Maybe. Again, I can't put myself in the mind of someone who would want to... With me, if I wanted to end myself, I'd probably go for the quickest way to do it. The quickest, technically more painful, least painful way to do it. And in my case, one of the reasons I stopped is probably also the cleanest, but obviously didn't have any alternatives, so guilty conscious. So then I decided to reach out to a friend, and that's where, we're here today. In terms of Chibi, because again, I remember this situation where I think he drove out to a lake, and I think a friend or something, an officer found him. An officer found him at a remote lake. I don't know. I heard the story, and a little part of me was kind of doubtful because it didn't seem to make sense, but it could be how he was retelling it because it had just recently happened, so trying to put everything back together, considering he was also very drunk at the time. Hard to say. Mine was walking into traffic, but not with the idea to leave, but to be out of commission enough to stay put with no one expecting anything of me. And again, it's it's hard to get into the mind of someone who, in their own eyes, are at the end of the line. Again, maybe for him, drinking was, quote unquote, the best way or the way to do it because he just wanted to drown in that misery before it ends. Maybe he took his gun with him. I don't know. Either way, I think an officer found him and he, I guess, like, went to a hospital and then stabilized and then went home. I don't know.
Drive out into the wilderness with a bunch of drinks and hope to leave this planet. He then said that one of his online friends would panic about him, call emergency.
Okay, one of his online friends panicked, called emergency services.
And have him be picked up and sent to a hospital. One of his online friends would panic about him, call emergency services, and have him be picked up and sent to a hospital. And that's why he survived. Now look, obviously this doesn't happen every day. Someone cheating on you with your best friend.
On February 11th, Chibi discovered the cheating in Spiral, drinking alone near water until a fellow creator's wellness check brought police who took him to the hospital. His fiancée left, and his gaming friends, who knew about the affair, chose the friend over him, wiping out his social circle in 24 hours. The 20-minute YouTube video, I Lost Everything, uploaded February 13th, details his pain to content as content creation remains his main joy, with fans and some creators offering support amid mixed online reactions. Yeah, so finds out his fiance's cheating on him, finds out it's with his best friend of 10 years. His friend group knew. They didn't care and like his friend more. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't wish this on my greatest hater. And again, that's fucking crazy. But I am genuinely curious. Why did they not care? Why did they side with the best friend and the cheating fiance? And what was going on in this conversation? And what was going on here? And unfortunately, we're probably never going to know. Because unless the fiance speaks out, which considering I don't think we've gotten any sort of statement from anybody claiming to be the fiance since this happened, or the best friend, because they're probably not online, we will probably never know. But that's crazy.
Friend, that sounds like something you'd find in a movie, like a nightmare scenario.
But
the fact that the friend group also sided with the fiance, that was crazy. And what really didn't help here is that whenever someone online would say that Chibi is a virgin or that no woman loves him as an insult, Chibi would constantly flex the fact that he had a girlfriend or a fiance, right? So him revealing this information to the world essentially meant that people were never going to let this go. However, at the end of the day, this wasn't just probably one of the...
So September? Yeah, so at least September 2024. So at least 2 years. And this was girlfriend.
Most significant things that happened to him in his life, but it's also one of the most significant things that happened to him in his content creation career. After some time recovering, he would tweet this out saying, "Seeing how happy it would make my haters if I died, I live out of spite. Also seeing what I've seen today, I'm going to double down too out of spite." Before I go any further, to those that reached out, I promise to respond and go through it all later. I noticed a lot of pattern recognition from certain groups too today. Always the party of acceptance people, multiple flags are a big indication too. Certain usage of gifts as well, animals pretending to be human with subpar intelligence. I am also pro-ICE, and I think illegal immigrants should not be in my country.
Who asked? Who asked, bro? Who asked? Okay. A lot of pattern recognition, always the party of acceptance people, multiple flags are a big indication, certain usage of gifts, animals pretending to be human with subpar intelligence. And again, the party of acceptance. I'm not going to go into this because we've been tangenting a lot. All I'm going to say is look up the tolerance fallacy, and that's it.
So this tweet was fairly significant because it pretty much showed us two things. The first thing was that he was fully transitioning into political content creation. This was not simply about anime or tourists or free speech and anti-censorship. This was now also about political content. And the second thing here was that he was going to continue doing what he's always done, rage baiting and posting about his controversial opinions while calling out people he disagreed with very openly.
And I'm pretty sure that even before this, he had spoke out because he's pretty vocally anti-woke. I think he spoke out about being anti-trans. He was also to some way being homophobic. I don't know about the racism, but he said some pretty sussy shit in terms of race. He said some shit, whether it's because he actually means it or he's trying to rage bait, because again, he has a history of rage baiting. You know, your mileage may vary. So yeah, if you make a habit of pissing off certain demographics, when you're in a tough position, those are going to probably be the first people that now kind of kick you at your lowest. That's not fair. It sucks when that happens. But these are the people you went out of your way to piss off. So of course, these are going to be the people that are going to point and laugh at you when you're at your lowest. Like, what, like, yeah, these are the people you cultivated to hate you. These are the people you cultivated to hate you. So of course, when, okay.
But now this would be amplified. He would do it more and on a different level.
So he triples down.
As far as I'm aware, based on his online history, I don't.
And then this is just racist. This is just I've seen this stupid thing. I've seen this meme. It's all AI generated, so that pretty much tells you all you really need to know about the fact that they can't even get like an artist like on their general side of the spectrum to do this sort of thing, and they have to resort to AI. Just tells me how like just loser behavior this is. There's been a part of me that has wanted to like get this format of like a chibi me breathing in, you know, drawn by an actual artist, and then just instead of the N-word just put like incel or like dumbass or some shit. But I look at this and I'm just like, there's no point even trying to like appropriate for the lulz and like take their memes away from them, because they can't even get an artist to make their fucking dumb memes. So freaking, I don't know what the joke is here. The joke is that the little anime girl says a slur, and I guess this is funny, but okay. Again, y'all are weird.
I don't think he would have quote tweeted a post like this a year or two ago. No, this is recent. And from then on,
yeah,
he would also make it a point to talk about how many impressions he's getting on the website and how much money he's making. In this post, he would flex that he was making almost $2,000 while thanking his haters for paying for his bills.
Let's see. Getting paid almost $1,000 every 2 weeks for extra shit posting and loving tall women brings me joy. Except that's not what you're doing. You're rage baiting people and then playing victim. But enjoy your Elon bucks, I guess. Couldn't accomplish this without my community being just as supportive. Maybe I should commission an artist in the future with this money I get, if there's ever one that wants to work with you. Also, thank you haters for paying my electric, water, internet, and phone bills. And this is why, as I said, subtweeting and vague tweeting about grifters like this will always be morally correct, because that way they don't get the Elon bucks. Because that's the thing. When it comes to rage posters like this, if you want to comment on some of the things they say and some of the things they do, especially people like Chibi that literally just go out of their way to rage bait, it pisses them off when you subtweet them. It pisses them off when you screen cap their tweet and reply to that instead, because they don't get the funny Elon bucks. So do it more. Do it more. Subtweet them more. Vague tweet them more. Screen cap their tweets more. Because the really cool thing about Twitter now is that when you block people, or when someone blocks you, you can still go on their account and see their posts. It's essentially a worthless. So just vague tweet and screen cap their tweets and reply to that. Don't give them Elon bucks. That's what they want. If you see the blue check mark, don't give them Elon bucks. Screen cap and then go from there. Don't quote retweet them. Don't reply to them. Don't quote retweet them. They just want the Elon bucks. That's it. They just want Elon bucks. Where's my freaking Where's my silly hee hee? Where's my silly hee hee? Here we go. So remember, guys, you can always vague post about grifters. It is always morally correct. Just do it. Just do it. Do it more. Do it all the time. They just want attention. They hate when you vague post about them because it means their grift is rendered worthless. So vague post about them. It is always morally correct. They will try to frame it as, oh, are you scared of the heat? You're blah, blah, blah. No, I just don't want to give you Elon bucks. In fact, come to me and give me Elon bucks. That's the funny thing. I don't have the funny check mark, but I don't have the funny check mark, but I have basic because I do like being able to yap on Twitter. And I had a discount apparently. But yeah, they'll try to frame it as you're vague posting and screen capping because you don't want the flack, because you don't want to potentially get brigaded by people. Here's the thing. Again, you don't even have to do the screen capping. Just the fact that you mention them, because these people are also constantly searching up their names. They are constantly searching themselves on Twitter to see if people are talking about them. That's how people like Chibi, and especially people like Rev. If you've ever noticed how Rev will always be talking and calling out people that have like 1% the size of his following, people with like double digit or even triple digit followings, how he makes a video calling them out. Because these people are genuinely just like freaking, yeah, they're massive narcissists. Exactly. These people are searching themselves on Twitter, are searching themselves on Google, are searching themselves on YouTube to see who is talking about them. They have to know. They can't help it. They need to know who's talking about them. They need to know who are they going to attack today? Who are they going to sick their fan base on? And they can give the plausible deniability. Well, I don't tell them to I don't tell my fans to harass them. I don't send them after anybody. You know, I can't control them, and that's fair. But you know now. You know the pattern. It's happened enough times where you know the pattern. When you speak about people, your fan base will go after them. Y'all know this. So that's why they have the accusations of you. That's why they say you sicked your fans, you sicked your community on them, because that's what always happens. It's happened too many times before. Your plausible deniability is bullshit. So keep vague tweeting and keep screen capping and tweeting about that way. They hate it. They absolutely hate it. Also, say you'll pray for them too. Say you'll pray for them. They really hate it because they like pretending they're Christians. Say you'll pray for them too. They hate it.
Flex that he was making almost $2,000 while thanking his
God forbid Jesus.
Bills. All right, I promise. Now you know all the context you need to know about Chibi in this video. When it came to Deme's reply though, one can interpret it in multiple ways. The first one could be, oh, she noticed she's being brigaded, she sees the source who's causing this, and the only thing she genuinely knows about Chibi is the fact that he's that guy that got cheated on, seeing how
and yeah, it blew up.
How viral that tweet went. The second interpretation is that
I'll let Mujin talk, I swear.
This was coming from, she found it to be Chibi, and she decided to be a mean girl. Hell, you might even think it's both interpretations. Up to you. Point is, she thought this was an easy slam dunk, and it kind of was. She did end up ratioing him, and to people who actually use this website, this means that it's somewhat of a victory. Chibi would reply to her reply and say, so you avoid answering why you retweet NSFW every avatar despite being upset about it in your post, then you cheer on cheating. Interesting. This would prompt Deme to say, my bad for not wanting to see my model getting pounded. If people want to keep drawing it, then it's their choice, but I'm just not going to support it. Does that make sense to you now? And she would include a screenshot of exactly what she said in the reply to her post, saying, I'm completely okay with sexy stuff because I love sexy hot women. I just don't like porn. To which Chibi would say, so you could have answered first like this, but used personal attacks and cheered cheating. Not a good look. Now look, as a normal employed person watching this video, you might think to yourself, okay, well, I guess this is where things end. It's a public spat. These two had mean things to say about each other. I'm sure people will move on. Well, no. Things would get so bad in the coming 2 days that people would forget what started this to begin with. This was nothing more than the spark that lit up Chernobyl. Just so we're clear here, the spat between Deme and Chibi would occur on June 13th. It really would take less than 24 hours for this to become very significant, with people even drawing fan art about this incident. But even before these 24 hours had passed, even during June 13th, this would escalate to another level when the YouTuber Parrot 4chan would quote tweet what Deme said to Chibi, right? Asking, aren't you the one that was cheated on? And saying, guy's fiance cheats on him with his friend, friends know and won't tell him, point and laugh at him for it, LMFAO, your own ex abused you in 2024. Gathering sympathy for your own abuse, but then turning around and making fun of someone else's abuse, you are a hypocrite, Deme. There will be an image attached here of a post Deme made talking about this abusive relationship a while back, in which she described the terrible things that were being done to her. Now, this post would be significant because many people who were disagreeing with Deme or having a problem with her didn't really know her that well, didn't really understand her history. This would start a new narrative. She wasn't just a hypocrite because of her NSFW takes. No, forget about that. She is now a hypocrite when it comes to relationships, making fun of someone at their lowest point when she had been in one too. What some others also pointed out was that ex of hers had actually stabbed her, and Deme claimed that this was because she was trying to save him from a suicide attempt. A while ago, she had even made a post saying that she does not regret doing that, and that if you make fun of it, you're an absolute waste of air. So now she wasn't just a hypocrite when it came to relationships, she was a hypocrite when it came to mental health. More specifically, suicide, because Chibi was about to leave this planet due to what happened to him with his ex. Another narrative popped up, with people digging up old tweets of hers where she was saying, Happy Men's Day to my fellow men. To the people criticizing her, this meant that she never cared about men's mental health because she's so easily making fun of Chibi and what he went through. And still, on the same day, a third narrative would pop up. This user
a third narrative has hit the towers.
From a VOD from 10 months ago in which Deme was playing the game Outer Wilds. They would say, big talk from someone who got railed on stream, afraid of NSFW, my ass, tagging both Deme and Chibi. Now, this was very significant because this post had received almost 10 million views. And within literally just a day, we're still June 13th, 3 different narratives were created, all attacking Deme at the same time. This is when she would proceed to make a post on Twitter saying, I was too busy in Japan to see what happened on Twitter. What I meant by NSFW, since a lot of people are confused, I'm okay with lewd, never have not been okay with it. I just don't like seeing people fuck, lol. To me, being a bitch, that's nothing new, and I've never been nice to people I don't care about / respect. Y'all are so bored that someone that just doesn't like porn made, you personally get riled up. I just genuinely can't really care. If you don't want to respect it or even try to see what I meant, I see no reason to be even respectful remotely to some losers. I'd be lying if I said I was sorry. She would then continue and say, was it right to do what I did? No, but I never pretended to be a role model whatsoever and openly hate other people, so who's surprised on that? To the people bringing up what happened with my relationship in the past as a blow, we practically moved on from it too. If you actually watch my streams, he's on it all the time. And we're happy as fuck just taking a break from streaming in Japan. I've never hid that whatsoever. To the people who think I'm not a good VTuber, never did the norm, and I don't plan to, cry about it, pussy. She would then reply to 2 different replies, one supporting her and one shitting on her. And the latter said, so you're a massive bitch who mocks people for traumatic events that made them suicidal. Got it. Good to know. If you actually didn't bother to do any introspection, you're a sad person and it speaks to your true nature. To which Deme would say, yeah, honestly, if we're talking...
If I were in Japan, I wouldn't even be starting beef. But here's the thing. Like, aside from the clapback at Chibi, again, her initial post was the setting the boundary. Now again, she took the bait. Unfortunately, she took the bait. When she could have just been enjoying her vacation. In order to clap back. And this is now where she's kind of doubling down, where she's like, hey, I never claimed to be a role model. You know, if I don't like somebody, I don't have to respect them. I don't have to, you know, care about that sort of stuff. And your mileage may vary if that is, if that gives you the ick or whatever. But she also admits that that was a low blow, that she shouldn't have done that. Yeah, so was it right to do what I did? No, but I never pretended to be a role model whatsoever and openly hate other people, so who's surprised on that? So she's like, when I don't like somebody, y'all will know that I don't like somebody. So this ain't new. And yeah, I shouldn't have clapped back like that, but I didn't know. And then I guess because the boyfriend too busy in Japan to see what happened, so she has to clarify a third time. Again, her initial post was already clear. She has a secondary post under the first one that says, hey, again, fine fine with pinups and sexy stuff. Just don't want to see myself getting railed. Okay. Third time, again, she just doesn't want to see people getting railed, specifically her VTuber. And, you know, people are calling her a bitch, and she's like, I've always been a bitch. So here she is being like, yeah, I'm a bitch. I know this. This is, funnily enough, self-awareness. And here's the thing. When it comes to like women on the internet, people don't like when you own who you are. She's like, yeah, I'm a bitch. If I don't like you, if I don't respect you, I'm not going to be nice to you. And, you know, for some people, that's based. For some people, that's who she is. Me in particularly, I tend to try to follow the golden rule that if, you know, I'm going to treat people how I would like to be treated. And if I see somebody treating somebody like shit, well, that clearly tells me that when it's thrown back at you, you best be ready for it. Like, I can be sassy and I can be bitchy in my own way, but the moment you start throwing, like, slurs and names and freaking ad hominems and shit, you know, get ready to get it back. Because that tells me that's how you told me that's the game you want to play. Fair game. Y'all so bored that someone that doesn't like porn made you personally get riled up. I just generally don't really care. If you don't want to respect it or even try to see what I meant, I see no reason to even be respectful remotely to some losers. In this case, this could also be a reply to Chibi. If you get personally riled up, if you don't even want to try to see the rest of the post and see what I meant, I have no reason to be respectful to you. A low blow is still a blow, and you're down for the count. So, you know, pull up. But, and again, your mileage may vary. If somebody comes to a fight and they're usually no holds barred, then fair's fair, no holds barred. I personally probably would not have done what she did in terms of her clapback. I'm the kind of person who also doesn't like being misunderstood. So if I was in her position, I would have probably been like, did you even fucking read my post, bro? Nice to know you can't read. Like, and it would have been that simple. But like, nice to know you can't fucking read. It says it right there. But, you know, some people don't think about that. And some people don't have that little voice in their head. Some people don't have that foresight. Some people don't think before they speak. And she's clearly one of them.
I see no reason to be even to do what surprised them. If you don't play your true nature, to which Deme would say, yeah, honestly, if we're talking about Chibi here, I don't sincerely care. I was genuinely surprised he was the guy. The person supporting her would say, I feel like that should have been obvious to them. If we say NSFW, a lot of the times it is about people getting fucked or nudity. To which Deme would say, yeah, but they just want to farm Twitter engagement because they're poor as fuck and have nothing else to earn on. The OG post was obvious as fuck. So this post clarified her position on everything going on, but also confirmed that unlike what some people were saying that she had left her abusive ex, no, she was actually still with that same person and they had solved things, that they're now happy together and having a good time in Japan. On the next day, June 14th, she would reply to this post again and say, to add to this, I talked to my community about what people are saying. I was confused with some people calling me a hypocrite. I do advocate mental health for women and men. I, however, do not care about Chibi. I made the mistake of saying the first thing that came out of my head when seeing his username, but I should have been the better person and said nothing. I've learned to hold my tongue in most things, but I legit got surprised seeing the username and the association with it. For people who think I'm backpedaling, no. I'm sorry for slipping up and not thinking before talking, but I'm not sorry for what I said, to be honest, especially that it was towards him. He's a piece of shit and everything about him is disgusting to me. Not because he got cheated on, but because he's a weirdo in general. For the original post, I didn't make the post for people to delete art of me. I did it just as a reminder of my stance, which hasn't changed. It annoyed me that people have the time to scroll on my page but not take the time to literally read the OG post and the reply not an hour after specifying what I exactly meant. So yeah, it annoyed me when all the blue badges came crawling in. My bad to my community for getting into drama again. I know I'm not losing anything valuable when it's this type of crowd. Pancakes and waffles. Also, I'm not stupid. I know me saying my stance on the porn thing isn't going to stop people from doing it. The post was for people who cared about my stance.
Yeah. At this point, this is going to be that thing of, if I was in Demi's position, what did I learn from this? Next time I make any sort of post, I'm going to specifically preface with, to my community. You already got freaking premium. You already have, like, you can already type a tweet this large. What's 3 more words? To my community. Bada bing, bada boom. That way, what does it do? This is for you. That's for you. Not just for them. It's for you. This covers your ass. Because what it says is, hey, if you got upset about this, if you want to go freaking fly off the handle and attack me over this, you don't know how to read. Because this was to my community. If you're not a part of my community, this doesn't apply to you. But unfortunately, that's not what she did. In this case, when I see these statements, I see them to her community. I see them to people that are following her. The people that are now stalking her account, like Chibi, these posts are not for them. But they're going to take it as if it is. They're going to take it as if it is a jab to them. She's saying here, I do care about mental health. I do care about men's mental health. Just not this specific guy. And what happened to not all men? What happened to not all men? Like, it's so weird that Chibi goes and like, she doesn't really care about men's mental health because she didn't care specifically about my mental health. Again, like, yeah, a little bit weird, but she don't gotta care about you. She don't gotta care about you. I'm sorry, Venku. I just saw your message. We're watching Mujin's video about the Deme and Chibi's review scandal that have been taking over Twitter for the past couple days. And kind of watching this and trying to see for ourselves, does this make this worse? Does this make it any better? Or is this a really good way to show, like, to explain the situation to the employed? I don't see Chibi as much of a man right now, because he's not. He's not. He's not. And in like about 15 minutes, I gotta put a calzone in the oven for Jester and I.
So she would clarify.
I have no Twitter. You might want to keep it that way.
Here, hey, I probably shouldn't have said anything to Chibi and just ignored him. I do advocate for mental health for women and men, but I just don't care about Chibi. She would also specify.
And that's fair.
Yes, she acknowledges the Streisand effect, right? When you don't want people to know something, then people start talking about it more. And
you mean a rolled up pizza? Yeah. So after my physio yesterday, we dropped by this like fish deli that was right across the street. And we got a salmon calzone with like mushroom and onion. So the only thing I ate yesterday was 5 oysters and 2 crab cakes because they were really, really rich. And I divided that between 2 portions. I had 1 crab cake and 3 oysters before Gilligan's Penance, and I had the rest of it around break time. How's my arm doing? I actually have a warm pack on it right now because it's really, really sore. And I think it was because of the physio yesterday. I did have physio, and I have to do my arm exercises hourly, which they are painful, so that doesn't help. But it's been fine. I've been trying to find a way because I want to show you guys my scar, but I don't want to like take a picture of like my face, and I want to like have like something to show that it is in fact my arm. But because of where it is, how it is on because of the angle and stuff, it's really hard to get a thing. I do want to show y'all my scar because she's pretty wicked, but it's well, actually, hold on, because I can get it while it's just a weird angle, and then I'll figure this out while we play the video. Let's keep watching.
Regards to and men, but I just don't care about Chibi. She would also specify, yes, she acknowledges the Streisand effect, right? When you don't want people to know something, then people start talking about it more in regards to nudity, but she doesn't care about that. She was just making a post talking directly to her community. That's it.
Yeah, and she can make that boundary.
Chibi would tweet this out, saying, instead of apologizing and making peace, she doubles down in latest post and blocks me. I think this says a lot about them. And he would show a screenshot of Deme blocking him. He would then find out about her new reply that she made where she talked to her community, and he would also comment on it, saying, says sorry, not sorry. I just hate Chibi because he's a weirdo and will cheer on cheating because of it. Locks replies, treats me worse than the boyfriend that stabbed her in the leg that she's still with. Someone knows they are getting pushback. So look, by now I'm sure you can understand how things have already started to spiral, and depending on your algorithm, depending on who you agree with, depending on how hard you look, you could find two very differing opinions at this point. The first group was focusing their hate on Deme, and the second group was focusing their hate on Chibi. This would, however, escalate to another level when Chibi would post again. This time a video, with him saying, addressing the VTuber drama, how she went mask off, and how I was personally attacked. Linking a video, and the thumbnail is Deme with text on her saying, she attacked me. In it, he would talk more about the things I already mentioned in this video. He'd call her a hypocrite, he'd say that she doesn't care about mental health because she attacked him and doesn't care that it almost made him leave the planet, etc, etc. Now, just like how on Demi's post, most of the replies were negative, the same thing can be said here on Chibi posting the video. So as I said, two very differing opinions, and you could find those opinions on the posts of these two, right? So look, this video would get a lot of attention from both sides, and the new narrative, other than the three others that we already spoke about, was that Deme was attacking Chibi. She was the aggressor, and
you know those ads for the Simpsons X Monopoly, two unpleasant people feuding? This is like that, but with much lower income. Yeah, lower brain cells too.
He was the victim. Seeing all this, Deme would make another post saying, addressing the drama, live right now, linking a Twitch channel that does 24-hour reruns of past Deme streams, baiting people to click on it. This post would go as far as being community noted.
Bro, I can't get a goddamn.
The linked Twitch stream is a 24/7 rerun channel replaying VODs, not a live broadcast. But while some would call this a top-tier troll, there was a looming shadow that was making its way towards Deme. The clip of her allegedly getting railed on stream was truly blowing up. Like, I mean, it was going mega viral. So much so that a user would make fan art of Deme getting piped while also making fun of the incident where she was stabbed, right? Saying, please don't let him find out, otherwise he'll stab me with the scissors again, effectively making it seem like she was cooking her boyfriend. Now, Deme would, for some reason, quote tweet this fan art. She would not, however, address this whole getting railed on stream thing, so I don't know why she decided to quote tweet this post in particular, but here's what she had to say. Chibi fans want to preach about men's mental health while making fun of a man's suicide attempt. I got slashed accidentally when I pulled the scissors away from him, trying to save his life from a horrible decision. Their obsession with the cuck fantasy also checks out. I had no idea that ChibiReviews tried to take his own life, and I don't wish that upon anyone. As I said before, I don't care about the guy in general. I'm not going to apologize to a guy who dated a teen when he's pushing 30, scammed his fans out of thousands of dollars of a lawsuit that never happened. Never in my life have I heard of people siding with a cheating future wife in any scenario, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, again, that's still crazy, bro. What do you mean?
Through how I speak and carry myself, fair game. However, if you're going to always complain about harassment in Twitter and cause harassment on me getting physically harmed, it makes zero sense. Anyway, I'm gonna continue my Japan trip.
There's a what? Don't worry about it. It's a little off topic.
Peace emoji. Now she would reply to this. Very always complain
so
about
she's saying. So yeah. So people. So now she jabs at Chibi. Then the narrative comes out that she was getting clapped on stream, and then also people bring up the fact that, well, her ex was her current boyfriend used to be abusive. I think there was a tweet she did about that as well, where she was like talking about how she was finally free from an abusive relationship, but then they end up getting back together. And then, yeah, he accidentally like stabbed her with a pair of scissors. But she's even explaining now that happened because she was trying to stop him. Not that he purposefully hurt her, that was an accident. But again, yeah, there is pointing out the irony of, okay, so you want to bitch and moan and say that I don't care about men's mental health because I clap back at you, but now that you have this dirt about my partner and what they went through, now you want to make fun of that. While also saying that I don't care about mental health, but you do. And again, so it's hypocrites calling people hypocrites. It's pots calling kettles black. So a lot of pots and kettles.
Twitter and cause harassment on me getting physically harmed. It makes zero sense. Anyway, I'm gonna continue my Japan trip. Peace emoji. Now she would reply to this very shortly after and say, had to update the tweet since I didn't want to spread misinformation. My bad on that. And what she was referencing was the fact that in the first version of this, she would link an image in which ChibiReviews says, went to Walmart today and saw some cute LOLIs, which honestly made my day.
Some lollipops.
So this is a fake tweet, right? Chibi never tweeted this. Many use it to hate on him because if it were to be true, this would be him admitting that he pretty much likes children, right? IRL children, and still calls them LOLI, even though they're meant to be fictional characters, right? So, you know, just straight up admitting he's a pedophile. This image has spread so much throughout the internet that there's a lot of people who believe it's real. In fact, even Internet Anarchist, when he made his video about Chibi, had initially included this tweet, which later forced him to re-upload the video once he found out that it was fake. In this case, though, Deme would fairly quickly remove it and edit the tweet because I'm pretty sure you can't edit after an hour had passed. But
yeah, you only have an hour limit.
It was already done. It didn't matter. You clearly knew what you were doing trying to slander his name, and no amount of trying to fix it will solve this. Now, this tweet, of course, would attract many people who hate her. It would receive a lot of backlash.
I'm getting some progress in taking this picture, guys.
To calm down Chibi fans who were pissed at her at this.
Hold on, what's this? My audience is filled with gooners. You built your following off constantly horny baiting. You mocked a man for a moment of trauma. All you need to do is apologize. It's not that hard. But then they did it to her. So now they should have both given each other an apology. 100% convinced by your own actions that you are the abuser, not your boyfriend. Your actions and words are that of a chronic liar, narcissistic, aggressive freak. Who takes Madame Savvy freaking seriously? Isn't she supposed to be a journalist? Why is she doing her job? I don't know. I see Madame Savvy around and all of her takes are fucking trash.
Backlash. It simply didn't do anything to calm down Chibi fans who were pissed at her. At the same time, I'd be lying to you if I said that.
Like, I'm not even gonna go the usual, like, most of the people that insult people like Madame Savvy usually go reach for pick me. I'm not even gonna say pick me. She's just an idiot.
Chibi wasn't also receiving hate.
Who? Exactly, Bardu. Exactly. Literal who. Don't worry about it.
As I said,
not worth your time.
Really divided into two categories with no.
Oh man. This Twitter user is how I learned about the fact that Chibi was making a bunch of videos, though also just wasn't surprised. One of his tweets about whatever edit Mujin did to this video is what we'll be looking at later.
No nuance.
But damn. Damn.
He either hated fans who were pissed at her. At the same time, I'd be lying to you if I said that Chibi wasn't also receiving hate himself. As I said,
they absolutely both
really
were.
It
was insane.
With no nuance.
It's been insane.
You either hated Deme or you hated Chibi. There was no in between. But here's the thing. All of a sudden, you had a third group of people join in on this drama. People who didn't really care who Chibi or Deme even were. They were just shocked to see a VTuber allegedly getting railed live on stream. This is yet another post referencing that same stream, getting over 7 million views. Here's another post saying this clip makes it far more obvious what the fuck LMAO, getting 5 million views. Someone would say, man, she's weird for doing this, but why do people care about this? The person who posted it would say, who knows? I just thought it was funny, LMAO. So see, this was a third group of people coming in, not really caring about the drama. In fact, they don't even know how this drama began, just acting shocked over it.
They just hear that a girl got railed on stream and now they're like,
I think you might want to take down the VOD. Getting railed midstream is kind of crazy. This would again get over 6 million views. And I mean, in general, for June 14th and 15th, this had taken over the entire website.
Yep.
Now, yes, of course, I'm going to show you clips so that you can make up your own mind, but I just want you to understand. This had gotten so viral that when you go to YouTube, you can try this right now. Pause the video and do it yourself. If you
I'm
just
not
as
gonna
much
do that.
type
I believe you.
Deme, you will see one of the first results being Deme plays Outer Wilds number 2. Deme Outer Wilds 2. Demonishki Outer Wilds. Deme Outwards to VOD. This didn't just take over the algorithm of Twitter. This took over the YouTube algorithm too.
Yep.
Prior to this drama, this VOD had like 50k views, maybe 60k views at most, under 100k for sure. In less than 48 hours, it had reached over 800,000 views.
Actually, no. You know what? Let's check this out. Deme plays. How many views is it at now? Because at the time of him recording this, it was at almost 800,000 views. What are the chances that it's reached already 1 million? Yup. Like, here's the thing. Chibi can talk about how he got Elon bucks, about how he made 1,000 Elon bucks. I want to know how much money Deme made just from the ad revenue of this fucking video. How many fucking YouTube buckaroos did she make? I can't remember the rate of money earned for like watch time and hours and shit. but this VOD of hers has 1 million views now. This has told YouTube that her VODs are trending, that she is trending, and is going to push her. So even if people keep hearing about this drama, whether they believe the railing narrative or not, it just put her in front of so many other people. So, someone was super weird and made a collection of timestamps in this and other streams they believed were her getting got, unless the baseless rumors caused demonetization for the VOD. I don't think so. I'm not sure. If people reported it for adult content, hard to say. But if that hasn't happened, if it hasn't been demonetized, how many YouTube bucks did she make? And that's the thing. It's not just this one, too. Her playlist. So the first part is at 62K views. The second one, which is the main VOD here, has gone to 1 million views. And then the third VOD has gone to 116K views. Most of the time, VTuber VODs don't get this crazy. Like, she gets quite a good number of views on her VODs, but freaking 1 million views on a VOD. And here's the thing, this wasn't a recent VOD either. This is 10 months ago. This is almost a year-old VOD that suddenly jumped to 1 million views. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
And as you might expect, most of the top comments, actually no, you know what? All of them are referencing her being railed. There were multiple comments describing in very painful detail what was happening during every suspicious event. I mean, this guy right here would just admit it himself. He spent 6 hours watching the VOD and making these timestamps.
Unemployed.
6 hours. Everyone making these timestamps would claim that she was getting railed for over 2 hours on stream.
Unemployed behavior. What is that, bro?
You have to listen to it yourself to make up your own opinion. So let's do this. I'm going to increase the volume during editing on these clips so that way you can tell what's going on even if you're on speakers, because the people claiming she was getting railed were also claiming.
Put your headphones on, brother. People. Put your headphones on.
So it's up to you to decide. Let's actually start with the first clip that went viral here. It's 2 minutes long, and this really was the one that started this narrative, okay? This is Patient Zero. Watch for yourself.
Of course. This? Of course! Yes! I have bad news, Evans. Yarrow says that there was a problem with the proposed power source, so the orbital probe cannon won't be asked if— Wow, I cannot fucking read, dude. Dude, I was like actually like grade 1 level of like reading, dude. Oh my god, dude, shit. Oh my god. I just need to like calm down. I'm calm now. I hope you're pulling my my This is so good. Read slower? You just gotta just lock in, dude. Okay, sorry. I hope you're pulling my locomotive limb here, Cassava. Oh, I think I just have to go more American, sorry. I wish I were, my friend, but no. They aren't certain that they can fix the problem, so the orbital probe cannon is on an indefinite hiatus. Whoa! I suddenly can read really properly, what the fuck?
Yeah, you just give it a bit.
Private and Mallow, they should return from the cannon. My spouse and I will remain from the construction yard from now. Update. Mallow and I will join you.
All I'm getting from this is that she's giggly. Well, here's the thing. There is more to this. There's more to this, because of course there is. So, keep going.
You and Dad's private left to...
But yeah, she's... Yeah.
I can't. Private left to visit her friends. She fears Idea may feel responsible. What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean?
I'm also trying to take pictures of my arm for you guys.
Cassava is setting in the last of its cannon components. Soon, relatively speaking, we'll know the eye's precise location. Wait, they found the eye!
All right, so this was the clip with 10 million views. What were you supposed to look out for? Well, according to the people alleging that she was getting railed here,
according to the people,
over the top reactions. It was about her constantly wiggling back and forth. It was about her behavior in general. All right. Now, to the person that said this clip makes it far more obvious, WTF, LMAO, also garnering 5 million views, I'll let you watch it and decide for yourself.
We'll be ignoring that setting. Oh, I can posit with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our nature, so I suggest we do. Giving the orbital probe cannon all the power it structurally would stand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Yes, the probe must travel as fast as it can and as far as it can. I see.
So again, same argument here, her behavior, the way she's talking, the way she's moving. These two clips were enough for these people to conclude that she was being hyped. Now I'm going to use some of the top comments on this video of people who genuinely believe that she got railed so that you can determine whether what they're saying is real or not. One top comment would say, bro, the clap, crying emoji. So let's take a look at that.
Oh, I can pause it with nearly 100%.
The clap.
So that clap right there was deemed suspicious. Another top comment would say she tried to play that off, linking another timestamp. Let's check it out.
I need to keep on sight everything that's already still here.
Where's her wiggling? Where's her wiggling? Again, so she's making like weird sussy-ish noises, but where's the moving? Where's the moving? If she's getting railed, why isn't she moving here? What's going on?
Is really taking it here, bro. Linking another timestamp.
Maybe read more than half of the instructions. Like, okay, listen.
Actually, other than timestamps, is also most replayed. Oh my god, this VOD has been watched so many times. Around 112, it's the most replayed part of the entire video, so we can check that out too. It's her with her tongue out.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I need to stop sticking my tongue out when I'm focusing. It's really fucking embarrassing and I don't know how to fucking stop.
All right, so I guess it's mostly about the tongue here. And the rest of this most replayed part is the clips that we already saw, the ones that got 10 million views and 5 million views. I guess, okay, the actual last thing I'll show you is something from this diabolical codex of timestamps in which this person
Arc of
highlights that Deme was
diabolicalness
being, well, choked.
These people are too porn. Yeah, no, they are. This is porn brain. If this sounds like someone getting clapped to you, this is either a self-report that you've never had sex with someone, or you're bad at sex. You either have never had sex with somebody, or you suck at sex. Because, and again, like porn, like, and for the porn brain side of the audience, for the porn brained ones, how do you watch so much hentai and porn and NSFW content and not know what a woman having sex sounds like? I'm going to say this right now. If I ever get plapped on stream, which I can almost promise you, I say almost because only God knows what he has in store for me. If it ever happens that I get plapped on stream, you will know. You will know. Trust me. You will know. I say this because I have engaged in coitus. You're loud, got it. Absolutely, they think again. The fact that people see this and the first thing they think is sex is a self-report. Whether it be that they're too porn-brained or the fact that they do not know what a woman having sex sounds like, it's a self-report. The risk is if Jester wears no. Okay, here's the thing. And here's the thing. There are times where I'm pretty darn prudish. Y'all have been here hopefully long enough to know that I can be a prude at times. Jester is more of a prude than I am in terms of disclosing our personal things. I go a little bit into TMI sometimes, but that being said, if God ever puts me in a position that I end up getting plapped on stream, you will know. Not because of just being loud, but again, there's so much to it. Like they're not hearing like, and this is me slapping my hand. I'm slapping my arm. This is my arm. This here. This is my arm, okay? Just in case. All right? Okay? If you only hear this and nothing else, that's not sex. That's not sex. Okay? You need rhythmic. Maybe I shouldn't be actually like doing my arm. Let me do like my wrist. It has to be rhythmic. I say this as someone who is not only engaged in coitus, but also someone who has done NSFW audio. NSFW audio, and also had to make my own foley for it. I've had to go in my booth and like slap my arm in certain ways. I've had to be like, in order to get the right plap sounds, so that when I put them together in various patterns, it sounds like genuine coitus. That being said, if you're the kind of person that slaps their knee, that is like, oh my God, like in this case, you can see she's not putting her hands on her face because she's got 3D tracking. But if you're the kind of person who maybe she's in her jammies right now and she's wearing like short shorts and a tank top, I wear my jammies like that, and she's like slapping her knees, or just like, you know, again, a lot of like self like contact, you're going to get those plaps.
Oh baby. Rocco, Mrs. Big Head, hands up phone.
Yeah, if it's a good mic, it's going to pick up a lot of sound. Or it's exceptionally bad sex. Or it's bad sex. Yeah, no, again, that's why I said you're either a virgin or you're bad at sex. Because how is it that you can get somebody because here's the thing. Now, there are some people who can have sex and are generally on the maybe more restrained, quieter side. But that being said, there is still going to be heavy breathing. There is still going to be panting. There is still going to be the occasional, maybe the whimpering or the light moan that gets out. This is not sex. This is not sex. And also, and even if she was that sort of person, look at her facial expressions. Look at the other gestures. Look at the rest of her body language. This is not somebody having sex. If we go back to the beginning of the Mujin video, that one case of the lady who got banned off Twitch for freaking boinking on stream, there were like, you could look at her and you could be like, "Oh girl, you getting fucking clapped. You getting clapped." It was obvious. It was obvious. But also because you could see her body. In this case, with the 3D model, I would say it's easier to tell the 3D model than a live 2D one, because again, you've got the motion capture. But Squeaky, these people don't watch the faces in the prom, they watch I guess not. I guess not, which is funny because freaking is popular. But you know, I love that I can hang out with my model. I fucking love it. I bet, again, to me, it comes off like someone stimming. Like the VTuber, like bouncy model and stuff. Like this is not uncommon. And when it comes to 3D models, depending on your trackers, and like it can be really sensitive. If she's just bouncing on her knees, if she's bouncing both of her knees, if she's like rocking back and forth, if she's the kind of gamer, like right now, I'm rocking back and forth. I don't really do this, but look how I'm rocking back and forth. Look what it does to my model. Look what it does. Look what it does. It's slight. It's almost similar to what she's doing. This is someone, and now I've never played Outer Wilds, but I know it has a lot of puzzles. which means there's a lot of mental focus, which means you have to, you're there, you're gripping the controller and you're sitting and you're looking at everything. And if you're the kind of person that fidgets and stims, guess what? Now all of that is in overdrive. Now you're tapping, you're kicking, you're jiggling your feet, you're tapping your feet. You're the only other movement you have is the buttons on the controller, and you're rocking back and forth because you have to move. Also, some people use exercise balls as chairs. Some people do that. If she was on an exercise ball, I don't think she is. I think she would have more pronounced bouncing. But I don't think she is. I genuinely don't think she is. No, I don't think she's on an exercise ball. I also don't think she's getting clapped. I think that she is rocking back and forth. Like she's, rocking back and forth, maybe a little bit of leg kick here and there. I genuinely do not think, I don't think for the amount of rocking that she's doing, I don't think, she's getting clapped. Because let's just say, for example, hypothetically, let's say that she is sitting on this person's lap. Let's say she's, let's entertain the idea that she's getting boinked. Actually, give me a quick BRB. I've got to put something in the oven. Give me like 2 minutes. We're gonna jump into a hypothetical, and I'm gonna hopefully explain why I really don't think this is it. Give me a quick moment. I just got to put something in the oven for Jester. Okay. There we go. Thank you for waiting, guys. So, knocked out the ads too ahead of time. So, let's entertain a hypothetical. Let's say she was engaged in coitus at this moment. I generally don't think she is, but let's entertain this idea. How? If we are in the position that she is in, where she is playing a game and she is streaming, she is in front of a computer. So there's two ways to go about this. She is either sitting on his lap, or she is kind of standing in a sort of right angle position that allows her to lean on the desk while he kind of goes to town. Why doesn't her model reflect that? Well, one can say, well, maybe she's not using the leg trackers or blah, blah, but why is it tracking everything else? Why isn't it tracking why is it not showing in her model? If she was on her partner's lap, why is she not, like, there's got to be some better up and down movement. Like, unless she's just planted and it's just a grind town, that's not how movement works. So there's no way she's bouncing on it with that little bit of movement, with how sensitive her tracking is that it shows on her ears. There's no way she's bouncing on it. And if she was standing and taking it, her model is not positioned in a way that shows this. It's just not. I genuinely don't think so. There's only two ways to have this happen while she's streaming, and her model reflects in neither way that would hint this. And again, the sounds don't really say anything, because she's also known for being very, very loud and very, very exaggerated reactions, as was stated previously.
Why is everything going flat?
This looks like it was a bit on stream.
I also saw a post on Twitter saying that this was proof that she liked to be choked during, you know what. But I'll leave that up to you. Was she actually going through that, or was this nothing more than a bit? It was
a bit. I bet that was a bit.
The last notable clip here is someone on Twitter claiming that she is grabbing his shit on stream, also garnering around 5 million views. Okay, again, up to you to decide.
Boom.
What? I think she's adjusting a microphone. I had to also reheat my hot pack. It's nice and warm again. Is that how men and people with penises, is that how we jerk off? We just give it a little graspy, a little squeezy. You squeeze it like a stress ball. Is that how y'all do it? Last I checked, that's not how y'all do that. I have handled a penis. This is not how you jerk it off. Y'all have never had sex. Y'all does not firmly grasp. Firmly grasp it. Is that how you guys do it? Y'all firmly grasp like this? No, on the face. That's not... Rock solid, y'all never got your dick touched by a woman. Ain't no way. Y'all never got your dick touched. She grabbing his shit on stream, and what? She smack her face with it? Where's the plap? What, did she smack her face with it? Where's the plap? Did she put it in her mouth because she wasn't sucking right after? What are you talking about? These people do not use their brains. They want to believe it. They want to believe that this is happening. So they're going to find any possible way to push the narrative that this is what's happening. This is not happening. Again, you guys either have never had sex or have never been touched by a woman. And now, if this is how you think people be freaking grabbing fucking penis, you don't know how to jerk off either. How many L's are y'all taking with these self-reports? What is this? Y'all crazy. Ay, no, gente, mi gente.
And with that, you are all caught up to the clips where people were claiming that she was being railed. Now, of course, while this did go viral and led to millions of people believing it, there were still some people that disagreed, right? That offered counter arguments. Like, for example, this person would show this clip saying that, yes, this clip where she acted kind of sus was missing context because this is what happened prior. This is referencing the clip that got 10 million views.
The thought of concluding our elders' curious and challenging search increases my heart's temperature, my love. God, dude, am I reading some fucking, like, e-sex? What the fuck is going on?
Regardless, though, this
Yeah, so in the clip where she's like, yes, the cannon, that's what happened before it. You see how that changes everything? You see how that changes everything? What's really funny is, again, these are the people that are like, I got clipped out of context, I got clipped out of context, and yet they do it. Literally, before that, she was like, what is this, some freaking e-sex? And then she proceeded to read it as if it was in that context. But see how when you remove the context, now you can push the narrative that she's getting boinked on stream? Not with the context. What do you think? What do you think, class? What do you think?
this had blown up beyond anyone's wildest dreams, but
I'm not really surprised that Chibi viewers genuinely believe I got boinked on stream because they probably never ever heard a woman talk to them IRL. Nikita was literally streaming at the same time. They're literally trying to make themselves have a cuck POV announcement. You can't make this shit up. They can't defend themselves with the points I've said, so they're doing a character smear campaign.
instead of addressing this on Twitter, Deme would actually take the
Also, this
decision
was
to
during the
address
time
it
when we
in
can
her
hear each other
Discord
during
straight
stream
to her
because he was in the
community.
bathroom.
She'd post an announcement saying, I'm not really surprised that Chibi viewers genuinely believe I had sex on stream because they probably never heard a woman talk to them IRL. Nikita, her boyfriend, was literally
Again,
streaming
this
at
is
the same
these
time.
the
They're
self-report
literally
is
trying to make
crazy.
themselves have a
It's crazy.
POV. You can't make this shit up. They can't defend themselves with the points I've said, so they're doing a character smear campaign. Also, this was the time when we can hear each other during stream because he was in the bathroom. So to her, this was ridiculous. The guy was in the bathroom. She would never get railed on stream, and this was nothing more than an attempt to disparage her character. However, some people caught wind of that Discord announcement and actually decided to try and debunk what
She's got some rats in her Discord. She's got some rats in her Discord.
she was saying. This person right here would say, I
It's also public, so anybody can jump in, but yeah.
believe Deme is lying about the date
I think at the beginning, it depends. I feel like at the beginning of the scandal, as soon as it started blowing up, for as much as it probably would not have gotten I feel like after the backlash with Chibi, as soon as he replied to her, I would have locked the Discord. Why? Because now that he has put you in the radar of his audience, again, anybody who knows all the dumb shit that Chibi has gone into and knows how his audience reacts, knows that they're going to find their ways into her spaces to collect dirt. Once I see the quote retweet, and maybe even after the clapback, lock the Discord. Lock the Discord. No more people are in until this blows over. Why? Because you're going to have people who go into your Discord and try to do this shit. And again, it becomes more screenshots, more out of context, more twisted narratives. It's lock the Discord. Lock the Discord, babes. Lock it.
of her Outer Wild stream. She claimed it was August
Lock
10th,
it.
but during her stream, she opens Instagram and you can see the date on her desktop. It's August 12th. She was streaming on August 10th, but she was playing Battlefield 6. You can see the date on her desktop again. Her boyfriend was streaming on August 10th as she claimed. You can see his desktop time too. So why does the description on her VOD say the Outer Wild stream took place on August 10th and not August 12th? August 12th being the same.
If she was multi-streaming, I think it would do that. Yeah, because it says here, streamed on August 10th. So what does the description of her VOD say took place on and not the 12th? Because if she was multi-streaming, because again, so it'll say, so again, this is my theory. The reason it says it was streamed on August 10th is because if she was multi-streaming onto her VOD channel, then there you go. Because it was streamed on, it was literally streamed on August 10th. Let's see. Lying about the date of her Owl Wild streams, she claimed it was August 10th, but during her stream, she opens Instagram and you can see the date on her desktop, which it's August 12th. Okay. Let's let it play, actually.
This person right here would say, I believe Deme is lying about the date of her Outer Wild stream. She claimed it was August 10th, but during her stream, she opens Instagram and you can see the date on her desktop. It's August 12th. She was streaming on August 10th, but she was playing Battlefield 6. You can see the date on her desktop again. Her boyfriend was streaming on August 10th as she claimed. You can see his desktop time too. So why does the description on her VOD say the Outer Wild stream took place on August 10th and not August 12th?
Yeah, and the dates are day, month, year. VOD part 2. I'm guessing this is her boyfriend. Outer Wilds.
August 12th being the same day her boyfriend has no stream VODs uploaded. I think it's because she's lying and needs an alibi for her boyfriend. This doesn't prove she did anything dirty on her Outer Wild stream, but I believe it does prove she changed the date of the stream in her description, which is pretty sus in my opinion. Does anyone have another explanation? I'll happily correct myself if so. So now the detectives were on the case, but here's the deal. Deme's Discord post trying to explain to her community what's going on would somehow backfire. Because now the narrative went from, oh, she was being piped by her own boyfriend live on stream, to the new narrative, which is, oh, she says her boyfriend was streaming at the same time? Well, that means she was being piped by someone else. She's cheating on him and her boyfriend is a cuck. Yes, this somehow still managed to escalate to another
they shifted
level.
the goalpost.
The way these people would reach this
They do
conclusion
that.
is by linking the VOD of the boyfriend as Deme was streaming at the same time. They'd claim that while her boyfriend was streaming the game Counter-Strike, Deme was being piped by another guy on the opposite room because she was screaming in the background. Watch it for yourself.
Guys, Demi screaming in the other room, it threw me off, man. Okay,
I don't know why he censored this.
Now,
It like blipped for a second. Like, it's
person
right here. Why did you censor it if it's right here, bro? Mujin's censor choices are a little weird, but sure, I guess so people are like, don't find out who the boyfriend is, but at this point everybody knows.
Debunk.
Because they've been transparent about that.
Stream by adding more context.
Oh, I love the hot pack. It feels so nice.
Post with over 5 million views saying that these allegations were incorrect. He had matched the time codes of both the boyfriend stream and Demi's stream and concluded that her screams had nothing to do with getting piped. You see, the clip we just watched, he'd argue that at the same time this was happening, this is what was happening on Demi's stream.
It's actually from before, right? They're just, I don't think, I the only thing that can kill me is I can't do this! I can't do this! I can't do this!
Now, one of the top critics of this user would be someone saying, dude, you are cutting the nearly 2 hours of video where she bounces around and moans. It's a 2-hour-long video and you just nitpick the parts where she looks less suspicious and then edits to make
I'm not taking a statement seriously from someone called Ben Dover on fucking Twitter.
her look innocent. And while yes, this post of debunking those claims would get over 5 million views and would get people agreeing with it, it would of course still get backlash. Just like everything we've seen, honestly, so far.
Yeah.
This person calling Demi fans cuckolds, you know, implying that they're just coping over the fact that she was being railed on stream. Manager Jojo, the same guy
Also, y'all don't know what a cuck is. A cuck means you're into it. If they were into it, they wouldn't be fighting it. But, you know, I digress.
who was trying to debunk these claims would even go as far as show proof that these two VODs actually line up by showing his editing software, because some were claiming that he was using the wrong VOD and that he was a liar. By this point, this was really all over the place. Depending on your interest on Twitter, it could have literally just taken over
Me llama. One sec. Who's calling? No me joda. Coño. Let's continue.
your entire
Tangent, why is NTR so popular? I don't know. I actually could not tell you. I don't know. I don't know. You're gonna have to ask someone who's into it. I think it's my only guess is that it's either a humiliation kink. I'm guessing it's either a humiliation kink or it's a kind of forbidden fruit kind of kink. Because, you know, usually cheating is very looked down on. It's considered very taboo. So for some people, I guess that makes it a little bit spicier. And as for the humiliation tactic, there are some people, again, that have humiliation kinks. So seeing their partner, whether it be a man or a woman, getting railed by someone else, maybe they're into that feeling. I do not know. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you. I was reminded of a video of another VTuber asking why. Yeah, again, I could not tell you.
Feed. And it was really featuring every single type of personality at this point. You had detectives, you had shit posters, you had normies who had no idea what was going on that were just interested in the idea of a VTuber getting railed on stream. As I said, this had been trending on Twitter for multiple days.
Okay.
Claiming that there were
We'll
over
keep letting him talk.
250,000 posts made just talking about it. It
Wow.
would become a global phenomenon, spreading as far as Indonesia, the entire Spanish-speaking community, and even China. Okay? Do you know how many Western dramas make it to China or Japan? I apologize in advance for revealing to you this information, but this Japanese person would claim that they love Deme, the idea of a VTuber getting piped on stream is really hot, and would then proceed to spill their mayonnaise over this image of her, okay? I can't really explain this in more detail, all right? He would just empty his mayonnaise bottle on this image of her VTuber model.
Not the Cupie! Not the Cupie! No! Oh, see, that's a cuckold. That is a cuckold. What? Streamer gets piped on stream? Oh, yeah, son. Give me that shit right there. Blech. Not the Cupie. Not the Cupie spill.
This had escalated to the most ridiculous level I've seen in so long. And yet, I'm here to tell you that it somehow escalated further and got worse. So by June 16th, barely just a few days after this had began, Chibi would make a tweet saying, "I feel this is important to say. If Deme actually offered me a sincere apology, I'd accept it on the spot. I believe in forgiveness and goodwill. However, apologies are hard nowadays because of pride and ego usually gets in the way, especially if you're a content creator."
This is virtue signaling. This is virtue signaling. This is textbook virtue signaling. Which is very ironic. But again, this whole situation is pots calling kettles black. And just for those who might want to argue, there are two definitions to virtue signaling. If we are to get into the definition of virtue signaling, leave me alone. So virtue signaling, by definition, is an attempt to show other people that you are a good person. For example, by expressing opinions that will be acceptable to them, especially on social media. Other ways are claiming the moral high ground, holier than thou attitudes, being judgmental, being moral, being preachy. Nowadays, people have conflated virtue signaling with having certain political opinions. Unfortunately, it is very, very common with people on the right-leaning aspect of politics to say that if you are essentially sympathetic to left-leaning ideologies, that you are virtue signaling. Nowadays, to the right, any opinion that is not their opinion, they see that as virtue signaling. And the ironic thing is that this is virtue signaling. He's pretty much being like, because I'm such a good person, all Deme has to do is apologize to me, and then all of this would stop. But I know that it must be really hard for her because she just has so much pride and ego. But, you know, if she's able to get past that and apologize to me, I will accept it. And, you know, because that's just what I believe in. I'm just a good person. That is virtue signaling. This is virtue signaling. To the letter, virtue signaling. But obviously, they're not going to admit that. It's because it's okay when they do it. It's okay when they do it. And again, virtue signaling often describes behavior meant to gain social approval without taking meaningful action. And again, there's political virtue signaling, but most of the time it's exemplified by saying you're going to do something benevolent and then never doing something, or that saying you stand on benevolent business, but you don't really. Yeah, so the term virtue signaling is the act of expressing a viewpoint with the intent of displaying and communicating a good character. I'm using Reddit, but mind you. But the term has pretty much been used to describe anyone who is doing, saying anything political. Politically speaking, it's just a convenient term to cover pandering and pontificating. So again, I'm usually suspicious of people who use the phrase virtue signaling because it's often used by people who with little virtue, if anything. Exactly. Because they think the virtue signalers are being fake, since they view being hateful as a natural state. There's simultaneously the big bad wolf and the bruised underdog. Exactly. And then the other definition, which is the most used one, is the act or practice of conspicuously displaying one's awareness of and attentiveness to political issues, matters of social and racial justice, etc., especially instead of taking effective action. Yeah. So that's the so this is by the book virtue signaling. I actually did tweet about this a while back, where a couple days ago actually, where I put, so let me get this straight, ChibiReviews talking about getting a sincere apology and that he'll accept it like he's a good person, trademark, when he's the one that started shit with Deme. What's stopping him from apologizing first? Sounds like his own pride and ego. Bro flew off the handle and attacked first, but now wants to play crybaby because he got hit below the belt on Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. Be so for real. If you actually want to talk mental health, log off and go find a shrink. The greater irony is that this whole ish started because he claimed she was virtue signaling, but his whole post about how he'll accept an apology because he believes in good faith and forgiveness is peak by the book virtue signaling. Was the good faith ever in the room with us? And the answer is no. No.
So again, as I said earlier, to Chibi, he was the real victim here.
If you're talking about the Emmett post, the Emmett Selk post, that was another thing when I was it's right here. It's right here. This was a post a long time ago about the tolerance fallacy, where people say racist, homophobic, transphobic things, and then when they get backlash, they're like, so much for the tolerant left, when again, that is a fallacy. Just because you consider yourself a tolerant person doesn't mean you have to tolerate intolerance. That's not how that works. But obviously they don't care to engage in that sort of argument. They don't want to talk about that. So instead they play the tolerance fallacy. And without going into the whole thing, it's sophistry. It's sophistry. It's playing stupid. It's playing crybaby. It's trying to get the gotcha, and we don't engage with that. Anywho, let's continue.
Here, and Deme was the aggressor. If she had simply just because of pride and ego usually gets in the way, especially if you're a content creator. So again, as I said earlier, to Chibi, he was the real victim here, and Deme was the aggressor. If she had simply just apologized, then none of this would have happened. He would also comment on all these viral clips of that Outer World stream, saying,
I think there was also a couple tweets of him saying that Deme keeps obsessively tweeting about this, that she keeps crashing out. But I think collectively, I did take a moment to look a little bit into it in terms of how many times they tweeted. Deme, when it comes to the situation, not counting her Discord and replies to people, has tweeted about the situation around 4 to 5 times, maybe 6 times. Chibi, not counting replies to other people, has posted about 20 times, I think more than 20 times now, since the Mujin video about Deme, and has made 3 videos, and has probably made another one today. But she's the one crashing out, but she's the one obsessively tweeting, but she's the one that won't let it die, that keeps doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down. Meanwhile, again, he has made, and thank you for the face pat, thanks for face rubs, but no, he's the one, again, he makes all these accusations, but he's made 3 probably plus videos about this situation and has tweeted over 20 times, not counting replies to other people, which he has a lot. He's been replying to a lot of people about this. but we're not counting those. He has tweeted about Deme 20 times. Deme at least less than 10 times, again, not including things outside of Discord, not including replies to people. And on top of that, Chibi has done 3+ videos. But no, she's the one crashing out, guys. She's the one that keeps drawing this out. She's the one that keeps doubling and quadrupling down. And she has to some extent. I will say that. But Chibi, be so for fucking real. You are the one that will not shut up, okay? You're the one that couldn't even keep it on Twitter. You had to make 3 videos, probably more videos about this. You're gonna probably try to milk this for another week if you can get away with it, which you probably think you can, and your audience is gonna lap it up. The 10% of your audience that watches your videos, because you can't even get half of your audience to watch your fucking videos. And this is coming from someone who can't get nobody to watch her shit. But no. Again, every accusation is a confession. It's always projection. It's, you know, again, the thief thinks everyone is good at their profession. And of course,
when it's multiple examples of her getting railed, it's no longer just an act. We don't have complete definitive proof.
And this was a reply to somebody. I know who it is. I'm not going to say his name because I don't give a fuck. This is a reply. When it's multiple examples, it's no longer just an act. We don't have complete definitive proof, but it is damning.
But it is damning. Now, of course, this would lead to some people saying we don't have complete definitive proof, so it's fine to call Chibi a pedophile then. Just the usual.
Again, flip the script. If that's your logic, then best apply it to yourself too. Be careful what you say.
Back and forth that you find on this website, but you get the point. It's damning. Now, of course, this would lead to some people saying we don't have complete definitive proof, so it's fine to call Chibi a pedophile then. Just the usual back and forth that you find on this website, but you get the point.
Yeah.
With Chibi, she was 100% being piped on stream, and it further showed just how bad her character truly was. It simply wasn't about her brand or VTuber model anymore, because now this would escalate further.
And now again, like, one can say that the railing allegations is where they started really taking things too far. Now, one can say if that wasn't too far, I kind of believe this is too far, but I'll go into that in a second.
By including the way she looked IRL. Yes, this image shows Deme in real life. A Twitter user would make a now deleted post, I'll explain why it's deleted, but they would make a post attaching this image and calling Deme a whale, right? Attacking how she looks, body shaming, etc., etc. Now, what would happen next was unexpected, I think, to many, especially the poster. Asmongold would come in, reply to this post, and say, only a fold. I'm pretty sure I cannot say that word on YouTube.
I don't know what it's F-O-I-D. I don't know if that's a slur. Is it? What does it mean? What does it even mean? What does it mean? I'm not gonna type it on stream, but I'm gonna Google it on my phone. What does that word even mean? I'm not. Can refer to a derogatory slang term depending on the context. Incel slang. Online, blank is an offensive and misogynistic abbreviation of femoid, female plus humanoid. It is widely used in manosphere and incel communities to dehumanize women. Okay. And apparently it's also a legal firearm term in Illinois. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so this is, I wouldn't say it's a slur, but is apparently a derogatory term found a lot in incel spaces. So interesting.
Only a fool would post a photo like this of another girl in an attempt to shame her. For many, this is an A or even S-tier body type. Only jealous girls with eating disorders wouldn't understand that. She carries less fat in her face than you do. Think about that. Asmon would say this because other than the picture of her body, it would
the fact that Asmon defends her because he thinks she's hot.
This reply from Asmon, the picture of her body, would also include this image of Deme, her actual face. This reply from Asmon would get almost 1 million views, and he would get a lot of hate for it. His own community was fairly outraged over the fact that just 2 months ago he had made a video titled "Fat Acceptance Has Gone Too Far," and there he was, very directly defending someone that they thought was fat, but in his opinion was an S-tier body. But here's the thing. The person who had initially posted this, right, calling her a whale and getting hundreds of thousands of views, maybe even more than 1 million, was expecting Asmon to maybe react to this.
They started crashing out
on stream. When he would come in and disagree, though, the original poster would Would that
Remember that 2 months when husband was popular in 14 for trying it out? No, I don't actually.
exaggeration have a meltdown? They'd say, I mean, you call people fat all the time, bro. Let's not play the hypocrisy game. Also, photos were already publicly available. Let's not play this game, bub. Again, sit this one out. And they would continue to say, says male. So you insulted women for no reason in your response, and yes, I'll insult the whale. Have a good day, bro. Keep up the good political streams. I'll be tuning in. They would then make another post saying, also, I am a man, bro, so you trying to play hero was retarded. Just saying, man. Want to read a profile before you jump in like a simp and talk shit, lol. They would then make another
You have freaking premium. Put all this shit in one post and shut up.
reply saying, lol, this thread got some angry crybaby simps in here, lol. I mean, please continue. Here we go with another reply. Funny how literally minus a select few simps, the majority agrees with me, Asmund. Take the L, my guy. You have been racking those up lately. Gotta relax a bit, lol. This person would then go ahead and tag 3 different content creators, calling them out, saying, hey, you guys would love this.
And again, this is now someone who's trying to farm the engagement. They're trying to farm this. They're trying to get Elon bucks.
You might enjoy.
And because they're tagging all these creators, because unfortunately they do have a sizable audience. So if they get involved, that means that puts these posts in front of more people, which means they rack up more Elon bucks. It's all about the Elon bucks.
This L take from Asmund, hey, check it out, come here, look at this. And the last thing they would say is, people are telling me now to block Asmongold and report Mass's account. Yeah, no, I don't do that shit. It is retarded. He has a right to comment even if it is a retarded take. Unlike most people on here, I am not sensitive. He is allowed to roast me.
I'm not sensitive. Makes like 50,000 posts about Asmund.
As I will him. And yeah, shortly afterwards, this person would go ahead and delete the
And then they
original post.
folded.
But the reason why I'm even mentioning it was because the damage had been done. As I said, it would get a substantial amount of views, and now more people were aware of how Deme looked IRL. Most of them probably didn't even know that she had revealed her face and her body, but now they did. And they were using it against her in replies to her posts. But don't worry, we're not going to be talking about her body too long, because something else would sprout out during this whole radioactive mess. Some people would find old tweets of hers, like back in March 2023, in which she said, I have BPD, which stands for Borderline Personality Disorder. She would say, I'd like to apologize for sometimes, in a way, sabotaging my own growth in Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. I'm not good with change, to be honest, so when chat starts to be different and etc., I kind of freak out mentally, trying my best to be better, much love. So this person would write an entire post of 12 paragraphs, garnering over 3 million views, attaching this image we just saw, and would essentially say, hey, listen, my sister has BPD, so I can speak on Deme. And in it, he'd argue that much of her behavior that her haters had a problem with was due to this, saying that people with BPD will see the world in black and white.
This is really funny. This is such... I have a friend who's black, so I can speak about this. Because it's like, my sister has BPD, and I had a coworker whose wife has BPD. First off, again, that last one, I have my coworker's wife, or my friend's cousin's second, my friend's second cousin's wife from their third marriage. Like, you can't, you could just been like, my sister has BPD. You didn't have to add the coworker whose wife, because you don't know that person. Unless you spend time with the wife, with your coworker's wife, you don't know their BPD. As well, aside from most common symptoms, everyone's mental illness shows a little different. Everyone's mental illness is a little bit different. You could have just been like, my sister has BPD, and that probably would have been enough. But I have a coworker whose wife has BPD. This feels so, I have a friend who's black, so I can speak about black issues. And no. No. You say this so that you can establish and claim that you have credibility when you fucking don't.
And that they will frequently engage into this, saying that people with BPD will see the world in black and white, and that they will frequently engage in DARVO, deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. So at this point, there were many, many narratives being used against Deme that honestly, even I can't.
Also, a lot of narcissists also use DARVO. That doesn't mean they have BPD.
Her IRL appearance, her current relationship with her boyfriend. The fact
so
that
I'm also
BPD,
just willing to believe that
honestly,
person's just fucking lying to lie for the sake of.
Put up against the main thing that people were interested in, which was the narrative.
Also, this is a little bad faith in me. I think Emerald Apple, whatever the fucking name is, I think this person's also just straight up lying. Because the funny thing is that you can make that claim, but you don't really have to stand by it. or you don't really have to prove it in any sort of way, because obviously you can also claim, you know, a breach of privacy. No, I kind of don't even believe this.
Deme, that honestly,
it just seems like a way to claim that they have credibility just so that they can keep nagging on this person.
even I can't keep track. But look, the fact that she has BPD, honestly, nothing mattered when put up against the main thing that people were interested in, which was the narrative of her being piped
And what does it have to do with that?
on stream. So on June 16th, she would finally make a tweet addressing it, and she kept it very short, saying, "If I was crazy enough to fuck on stream, I'd at least have an OF to bait engagement skull emoji. Stop forcing your cuck fantasies on others. My ass too fat to move that little." This would garner millions of views, but it would also garner many replies. And I mean, it's really mixed here. Looking at the top replies, one can say that genuinely half of them are siding with her and half of them are going against her, saying, "Yeah, dude, we have enough proof to deduce that you were actually doing it live on stream." As this was happening, Chibi would tweet this, saying, "Hold up. Is it true she's deleting tweets to hide evidence now? This all could have been avoided if she didn't double and triple down. My mask off ability is stronger than ever." As this was going on, he would do something that he always typically does whenever there's a conflict or drama surrounding him, which is post a screenshot of his stats, saying, "My stats on Twitter for the last 7 days," showing that he's gotten over 17 million impressions, which also means money since he's monetized on the website.
Yeah, again, Elon bucks. He's like, wow, Elon bucks.
Deme wouldn't post anything for around...
Dude is projecting so hard he can be seen in Norway. Yeah.
More than 24 hours since she would make that post about how if she really wanted to get railed on stream, at least she would have an OF account. And then on June 17th, she would decide to make this post saying, "I was ready to genuinely take this to the ground because of the idea that why should I ever feel bad being rude to someone who's a piece of shit? But after some reflection, the thought occurred to me, do I really want to go as low as him though? And the answer was no. I said what I said because I personally think that there is no scenario that a friend group chooses the side of a fiance that cheats. I can't even fathom friends siding with a cheater. However, would I have brought it up if I knew that he was suicidal because of it? No. I admitted it in the previous tweet, so why didn't I apologize? Because he's this and that, blah, blah, blah. But I thought about it, and that kind of ideology is quite harmful. I knew I was wrong, and I admitted that twice, but I didn't apologize. So after reflection, I am sorry. I'm sorry for bringing up a memory that made someone suicidal. It was a low blow even if I didn't know, regardless of whether he was intentionally being a piece of shit. I don't want to stoop to his level. I'd rather be better.
Wonder if some of these guys vehemently believing that she got railed or angry, they weren't the guy who in their mind railed her. Maybe. Again, it could be projection.
And learn from my mistakes. So this was Deme essentially saying, look, I know what I did. I know I've already said it was wrong, but I didn't apologize. So at this point, I don't want to stoop as low as someone like Chibi. I do want to apologize. I had no idea that he almost left this planet due to this happening to him. So I'm sorry. I'll apologize, even if you were intentionally being a piece of shit. Now, Deme had reached this conclusion, right? She felt this was the right thing to do. There were some people who supported her, but for the most part, the replies were either littered with, "This isn't a real apology, you owe Chibi more than that," and "Why did you apologize? Chibi doesn't deserve an apology."
Yeah, no, it's...
Shortly before this apology, Chibi would make this tweet, saying, "Keeping it real and personal. I think the reason Deme attacked my personal life like she did was because 95% of the time, people get away with it. You all have seen the tweets people have made about me, so the fact this blew up in the Vtuber Deme's face is even a shock to me, and I know it is for her. Every post she makes has a shit ton of likes, but you're hard-pressed to find a single positive comment defending her, and if you do, they are ratioed. Now, I'm not saying she's botting, but I know others can push bots on someone's post. It's not normal for a post to get that many likes, like 99% of the comments...
So now we're back to the fucking bot accusations.
But on to the real point, I legit have weathered so much hatred that truthfully these last few days have been nothing. Nothing compares to the real-life pain I experienced months ago. The worst day I had is behind me, and I have grown mentally stronger because of it. It's just funny seeing how I can cause a massive crash out on this scale for someone that is more successful than me. Anyways, just my throwaway thoughts on this entire situation. Was an extremely rare miscalculation.
No, I'm not saying she's botting, but she's probably botting.
That I didn't even expect. So here Chibi was pretty much, I guess, gloating that this had blown up in Deme's face, even though she's more successful than him, while also kind of accusing her of botting, or at least her community of botting, saying that her posts get way too many likes compared to how many people are willing to defend her in the replies. What do you think? Are they bots, or are they simply employed?
I don't care.
Upon seeing the apology, Chibi would make this tweet, saying, after days of doubling down, Deme has finally decided...
Here's the thing, too. With how long this whole bullshit has been going on, and seeing how vitriolic both sides have become, especially Chibi's side, it's just easier to leave a like and move on. Show your support and move on. Some people don't want to comment because they don't want people replying to them. They don't want their post to be the next thing that he comments on and be the next potential target. Some people would rather just leave the like and keep going. I had a post but when the NTE stuff was happening, I had a post go like blow up that was liked by Sadue and Nimi, big VTubers that were liking my post but weren't speaking out about this because they don't want to. They don't want to speak out about this. They don't want to get involved. But they'll drop that like. They'll drop that like and show their support. I think it was the NTE post. I'm trying to remember. It was either the NTE post, one of the ones that freaking blew up. Let's see. I think, I don't know if it was this one. Maybe it was this one. Or it was this one. I think it might have been this one. Because I think it was during the NTE situation that I had a post blow up. And again, it was liked by some sizable VTubers. And again, Sadue and Nimi. I talked about it on a stream, and I think it was the NTE one. It was either that one or there might have been another one. Not the TOS issue. Not this one. No. It might have been I think it was the Saikuno issue. I think it was the Saikuno issue. I think it was a Saikuno issue. God. I think it was my first one. Freaking all my Zuko Thirst posts got fucking taken down. Or at least the ones I retweeted. One of them. It was this one. It was the whole my first thing to the Saikuno stuff. This one blew up, and this one, I think, this is the one that was liked by Sadue, was liked by Numi, was liked by Mrs. Mummy, by Kyari, by some pretty sizable VTubers. Some pretty sizable VTubers liked that post. But they didn't get involved, but they liked tweets that were about it, which kind of tells you right there, sort of, where they stand. But yeah. And yeah, you forgot about the Saikuno situation? Probably a good idea. Probably a good idea. I saw a post on Mixtape. My post on Mixtape was pretty much what Lily said about Mixtape, where it's like people are calling this an industry plant and hating on this game when they can just ignore it. It's a nothing burger.
Decided to apologize to me at the end of her latest tweet. Before she did that, however,
follow me on Twitter.
Along with a few other things, despite saying she won't stoop low. Progress, I guess. So to Chibi, yeah, she did apologize, but it wasn't really an actual real apology.
So I don't have to forgive her.
At least it's progress. A few hours later, he would make another tweet saying, despite Vtuber Deme offering me an apology that called me a piece of shit and she will never stoop low, Deme went on to posting this on her official Discord saying the apology was never intended for me. However, prior to the Discord messages, she privately DM'd me on Twitter apologizing. So this means her private apology to me in DMs wasn't sincere at all, which is why I am showing it.
Yeah, not exactly true. Not exactly true. At least I don't believe so. You can hate someone or generally not really like somebody, not really care for what they stand for, disagree with them on almost every level, and yet still apologize if you feel you went too far. I don't think your opinion on someone makes your apology any less sincere or not. Making a statement to her community and apologizing to you are two very separate statements. And I don't personally think one disavows or invalidates the other. If he thinks, I feel like this is just a reason to grasp at straws and move the goalpost, which is clearly what he's doing.
So this was the screenshot of what Deme said in the Discord. I'm going to read it out. She said, "I'm seeing a lot of messages here in the Discord. Please," crying emoji. "It was never for them. They would have never been any of my viewers. Look at any of their profiles and realize that I angered the group of people that I would have banned in my chat anyway."
This is where, again, Girly Pop, I hope you learned.
Squeaky, that's nuance. That's illegal in Twitter.
That's true. This is that thing where, again, I think hopefully the lesson I'm hoping Deme learned about this, and people in general, because I sure as fuck learned this lesson. Anytime you make any statements that are supposed to be for your community, and you've got the heckin' the fucking, whether it be Twitter Basic, Twitter Premium, or Twitter like freaking Simp Premium, to my community, just do it. If you don't have a premium or basic or anything like that, and you have to make a statement, again, do the screenshot of the statement to my community. Just do it. 3 extra words to my community. Just do it. At least to cover your ass. Just do it.
Literally. I did this apology not only for me, but for my community to be able to move on. I personally think I can genuinely think someone else is a piece of shit while realizing I'm in the wrong for doing something too. And then he would show the image of her sending him a DM saying, "Chibi, genuinely my bad for making you remember something that traumatized you. I had no idea when I made that first message."
She should have just, instead of my bad, that could have just been, "I'm sorry." My bad, some people can say that as a sorry, but just say, "I'm sorry." Just say, "I'm sorry." If you were going to send this message, just say, "I'm sorry." You're already doing it. You're already apologizing. Just say, "I'm sorry."
So, look, objectively speaking, right? Chibi is wrong here. He'd say Deme went on to posting this on her official Discord saying the apology was never intended for me. I'm pretty sure he's referencing the first paragraph here, her saying it was never for them.
Because it was a statement for her community.
She was saying that this apology wasn't for anyone who was trying to slander her name, anyone who was saying that she was getting railed, anyone that was calling her a hypocrite. She would specifically say, "Look at any of their profiles and realize that I angered the group of people that I would have banned in my chat anyway," literally. Maybe Chibi's referencing her last sentence. "I did this apology not only for me, but for my community to be able to move on." But then she would specify, "I personally think I can genuinely think someone else is a piece of shit." Here she's referencing Chibi while realizing I'm in the wrong for doing something too.
Yeah.
Someone would reply to Chibi's post saying, "I still wouldn't trust it, but that's me." And then Chibi would say, "She straight up admitted it wasn't an apology to me with these posts, so there's nothing to trust." Again, I would think that most people looking at this wouldn't really understand it the same way, but regardless of whether she actually meant it towards
he's
him or
choosing
not,
to be obtuse.
Chibi was not convinced. He was not ready to let this die down.
Because he wants to keep milking it.
On June 18th, he would make a post saying, "Vtuber Deme has apologized to me, but do I accept it or deny it?" linking a video and an image of Demi's model on the ukulele apology. At this point, though, people had already somewhat started to move on from this. But to the people who were still invested, there were many mixed opinions. She didn't mean this. She was forced to make this apology. Or she actually meant it. Or even if she didn't mean it, just move on already and get to something else. In this video of his, he would reiterate what he's already said on Twitter. The fact that this wasn't a real apology, the fact that her Discord message disproved what she was saying to him in DMs.
That's not how that works.
A full 17-minute recap of what happened so far, and of course referencing the whole idea of her getting railed on stream. Watch.
Trying to retweet NSFW of her model, despite saying she doesn't want it. But even prior to this, she literally has these streams where she's making very suggestive and adult-like sounds. And, you know, let's just go on a limb here and humor the fact of what some people are saying, that, Deme, you know, wasn't getting, you know, stuff like that in the live stream. Okay. The sounds, the way it is presented is very suggestive. Now, I'm gonna say, I don't care if a VTuber or anyone wants to do that. What I am saying is that she had the audacity to do stuff like that within a stream, even if nothing was happening.
Even if nothing was happening. So now you're saying that, so like what? If I don't want to be, like if I don't want people drawing NSFW, like straight out porn of my model, I can't crack sex jokes and be like, "Oh my god, ow." Like, I can't make sex jokes? Is that not censorship? Aren't you like anti-censorship, bro? What do you mean? What do you mean?
And then goes on to do stuff like this. It's just like, you know what you're doing. It feels very performative, it feels very hypocritical, and virtue signaling.
Pot calling kettle
Chibi
black.
was not backing down from this. He was still using the same.
The calzone's in the warmer. It's been in there for about 50 minutes to an hour. Yeah. It might be pretty much good now. I'm not sure. Chester's home, so he can plap me on stream. No.
Simply reiterating them on the video, while also insisting that other than the Discord message making it sound disingenuous, she couldn't even say the word sorry in DMs. She could only say my bad. Which again, I think she should have just, if you're already gonna go to this length, Demi, should have just put in I'm sorry. Like, my bad just feels like one last thing to like kind of like apologize, but like kind of not really, I guess. Again, like when it comes to these sort of situations with people like Chibi, you cannot give them anything. You can't give them any room for anything, because they will take the smallest sliver of anything to move the goalpost, say you're disingenuine, anything. So that's that sort of thing where, unfortunately, he was probably going to do it anyway, whether she said I'm sorry or not, but I would have at least covered that base and said, I'm sorry. Can someone tell me what's going on? Twitter drama. I'm going to need you to either watch the VOD Cerberus, or you can watch Mujin's video about it. We've been going for like almost 4 hours. Because I yap, and I can't summarize all this. Essentially, two, for lack of a better word, two questionable people have a Twitter argument. It blows up into body shaming, into trauma shaming, into accusations of freaking getting freaking nailed on stream. Yeah, I unfortunately, I can't give it a good summary that does the situation justice, in a short time. I would recommend either watching Mujin's video, or again, you can go back on the VOD. But, that's pretty much it. Proving to him that this wasn't real. He would then end his video by saying this.
That's content creation. The internet will not let you forget. So even if she was to apologize to me, people, that wouldn't be enough for them. Even if it was enough for me, it wouldn't be enough for them.
It's not enough for you, though. It's not enough for him because he made a whole video about it. It's not enough for him, and he's even said it's not enough for him. So even if he's like, even if it might be enough for me, it's never going to be enough for you. You've chosen to assume that no matter how much she says it, you're not going to believe it, because it also gives you an opportunity to keep milking this. Like, to take his own words, you know what he knows what he's doing. You know what you're doing.
But I will say, if she genuinely does want to apologize, I will accept an actual apology instead of these backhanded, back and forth things going on, trying to label me a piece of shit just for being weird. It's just, all this started for me calling you a virtue signaler. I would like to remind that.
He's still virtue signaling, by the way.
The narrative had not
still virtue
changed.
signaling.
He was the victim, she was his aggressor, but if she's still willing to make a sincere apology to him, he's willing to forgive her. What do you think of this? Is he right here, or is he moving the goalpost to the point where
he's
Deme
exactly
can never win? Now,
he's exactly moving
Deme,
the
it seems
goalpost.
like she genuinely moved on from this and isn't interested in pursuing it further. On June
Immediately
18th,
moved
the
on.
same day Chibi would post his video, she would tweet out, "I have never had this much compliments with how I look before. I've always been insecure with being a bigger girl and struggled to lose weight because of EDS and PMOS. Maybe I'll send an update photo of my progress since a lot of people are liking old tweets." This would get a lot of attention, and yet again, the replies will be very mixed.
God,
On
almost
one
1 million
hand,
views
they're
again.
not willing to let her forget what she did to Chibi unless she apologizes, and on the other, well, they were just being gooners. She did to Chibi unless she
Holy shit, now she's fishing for compliment. BPD is running rampant. Not even a few days ago, you were flexing a Rolex, calling your haters incels on Discord, engage baiting, and self-admitting you aren't a good person.
apologizes, and on the other, well, they were
What did that say? Hold on.
willing to let her forget what she did to Chibi unless she apologizes, and on the other, well,
I love chubby women. God.
they were just being gooners, okay? And with that, congratulations, you're all caught up on this absolute radioactive mess. Here's hoping it doesn't progress further. Alright, so final thoughts. If I had to compare this to something, I would compare it to World War I. You know, history books tell you that World War I started because Austria's Archduke, Franz Ferdinand, was assassinated. But after 4 years of one of the most brutal wars in human history, after millions dead, Do you think anyone in 1918 thinking about the war was like, oh yeah, I remember how it started? No, it had escalated to something so crazy that it didn't really matter how it started. And that's the same exact thing here. How did this thing start? Who cares? This had blown up past the stratosphere with allegations against Deme that she was being railed on stream. This was never about what she said to Chibi or her not being okay with NSFW art of her that involved her getting railed. Look, a few years ago, this would have been petty D-tier level drama, but if you've noticed, especially since the beginning of this year, dramas, no matter how small, seem to be dragged
my
out
arm,
and
by the
blown
way.
up way
I'm
beyond
shifting my
proportion,
arm.
to the point where it doesn't make sense anymore. I don't think it's purely just because people have a thirst for drama these days more than usual, but I also think it's due to this logic, with this person right here quote tweeting the clip where allegedly Deme got railed, saying, "I'm choosing to believe that Deme is an exhibitionist and got cracked on stream, not because it's true, but because it's funny." Sometimes believing in something is just way funnier than not believing in it. And I'd say if I really had to explain why this blew up to the point where it did, it's because of this logic. And if you ever needed a reminder as to why you should never download Twitter if you don't have it on your phone, then I think this video served its purpose in that regard. So yeah, thank you so much for watching.
You know what?
until
Stay
the
away from
end.
Twitter,
I
guys.
appreciate it so
Follow me on
much. I'm
Twitch
very curious
instead.
to hear what you
Or
think
YouTube.
about this fest in the comments.
Oh, man.
On June 19th, GamerSubs is having a crazy promotion where if you buy any
Okay, sorry. Okay. I think we're good here. Nice art though. So yeah, that only took us, hell yeah, only took us 3 hours and 40. Damn, I need to like reel in my yapping. So, in conclusion, did Mujin do a good job going through this? Was this objective? Honestly, near the end, he kind of was like, no, I don't think, I think Chibi's now just milking this. Honestly, I think for the most part, he was pretty objective. He gave you both a history on Deme and a history on Chibi. The reason some people are saying, well, the history lesson makes Deme look bad, well, the history lesson makes Chibi look bad, is because the history is bad. That's it. They have bad history. So unfortunately, when you put it on the table for what it is, it looks bad. Deme has a history of being a mean girl, of targeting smaller people and talking about them on her stream because she always got something to say, and it's gotten her in some hot water. And again, that's why people have this idea of her as a sort of mean girl. She has admitted that she can be a bitch sometimes, and that when it's people she doesn't like, she doesn't have many qualms with being a bitch. She has no qualms with stooping to that level. She's admitted it. So unfortunately, that will make some people not like her. That will make some people think that she's not a good person. That is it. That's it, pretty much. When it comes to Chibi, he has a history of shitposting. He has a history of rage baiting. He has a questionable history of raising funds for his audience and not using it for what he was going to say. He has a history of blocking opposition or arguing opposition. And he has a habit of constantly tweeting about things, milking it for what it's worth, making YouTube videos about it. And even though he has gone through some very rough things, people doxing his location, apparently people threatening him, people doxing the location of his brother's grave and threatening to desecrate that. Yeah, that's pretty rough stuff. And I will say, again, I will reiterate that I don't think he or anyone really deserves that. But unfortunately, he's playing with fire. He's playing with fire. He's purposefully trying to piss people off. He's trying to get attention from people who can be very, very volatile. And these situations are where he ends up in. I don't think it was right for his brother to get involved in that. For his, you know, his brother who passed, that I think people definitely took it way too far, getting an uninvolved party who cannot speak up about any of this. Like that is very, very low. But unfortunately, if you're the kind of person that claims to be as terminally online as Chibi, as most of us here, like, y'all know how the internet is. This is how the internet, unfortunately, has been for a very long time now. And if you have been on the internet for long enough to know that this is happening, why would you play with fire? Why would you put yourself in the blast zone? Why would you, like, you know what could happen? Why would you put yourself why would you potentially put yourself in that position? It's very, very risky behavior. Again, especially if you know how the internet works. Like, people like Chibi want to claim that, oh, this is what these people do. These people want us dead. These people want to silence us. And yet you keep poking the bear. You keep poking the bear. You keep going into the doghouse. You keep starting shit with people. You like doing this. You like seeing how far they can go so that you can cry on the internet and say that you're being targeted, you're being silenced, you're being harassed. You know what you're doing. And again, that doesn't mean you deserve it, but it means that you're stupid. It means you're stupid. It means you're reckless. It means that you're like, I don't know. I think going out of your way to purposefully piss people off. I say this as someone who has made the meme of let's piss off people on Twitter together. Like, I know. I know. But it's going to be that thing of if you know speaking on certain topics and purposefully trying to piss people off is going to put you in these positions, just be careful, I guess. Chibi took nothing and tried to turn it into a platform like usual. And again, it is what it is. And you know, again, I have my little silly meme here. Let's piss off Twitter together. You know, I've said my pieces that have riled some Jimmies. But never to the extent of Chibi. Chibi knows how to press these buttons. Chibi knows how to say the worst possible thing because it's going to get the most volatile reaction. With me, whenever I speak on a topic, I try to be hopefully as concise and easy to understand as possible. I have, unfortunately, been misread. I have, unfortunately, maybe worded things less than stellarly. I usually like starting the conversation, not purposefully pissing people off. And you can see that by my replies. Whenever someone replies to a situation, if they're hopefully carrying themselves in a all right manner and seem to me like someone willing to talk, because I do try to engage in some good faith, we usually tend to have a really good conversation. I've actually had wonderful conversations with people on Twitter that do not agree with me. But, you know, sometimes when people go in, you know, kicking your door down and saying that you're doing this, you know, there you go. What ultimately irks me about this is that the artist was normal about this, and then Chibi opened his mouth, then it snowballed into this mess. Yeah. And again, Chibi wants to frame it as, all I did was call her a virtue signaler. Yeah, you were baiting her. You were rage baiting her. You've admitted that you like doing that you like shitposting, that you like rage baiting, that you like riling jimmies and pissing people off. You were rage baiting. You wanted a reaction. That's why also your reply was the way it is. Oh, weird that you don't really address what I said and instead this is what you do. Very telling. Like, that's rage baity. That's shaking the hornet's nest. You know what you were doing, bro. You keep doing it. You're going to do it again next time. Once this drama fully, completely fizzles out and nobody cares anymore, you're going to do it again. You're going to call somebody else a virtue signaler. You're going to throw the bait and someone's going to be stupid enough to take it. And it's going to happen all over again. But who knows? Who knows? Before we wrap up, there's one... Actually, no. I mentioned earlier that this video was edited. Because Mujin posted here, did this inadvertently create a new getting railed on stream meta? Probably. Edit. Seems like the tweet around Deme around 49 was fabricated. I cut that out as soon as I could. YouTube processing takes about 40 minutes. Sorry about that. Edit 2. For Lollipop, I said that it represents underage characters. Technically, the definition is underage looking characters. So, Mujin at some point, hopefully, here we go. So we've got 2 posts here. Recently, after the video, Mujin tweeted about this. And then we have this person who has mostly been keeping track of this situation. Although they're mostly pro Deme in this instance. So Mujin cut out a Deme tweet that was fabricated, and ChibiReviews says he purposefully spread fake information to ruin his career and label him a criminal. The tweet Mujin cut out was a fake Deme tweet that Chibi was spreading around. Here is the unedited and edited segment. So we've got both the segments here. And yeah, Chibi is claiming that this is Mujin's new hit piece. So does this have sound? So again, 200K people saw that fake information Mujin posted and are now calling me a pedo over it. He purposefully spread fake information to ruin my career and label me a criminal. At this point, what career, bro? Insane how many spread lies about me. So again, he posts right here. This is the tweet that Chibi was spreading that is not true, where where it was like Deme bringing attention that her partner had cheated on her or essayed somebody. This is apparently a fake tweet that Chibi was spreading, and I think I remember this did go around. I did see this tweet.
As this was happening, Chibi would tweet this.
And then this is the unedited part. This is the part that was eventually taken out.
As this was happening, Chibi would tweet this, saying, "Hold up. Is it true she's deleting tweets to hide evidence now? This all could have been avoided if she didn't double and triple down. My mask-off ability is stronger than ever." So here Chibi would be referencing another allegation, the fact that she was deleting posts about her boyfriend's past behavior. In this post, made in October 2025, Deme would say, "It has been brought to my attention that my partner had an incident where he essayed someone close to me. He's changed since then, and he's gone to therapy. I know this sounds bad, but people aren't defined by their past, people can grow." Chibi would have something to say about this. "This all started with me calling her out for hypocrisy. If this is true and she's deleting these tweets, it's nuclear level bad and a big yikes. I actually am concerned she has Stockholm Syndrome at this point. This is horrifying." As this was going on, he would do something that he always typically does whenever there—
and then show it. So yeah, so this is a fake tweet. These are apparently fake. And Chibi spread this, and then someone says here, it's hard to see, but it's in the comments behind me. Wait, so Chibi thinks that because he spread a fake tweet by Deme, he's the one that looks bad? And then I assume Chibi thought it was the fake Walmart tweet Deme attached to one of her tweets that later removed. Chibi actually watched the video, he would know that. But of course I'm not going to watch this. And then this is the new version.
As this was happening, Chibi would tweet this, saying, "Hold up. Is it true she's deleting tweets to hide evidence now? This all could have been avoided if she didn't double and triple down. My mask-off ability is stronger than ever." As this was going on,
so, and then it goes
Deme
straight to
would
his
say, "It has
stats.
been brought to
So,
triple down. My mask-off ability is stronger than ever." So here Chibi
so
would be
40
referencing
seconds.
another allegation, the fact that she was deleting posts about her boyfriend's past behavior. In this post, made in October 2025, Deme would say, "It has been brought to my attention that my partner had an incident where he essayed someone close to me. He's changed since then, and he's gone to therapy."
So yeah, this is apparently a fake tweet. So then Mujin speaks up about this. "There's this really funny narrative going on that I showed a fake tweet from Chibi in this video, and then edited out after upload for damage control. If you actually watch the video, you'd see that at 28:26, the fake tweet is still there and in the video. And I go through the trouble of explaining that it's false at 28:26, which it's the Walmart one. It's the Walmart. This was spread by Deme, but then she, within an hour, because of Twitter's editing feature, removed this. So within an hour, which it's fair to say within an hour is a fair amount of time to learn, hey, this is false information, she removed it. But this was then used against her to say that she's pushing a false narrative, trying to smear campaign him, that this is false, that she was spreading false tweets. When again, within an hour, she learned it was false and took it down. And that's what Mujin talked about. And yes, he did say that it is false. What I did edit out was a tweet at 49 minutes by Deme that was posted by someone else. It turned out to be fabricated, so I removed it. Multiple people pointed that out after upload. If you want to criticize the video, at least bother to watch it first. Anyway, thanks for the free marketing. Yeah. So yeah, the tweet shown in the thumbnail asking if Deme got railed live on her Twitch stream does not exist. ChibiReviews actual quote tweet called her post virtue signaling. Yeah. this is the tweet in question. And then he actually references this post by Snotnose Swagger. And of course, Savvy points in, like, literally who. And again, it's just people going nuts. And once you start posting freaking AI pictures, it's like, yeah, no, like, freaking opinion discarded. All right. So, that is the Mujin video. For those who were interested, I'm sorry that it took us 4 hours to kind of go into this because I'm a huge yapper. Some people might like all of that, but there we go. So for those people on the YouTube side of things, if that's where things end, then thank you so much for watching. But we have one more video to watch. This one I'm going to try to yap a little bit yet less on. This is from Nusagi. First off, I'm going to see, does he have any sort of like reaction thing? Okay, good. No, nothing. No thing. But he posted this a while ago. This is from Nusagi. Now, I mentioned a little bit in terms of about Nusagi, where he tends to also cover certain drama situations, though he sometimes can be a little bit biased or sometimes sprinkle his opinions here or there. He usually saves it for the end. He tries to go for a more humorous approach. I haven't seen this one, so let's see where he goes with this. Let's see if we agree with it. I'll try not to yap too much in this one. He has a little bit of an accent that might make things a little bit harder to understand for people. So just for that, I'm going to put I'm going to put in the captions. And we will now start. 3, 2, 1, go.
There is this VTuber called Deme, a pag-eating, I have the pass to say that by the way, disabled Filipino VTuber who is quite popular on the Twitch indie side of things. Her model is expressive, nicely designed, very captivating, and all around very nice to look at. She's known for being loud, funny, and also being mentally ill. So like 99% of VTubers.
Unfortunately.
And only a couple days ago, she got messed up by the internet. Allegations of her being a biatch, her being mentally ill, her being railed on stream live.
Oh, a greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe.
Which again, we've already seen the actual context where she was like, ew, why does it sound like I'm reading freaking like sexting like stuff? Like, so, and then she started reading it like this. So like, we have the context for this clip now.
Not just by her boyfriend, but also another man? La 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 la. La 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 la.
Wait, he's not.
Allegations of hypocrisy, cheating, and hate gooning. Frankly, this is one of those dramas that
not my
really
proudest
shouldn't
way.
be taking too seriously. It's become such a fierce and ridiculous battleground that one can't help but go along with it, even if you think it's bullshit. But where did it start? This tweet was the genesis. Deme expressing her discomfort for not safe for work art, further clarifying on a second tweet where she says that she's okay with sexy art, but that art of her getting piped is a no-go. This seemingly stemmed from this artwork.
Oh, okay, so he shows the art. Sweet.
Even apologized after finding out her stance on things, after which Deme assured him and implied that he's in the clear. Now, this weirded out a lot of people who didn't really read that he's in the clear. Now, this...
I must repeat myself. I will not be lectured by a softcore pornographer. Okay.
Weirded out a lot of people who didn't really read the entire tweet. Contrary to what a lot of defenders who thought they were just refusing to respect the boundary, Deme's boundary, it was actually way simpler. These people just read the first few sentences and immediately started shooting. I know for a fact that people didn't read all of her tweet because the first post got millions of views, but then the tweet underneath got a mere fraction of it. Me personally, it's a valid and okay request that you don't get railed on artworks, that people don't make full-blown porn of yourself while making it clear that you're okay with sexy art. In fact, a lot of VTubers have similar requests and sentiments. But the thing is, people are going to do it anyway, especially if you're sexy or generally attractive. What doesn't help Deme is that her model is quite sexy.
Let's see, hold on, what does this say? You have an extremely goonable model like this, you will get prawn art, brother. Yeah, unfortunately. That doesn't really justify it though. Because again, even though this isn't us, like even though what you see here is not me, literally, it is still something I'm using to portray myself. And I think it's a fair boundary to say, hey, maybe don't like loot it in this sort of way. Because it kind of affects me in this sort of way. It doesn't make her model less sexy or less goonable. But again, it's just a boundary. So people that got like legitimately offended, and the fact that there were even some NSFW artists that were like, I kind of want to do it now because she said don't, is kind of crazy. And some did. But again, it's like, okay, a goonable model. Like, I mean, she's got the little like the translucent-ish like leotard. She's got the exposed hips. She's got the what do they call these? The fucking there's a term for this. I can smell that calzone. It smells so good. The freaking like the lines. What are they freaking called? I don't want to call them like vagina lines or anything because that's not what it is. There's an actual term for this. But like it's got those lines. I just my brain isn't finding it right now. It's getting distracted by delicious smell. But again, she's got a design here that is a lot more covered, and then she's got another design right here that is completely covered. What are those called? What are those called? If anybody can remember, I don't want to Google it. One, because I don't want it to like low key give my location, but also because I don't want like freaking crazy shit on my thing. I think they're like called like brow lines, like thigh brows or something like that. Continue while we look it up.
Sexy, and she occasionally does a little bitsy itsy sexy bits. So to many people, her requesting not to get looted is a bit of a wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Though in my opinion, again, this is an okay request to have. There is a distinction between art of somebody being sexy / naked and art of them ass cheeks getting clapped.
They are called thigh brows. Okay, they're called thigh brows. So yeah, she has a lot of thigh brow going on. But again, yeah. Like, and then she's got the cleavage and things, but yeah, okay.
The internet isn't going to respect that.
Meanwhile, I'm in a
Their
moo-moo.
specific audience will, and I believe that specific audience is the target. One of the people that didn't read the entire tweet is ChibiReviews, who fired shots saying that she is virtue signaling. Because again, Deme retweeted art of herself that's quite suggestive. After which, she responded saying, "Ain't you the guy who got cheated on by your fiancé and nobody sided with you? Limfao!" Basically saying that he's a loser. And then Chibi says, "You resort to cheering for cheating and insulting me instead of answering the questions." Then Deme pointed out her clarification tweet where she said that she's okay with sexy art as long as it's not of her ass cheeks getting clapped. This interaction kickstarted a shitstorm. Lamau, didn't your boyfriend beat you? Are you lobotomized? Shitstorm. Lamau.
Yeah, this one here. Where it's like, after dealing with things being broken and thrown, screaming in my ear till it rang, having to scream for help till my voice broke because I didn't want my phone taken from me, being pushed, being verbally assaulted, the constant lying, bruises from being held too hard, I just want to move on. Yeah, so this was when, I guess, her and her current partner were having a really rough time and their relationship was toxic and abusive, but apparently they've gotten better. So, but yeah.
Didn't your boyfriend beat you? Are you lobotomized? Women versus accountability. Parrot with the steel chair. You are a hypocrite.
Parrot with the steel chair.
Women versus accountability. Parrot.
Guy's fiance cheats on him with his friend. Friends know and won't tell him. Point and laughed at him for it. LMFAO. Your own ex abused you in 2024. Gathering sympathy for your own abuse, but then going around and making fun of someone else's abuse. You are a hypocrite, Deme.
With the steel chair. You are a hypocrite, Deme. Now the reason why people were mad about this is because this is a low blow. Like a move that's so fucked up.
It is.
Even half of ChibiReviews' haters were low-key on Chibi's side. What adds an extra flavor is that Chibi himself is mentally ill. He got cheated on and attempted suicide when everything in his life fell apart. Meanwhile, Deme herself is also mentally ill, having BPD and apparently ADHD. She's a girl who allegedly got abused by her ex and even got together with him not even a year later. She is a big advocate, got abused by her ex.
Yeah, and then this is... Jokes aside, I still to this day get comments everywhere about quote-unquote going back to your abuser, but honestly, I've never been more happy or unstable. BPD is a hell of a mental disorder. I'm literally the biggest rage baiter when it gets triggered, and Nikita has learned how to genuinely give such a stable environment that it never gets really triggered anymore. He took care of me at my lowest, literally having to spoon feed me after surgery, comforting me when it was all too much, and literally being a caretaker for my entire recovery. He had to literally dress me up because my mom was too weak, disabled to do it. It's nice to know people aren't defined by their lowest moments to the people that matter. I was there for his lowest moments in his life, and he was there for me. Therapy has helped him so much when it comes with depression and being more mentally stable in life. And again, go to therapy. Go to therapy. I have no idea if Chibi went to therapy, but I have a slight inkling that maybe he didn't. But maybe he did. Who knows?
Ex and even got together with him not even a year later. She's a big advocate for mental health as well. I suppose one would expect that because she has an almost similar experience as Chibi, minus the cheating, and know what it's like to be in a kind of mental space Chibi is in, she would be a lot more empathetic. But that's not what happened. Instead, she went straight into his jugular.
Yeah, no,
Again,
she went fucking
I
straight
can
for the
understand
jugular.
that Deme is angry at this because people were flat out not reading the entire tweet and just decided to be angry. She didn't need to escalate though. I mean, she could have called Chibi retarded and tell him to read the entire tweet, like what she did on her last response to him.
I mean, yeah, she could have. If she wanted to if she kind of wanted to meet him at his level but not go for the jugular, I guess she could have thrown the slur and been like, hey, hey, meh, learn how to fucking read before you come at my tweet. The thing is though, again, people in this general side of the YouTuber sphere don't want to say these slurs. I would just be like, hey, dumbass. Hey, dumbass. Also, I also sometimes like to call people silly willies because it's handling them with kid gloves because it's the insinuation that they're very delicate and they have to be handled that way. And it gets under their skin more than they like to say. Like, silly willy? Really? And it's like, yeah, I'm meeting you at your level. You're like a kid. Let's see. Hey, Squeaky, I had an idea. What if Chibi Squeaky had a head gesture? I would need a head gesture, but I would love a head gesture. Maybe one day.
That would have been fine, but instead she went for an angle that she herself is guilty of. Chibi responded to this saying this, and this. This turned to guilty
What's
of.
this?
Chibi
I asked why she's retweeting NSFW of herself despite being upset and making people make thing of her. You didn't read the tweet. Avoids answering my question by personally attacking me. She did do that. Since we're shit slinging, is it true you got back with your abusive ex?
responded to this saying this, and this. This turned the shitstorm into schizophrenia. But first, Deme responded to the backlash, clarifying again what she meant, but then saying that her being a bitch
I know
is
what you mean,
nothing new.
hun.
Quote, I've never been nice to people I don't care about / respect. I don't see a reason to be respectful to some losers, and I'd be lying if I said I was sorry. She then added another subtweet underneath, saying that she cared about men's mental health, just not about Chibi. She fucked up by engaging that badly and tweeting what came to her mind, but she should have held her tongue. She's not backpedaling, just that she doesn't care about apologizing to Chibi because Chibi is a disgusting person and a weirdo. So basically, I care about everyone's mental health except Chibi. I am a nice person except to the people I do not care about, and I will even be hateful and a bitch towards them. And suffice to say, what a wild fucking response. Chibi did not appreciate the double down. But you know what? Base, dude. Bro is standing on business. She flat out said,
Yeah, the funny thing is that if this had been the other way around, and Chibi said something like this, his audience would say that he's based. If it was one of these other grifters and they said something like this, they'd be called based by their audience. It's a double standard.
yeah, I'm a bitch, so what? I respect transparency. Like, even if she flats out admits that she will be hateful and be a bully to anyone she doesn't know / like, which is almost 99%
I don't like this
of the
particularly,
industry,
but
are
I mean,
people
if she
doesn't
wants to
know
stand
or
on
like.
business.
There's a kind of heartful honesty in being a bitch that I low-key have to give her props for. She even made a tweet where she said she would address the drama, but turns out the tweet were just rebroadcasts of previous VODs to try and own the haters and capitalize off of the negative attention. The fact that she blames all the negative attention on just Chibi fans is also a bad look. She even also instructed her Discord to make it look convincing, saying that this is the funniest thing she's ever done, trying to project this I don't give a fuck attitude towards the whole thing. But of course, as it is with mean girls / people that are self-admitted bitches, you kinda revoke any rights to call out bad bitchy behavior because you would be no different.
Exactly.
You revoke your rights to grandstand and call out instances. And
Yeah.
most importantly, people will be a bitch to you.
Exactly.
Fact,
Golden rule. Golden rule.
people will actively be a bitch to you tenfold. And that's what people did. Especially because this isn't the first or
Golden
second
rule.
time that Deme has been actively
If you're fine being a bitch to people, people will be a bitch to you. And again, if you can't take it, don't dish it.
bitchy and hostile towards other people on Twitter unprompted. She has had unhinged crash outs over a random person that disagreed with her on how streaming could be different for some people's circumstances. Which person that disagreed with her on how
Easy when you've got a whole team or corpo, but doing it solo, not so much. You're marketing yourself, well, engaging with your community, handling biz, relationships, editing for shorts, planning your move. No, it is hard for some. Respect
streaming
that.
could be different for some people's circumstances,
Mm-hmm.
which involved a fellow React streamer, Rosie Belmoon.
All right, I don't know either of these girls. Are you serious? Demi reacts to Twitter drama. Oh no. But if you're going to publicly drag another girl for disagreeing on a tweet on your Twitch stream and block them so they can't defend themselves, why the fuck would you copyright them on a video they made? Edit. It was a video made by a Demi fan and not her directly to the situation. You compared them to Cinder live on stream. That's a heavy allegation. It reeks of mean girl behavior. I'm sorry. Oof.
And then she had a little mental breakdown because of this. And then she randomly alleged that Olivia Monroe, another VTuber, is actively botting herself. Which, assuming that it's true, still makes Deme look bad because of how she carried herself and how she worded it out. In the case of Chibi, there were still a few people who didn't
there's
necessarily
clean plates
like
on the
Deme
dish
too,
rack there.
but found Chibi
I cleaned
to
a
be
couple of them.
pathetic. Because to be fair, while I agree with the notion that Deme crashed out unreasonably and escalated the drama, Chibi, the notion that Deme crashed
Demi predictably has a woman moment, hits back where it hurts the hardest. No, generally this dumb fuck drama is stupider than the Bao Shondo thing. Oof. Chibi actually ran with a stupid ass take instead of reading.
out
Yeah.
unreasonably and escalated the drama, Chibi did start all of it. And similar to Deme, this isn't the first time he would needlessly involve himself in drama and then whine about it. While I am very empathetic to the bullshit that was thrown his way for the sin of being a weeb, there's an extent where one can definitely say he brought some of those dramas upon himself.
Probably want to just put
But
it
I
on a
suppose
plate and
maybe
then
that's
cut
a
it.
topic for another time.
And then
One
just,
that I'll
like,
perhaps get into
spatula
deeper
one
if
half
Chibi
onto
gets
one for me,
himself
hun.
involved in another VTuber drama at least. In any case, the newfound vitriol did three things. They were finding ammunition about her mental illness, finding ammunition about her appearance to try and insult her, and find ammunition about her relationship and her boyfriend. First, her mental illness. Remember her BPD? Now, people were trying to psychoanalyze her behavior and attitude, pointing out the fact that the reason she acts like this online is because explicitly of her BPD. Bipolar disorder is characterized by hypomaniac behaviors, such as intense irritability, impulsive acts, risky behavior, and rapid thoughts and actions, while at the same time being able to easily switch to depressive behaviors such as hopelessness, fatigue, suicidal ideation, and being unable to focus. People with BPD have it rough. It's very emotionally and mentally exhausting for them and
Very
anyone
much so,
around
yes.
them. In fact, based off of how she acts online, many people could even conclude that perhaps the reason why Deme was being, quote, abused was because she wasn't. Or at least
you.
it wasn't the one-sided abuse that she always keeps crying that it was. To add on to it, perhaps she was also the abuser. Perhaps they were both being
Appreciate people will not mention my ex in comments. We've deleted all content. Trying to move on and heal. I love reading the comments on IG Reels. My editors will continue to upload content while I'm taking a break.
add on to it, perhaps she was also the abuser. Perhaps they were both being super toxic towards each other, which quite frankly would be interesting because if you were a fan of Deme and only liked or knew of her ramblings
unfortunately,
about her
never know.
relationship,
There's no
you'd
way for us
think
to know.
her boyfriend was Chris Brown or something. Of course, in later statements, Deme would try to take back what she said about her abusive ex. It doesn't help that Deme would try to
Nikita and I a month after canceling him on Twitter. Me and that one bra that fits.
take back what she said about her abusive ex. It doesn't help that now there are deleted tweets of her ex posting up that perhaps this was actually true. This also dispels the whole
What does that say? When she sent her tweet is the truth, and I'm not denying that. When specified that we both fucked up, she hit me, screamed, told me she regretted dating another depressed guy, told me she thought I was copying her when I showed genuine tendencies. It was a struggle for both of us. Neither of us made life easier. Fucked situation all around.
Perhaps this was actually true. This also dispels the whole I don't give a fuck attitude, because you damn well know she does care about this. What makes it all worse was that she was in Japan during
Side note, it's amazing how Chris Brown physically assaulted Rihanna and got away with it. That's a whole other discussion.
this entire drama. One
It's
can't help but
crazy,
ideate
but it
the
is
fact
a whole
that
other
her entire
discussion.
mood in Japan was fucking ruined because of this.
That's a whole other
Again,
can of worms.
People were also trying to find dirt on her appearance, which in my opinion is also a low blow. I don't want to say I approve of making of someone's appearance. I know that's the default people go to for stupid tard fights on Twitter. But
Yep.
again, it's just what happens when
Ooh,
you
yeah,
declare
it's still hot.
yourself to be an open
Time to
bitch
cool
and
down.
do a low
That's
blow
hot.
yourself. Anyway, Deme has posted her face before, and people were essentially trying to call her ugly or mid. That being said, people were able to dig up alleged pictures of her showing how
This is why I don't post pictures of myself. This is why, like, the only, like, real thing that shows what I look like is, like almost 2 decades old. And even then, I don't think it's the best representation of myself because, like, shit like this. Because if they don't if they can't find anything on you, not saying that they couldn't find anything on Deme, because they sure did find quite a bit of things. Thank you. Even if they can't, if they can find what you look like, that's all they'll do. If you do not fit their standard of attractiveness, they will make fun of you. It's really funny because they'll say that women do this too. Both genders do it. Both genders do it. Like, women, they'll make fun of a guy and say that he can't get laid and that he is too short or too this or too that. And guys will say, you know, nobody wants to clap you. Heckin', you're fat anyway, blah, blah. Both genders do it. To say, well, women attack men all the time for their appearance, for how often they do or don't get sex. Both genders do it. There is no one side does it more than the other. Both sides do it pretty darn equally. The thing is that when it comes to women's appearances over looking for men's appearances, most of the time, the women's appearance is like the first thing people start going for if they have nothing else. Where's pictures of this bitch? And then this, immediately calling people fat, ugly, mid, nobody wants to clap you, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And one of the reasons I don't put pictures of myself online, or if I do, I only crop the bit that needs to matter. Like, for example, my arm, which I'll show in a little bit. Because I just, this is not ammo I want people to have. I already have a lot of dysmorphia about my body. I don't have confidence in my body. And again, like I've mentioned before, I'm not trying to be derogatory in any sort of way. I'm just saying it to say it. I don't personally think or find myself conventionally attractive. That being said, I'm getting married. I get clapped. And honestly, I I kind of don't super care what a rando on the internet says. I just know that I would just rather not have to deal with that sort of stuff. But I also know that there's parts about me, because I'm not the conventional idea of attractiveness, that people will immediately use that to try to make fun of me as if this makes their point any more valid. But again, even if people want to say I'm ugly and I won't get clapped, that doesn't make me any less about to get married. So
how rotund the void really is. And it's even further evident of previous pictures she's posted before. And you know, even if the guy in this tweet wanted to basically own Deme and calling her a land whale, low-key, the pic is a good angle because it showcases her ass, even if she was obese. So
she got a booty.
We're hate gooning to this.
She got a booty.
Which, honestly,
a little more fish. I think it could have had a little more garlic, a little more zingy. I think it's good though. I like it.
Based and goon pilled.
If you're not gonna pay past the controller, damn.
Arc where Asmongold low-key defended her and reacted to this whole thing, and people were pointing out how wrong and hypocritical he also is because he just mocked the fat absentance movement some months ago, basically adding
Asmon's followers start crashing out because he's not freaking because he likes a girl with a booty.
A stroke to another silly Asmongold take, but whatever. And as another case of Deme.
What's really funny is I think a little while ago, Asmon said some ish that a lot of people on the right don't agree with. And I think it was Mujin that pointed it out. And people were like, oh my god, Mujin, we can like Asmon even though we don't agree with everything he says. Yet, they're the first ones fucking crashing out when it happens.
Being flat out hypocritical, there are allegations where Deme made fun of an obese Japanese VTuber being too fat. This is a rather infamous clip and an infamous fat Japanese VTuber who does actually showcase how fat she is IRL too.
Okay.
And the fact that Deme...
No, I think this is yummy. A little too oily, but I think it's yummy.
I think it's because salmon is naturally oily.
Yeah.
I wish there was a little more salmon, to be honest.
Low key, hun. I want to make a calzone one day. We can buy like pizza dough in the grocery store and make calzones.
Yeah.
You gotta tell me what goes good in a calzone.
Would mock her whilst being this fat herself is quite embarrassing. Or maybe that's like...
That is true. That is true. If you want to make fun of fat bitches, I mean, ayatu if you want, but probably don't be like fat yourself. Or do whatever the fuck you want. Me personally, if that's how somebody wants to live their life, if that's the body that they're happy in, then ayatu. Me personally, I like the idea of having a... Now, I'm a very curvy girl. I like the idea of having a more slimmed out body. I would like to shed excess fat if I could and excess weight. I would like to be at what is considered a healthy weight for my body type. But if someone else is comfortable with having a little bit more meat on their bones and they're happy and they're healthy and they're able to go about their life generally unhindered, by all means, whatever the fuck you want. When you've got the people that like you see on my freaking what was it? That like my like 300-pound life where they're like freaking like they can't move, they can't do anything. Like, I'm sorry, you can't convince me that's healthy. I'm really, really sorry. You cannot convince me. It's not even about fat shaming. You cannot convince me that someone who is like, who needs help to get out of bed, who needs help to go to the bathroom, who needs help bathing because they are so like obese morbidly. I'm sorry, you can't, I don't think they should be shamed. But I also don't think we should congratulate that, and I don't think it's body positivity to say that they're okay the way they are. They need help. But I wouldn't want to engage in fat shaming, because me personally, I would like it to not be fat shamed. Again, golden rule.
Like the N-word or something where you're allowed to laugh at other fat people because you yourself is also
God,
fat.
that was yummy.
And it's also hard to
moly.
say or find out
That was
whether
yummy.
or not what this OP is saying is true because it's not linked on hard to say.
Yesterday, I brought up a big VTuber disgustingly making fun of another woman's chubby hands with her dad, and today she's getting canceled. Ooh, the karma. Yeah, again, like... Again, it's just like, if you've got nothing nice to say, and ain't got nothing to do with you, in this sort of case, like, I don't know why she felt the need to have to make fun of somebody that wasn't doing shit to her. But, again, ayatu.
Or find out whether or not what this OP is saying is true because it's not linked on anywhere on the post at all. I would have wished for a clip to be linked.
For those wondering, it was a screenshot below that Deme was laughing at and making fun of her hands. The VTuber is called Aganomai. I was watching a VTuber's handheld stream, and then a monster-like hand appeared and it was over.
Somewhere if people make a claim like this. But quite frankly, I'm not autistic enough to dig through the entire gallery of her drama just to find out.
Don't care enough, exactly.
It's a bit of an interesting part of any drama, honestly, because we have shit like this as well, where Deme allegedly made a now-deleted tweet where her boyfriend SA'd someone close to her, which is a fucked up allegation
but this
to
is
say
false.
Without any proof or archives. There were also screenshots coming up where Deme...
I'm morbidly obese, but thankfully I'm not so far gone that I need that kind of help. I'm healthy enough to take care of myself. I'm trying to lose weight, but I'm not dying or need help like that. And here's the thing. Emerald. Like, the first step is acknowledgement. The second step is finding ways to fix it. Whether it be trying to get some exercise in, trying to be a little bit more physically active, or trying to change up how often and the times you eat. So, for example, I've slipped a couple times, but one of the things I try to do is I try not to eat past 9 or 10 o'clock. If I do eat past that time, it has to be in consideration of how I ate earlier. So, for example, now the calzone that me and Jester just split was relatively really small. I would say, if you are old like me, it was about the size of a Game Boy Advance. That's actually a really good measurement, actually. It was about the size of a Game Boy Advance, and we cut it in half. Tiny calzone, but still a calzone. Before that, I had 2 pieces of small naan bread, about the size of maybe a Nintendo 3DS when you open it. 2 pieces of naan bread dipped in some hummus, and a soft-boiled egg. That's all I've had. Now, normally, before I started kind of being a bit more restrictive and paying attention to my diet, that would probably not fill me up for several hours, let alone the whole day. But I've actually been fine. It depends on where you get your calories, where you get your protein, where you get your nourishment, and also how often you eat, your stress levels, how often you sleep. And yes, to an extent, it is also how physically active you are. Because I've mostly been at home due to my recovery at home, I've not been able to go outside much. As a result, for myself, I'm trying to be generally more controlling over what I do and don't eat. If I'm not really going outside, there's no reason for me to intake all of these calories for energy that's not going to be burned, that's just going to be stored later on in my body as more fat. And again, different heights, different heights, different body types, you know, those sorts of things also affect how quickly you gain weight, but also how quickly you lose it. That changing the times I'm eating is what I've been trying to do on top of everything else I've done. I've been slowly cutting back on certain unhealthy habits. I mostly drink water. Yeah, funnily enough, choosing to just drink water is a really good way to cut out a lot of potential calories. If you're someone that drinks a lot of dairy, like milk, if you drink a lot of juice, if you drink a lot of sodas, those calories can add up. You can drink a lot of your calories. So already making the switch to a sugar-free or calorie-free alternative, or just straight up water, is a really good way to shave a lot of calories from your diet. Switching to things, again, like GG Sups, to teas and sugar-free sweeteners. These are good ways to still kind of have these drinks, but also pay attention to your caloric intake. But again, sometimes it's not for everyone. And if you don't want to change what you drink, then you have to change what you eat. Something I try to snack on more is things like popcorn, peas and carrots that Jester picks up. There are little shifts you can make to your diet, and again, restrictions on how much time you have to eat, things like that. These can make those little changes. But with flavors, I rarely get a soda and things. Yeah, so it takes time. It takes time, and again, unless you're going like hard pumping iron and freaking going out and eating and not eating and running like a mile a day, like, you know, the progress is going to be slow and healthy, but that also gives your body time to adjust, see what's going on, and kind of let that happen. Because at the same time, if you're as big as you say you are, Emerald, you don't want to lose all this weight in a matter of weeks. You want to do it slow because you don't want to send your body into shock. Then it starts thinking that you're in survival mode, and then it clings even harder to these sorts of things. Or when you start giving yourself a little bit of leniency, it's going to really hook onto that stuff. So one thing to do, aside from also, again, being a bit more observant about your caloric intake, is trying to get your steps in. Maybe start with going on a 10 to 15 minute walk around your area. Then, you know, the next week, raise it to 20 minutes, then go to 30, then go to 40, then go to an hour. Have a meal before you go places, or, you know, things like that. But yeah, so that sort of thing takes progress. But yeah, I'm yapping.
Crashed out on her Discord, threatening to DMCA content that is using her to engagement farm, especially in relation to these 4 points. But these were quickly clarified as being old messages. Somebody just blurred out the fucking date for some reason, just a doom post probably.
Yeah, this is, again, trying to push a narrative, but yeah.
Believe me, any sizable creators who's been into drama, including yours truly, knows what it's like to have shit get made up or exaggerated about them. It ruins the integrity of an already legitimate backlash and further muddies the water. And all of this drama just stemming back because of this one tweet. Now, in relation to the whole "please don't make art of me" being looted, of course, people tried to fill her hashtag with the mental health memes and porn of herself. Anything that can get her to swing and fight back. You know, the trolls feeding her. One of them did. This art of her getting railed while repeating the whole being stamped in the thighs allegation. To which Deme actually responded to by saying this: "Chibi fans want to preach about men's mental health while making fun of a man's suicide attempt. I got slashed accidentally when I pulled the
That
scissors
medical
away
meme was
from
AI,
him."
wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Again, freaking AI generated meme, opinion discarded. Don't care.
Trying to save his life
Don't
from a
care.
horrible decision. This tweet is actually enforced by what the boyfriend said a long time ago as well. And basically saying that this is actually...
Yeah, so months ago I tried to off myself. Denise tried to stop me, and in the struggle of taking the scissors, I accidentally slashed her in the leg. I felt immense shame ever since that. Ever since, I tried to off myself multiple times after that. I've been struggling and have caused... And there's more. That was back in December 2024.
By what the boyfriend said a long time ago as well. And basically saying that the reason she got stabbed was because of an accident where Deme was trying to stop her boyfriend from self-harming, not because boyfriend was actually trying to hurt her. She further says that she made those insults at Chibi, not knowing that the guy also had his fair share of mental issues and tried to unalive himself. But Deme won't apologize because she thinks Chibi is a shitty person that committed these alleged things that I didn't look into, so she doesn't feel like, you know, Chibi deserves an apology or that Chibi deserves respect. She also says that it's fair if you hate her for how she conducts herself online, which is, you know, her being a bitch, but not when harassment is going both ways. Of course, she was getting slammed for this as well, because she actually had to edit the original post as she posted a fake tweet, and when she tried to further mock and prove that Chibi is weird by showing this actually real tweet of Chibi saying "kiss your sister," she
Yeah, of course you gotta bring up that fake screenshot when you can literally take it up to see it's authentic.
showing
Didn't know the tweet was tweet. Didn't know this. Is this tweet fake too or what? Good morning, remember to kiss your sister.
real tweet of Chibi saying
God,
"kiss
yes.
your sister."
God.
She accidentally exposed herself as a bit of a tourist because this joke is an anime meme. Fucking obviously. Either way, it's not looking good for Deme. And I roughly agreed with the sentiment that all she had to do was apologize for the low blow.
Yeah, I know about the
that
Andy and
actually
Lele.
even applies to her. Even if she were to call Chibi out, because for the third time, Chibi didn't read her initial tweet. Like, this is one of those dramas that didn't need to escalate.
No,
You know,
it
this would have
didn't.
been over if she just told everyone, hey, read the entire fucking tweet, instead of letting her bitchy, impulsive thoughts come out. You see, a lot of people are tired of this from VTubers. People are tired of what seems like a lot of mean girl behavior coming out of the Twitch indie scene. Ever since Cindergate, because a lot of these people are the types to morally grandstand but then find out they're not even following what they are preaching behind the scenes. Though at the same time, that's not what Deme did. Because again, Deme owns up to the fact that she is a bitch compared to a lot of the moral grandstanding VTubers, which is why I low-key respect it and why I don't really hate her despite this whole thing. But still, Deme was, in her own words, being a bitch, and that's enough to get dunked on in the internet.
Yeah.
Moving on to the last part, where apparently, Deme got railed on stream. It started from this tweet by Twitter user Dentech, which now stands at almost 9 million views at the recording of this video. Big talk from someone being railed on stream, because, you know, Deme doesn't like being
Afraid of
rude.
and
it shows a video
again, she never said that she's afraid of it. She just would rather not look at it.
of
Which
her bouncing
again,
around
fair.
and subtly repressing her voice while playing Outer Wilds, giving the impression that she was...
We're not gonna
fucking
yap
fighting.
about the whole
But that's not enough.
thing
Bro
again.
was stretching it to have fun.
Oh
But then
my
Twitter
goodness.
user Cluggy Maximum followed it up with this tweet where bro claims that this made it more obvious, which I'll just show you the video now.
We'll be ignoring that setting. Oh, I can pause it with nearly 100% certainty our friends have accounted for our nature, so I
Yeah.
suggest we do. Giving the orbital probe cannon all the power it structurally would stand creates the greatest chance of finding the eye of the universe. Yes, the pro must travel as fast as it can and as far as it can.
And again, this is where the context was taken out. Is he gonna say that?
This is the finger banging gate all over again. It's not the first time a VTuber apparently got railed on stream. Real OGs know the first Popgate. And of course, people are investigating this VOD on Outer Wilds. They have to see this shit, you know, for academic purposes. The amazing digital footprint. That brother starving. Outer Wilds while out there be wilding. Dude, looking up Deme on YouTube has the first result be her Outer Wilds VOD. People wanted to go to this shit. Y'all are fucking degenerate and a high-key respected. Brother over here is even...
Okay, so he's probably not addressing the fact that, again, before that clip, she's like, oh my god, is this like freaking E-sex or some shit? Like, and then she proceeds to read it as if it was.
time-stamping every moment.
But again, that's not in this, because again, this whole timecode shit was all about pushing a narrative.
That sounds yabbing is just running with it. I choose to believe this, not because it's true, but because it's funny. People were running with the narrative, you see. Lots of these tweets end up getting
they think it's
millions
funny.
upon millions of views.
God.
But of course, there were cucks, simps, and actual whores who are even trying to disprove all of this, saying it's bullshit because they were cucks, simps, and whores. Like this person.
And someone who, damn. Everyone who thinks this isn't just her trying to pet the little mascot character does not know the first thing about body tracking. Jesus
All
Christ.
of this, saying it's bullshit because they were cucks, simps,
You're so porn addicted you imagine sex scenes in your
and
head.
whores. Like this person.
What level of exhibitionism would someone B2 as a VTuber bounce on it dial during a stream? Quite.
Someone who got railed live
But they usually save that for other platforms.
on stream, this is a bit of a reach. Proof? Oh. Nice. But it doesn't prove anything, okay? Look at this shit. Deme was flat out stroking and jerking it while live on stream. Not only that, throughout the entirety of her Outer Wilds 2 VOD, people were able to find multiple instances of Deme getting plat. Listen to these.
Fuck.
Okay, so she yawned?
Maybe read more than half of the instructions. Like, okay, listen. Fuck!
Where's the bouncing? Why is it that during the clips where they're like, see, she's getting pounded here, or when she's not bouncing? Freaky mouth movements.
Boom.
On the face? Like, what are you doing here? But again, I don't really, if freaking she was dick slapping herself, you'd hear the plap, but you don't. I don't know about the whole petting the mascot thing, maybe, but to me it looks like when you adjust your microphone, depending on where her microphone is. I don't know her setup.
Those instances are not the only ones in this stream. Based off of our detectives' incredulous findings, of course, the plapping was apparently going on for the entire duration of the stream almost. Bro's got some insane stamina. How does he do it? At this point, right? Deme needs to run with the memes, bro. Like, this is the type of exposure that she can actually use reverse slander technique on to work in her favor. But in the face of all this schizo, Deme responded on her Discord at first, showcasing stats of people visiting because she was getting brigaded by a lot of people wanting to find out if Pipegate was true. Based off of the Outer Wilds VOD on her channel, she said this stream took place on August 10. But no, actually it's not. Our detectives were able to find out that Deme is lying about the date. The Outer Wilds stream date from Pipegate again is listed as August 10.
We were just about
But
to
on
throw all
that
this
same
away.
VOD,
Oh,
we can
Sweaty,
see
thanks
in
for the
Deme's
sub. Thank you,
desktop
thank you.
date that it's actually August 12. Deme's boyfriend was streaming on August 10, but on
Hold on, let's go back because of the alert. Sorry.
People wanting to find out if Pipegate was true. Based off of the Outer Wilds VOD on her channel,
Hello.
she said this stream took place on August 10.
Uh-huh.
But no, actually it's not. Our detectives were able to find out that Deme is lying about the date. The Outer Wilds stream date from Plapgate again is listed as August 10, but on that same VOD, we can see in Deme's desktop date that it's actually August 12. Deme's boyfriend.
Why are y'all capturing your desktops? Do y'all not know how to use window capture?
Some people just like doing it to make it easier.
Yeah, but then this is also how you get these issues where it's like, oh, like, for example, the thing that happened with Rushia, where like a Discord message came up and then this whole thing crashed out. Like,
Oh, I'm not saying it's the best way to do it.
I know it's because it's easier, but then it puts a lot of other things at risk, because then anything that shows up on your desktop is what shows. And I feel like, again, it makes things, hold on. So this says, oh, okay, August 18th, but streamed August 12th. Okay, I had to look back on that. Alrighty. So the VOD was uploaded at a different time. She wasn't streaming but she wasn't multi-streaming then. Okay. Also noticed on Lily Goff's Mexican food review, Blue Eyes White Latina. Yep. Alrighty.
Lie, even though they're meant to be fictional characters.
Ay, coño, wrong video. Okay.
Was streaming on August 10, but on August 12, he wasn't. This does not necessarily prove that she indeed got piped on this Outer Wild stream, but it is weird that she used a date where her boyfriend would have been streaming too, instead of being honest with it, you know, giving off the implication that she intentionally said it happened on this date to throw people off her ass cheeks getting piped on this stream. It's such a minor thing, but why would said minor...
I feel like also at this point, if she was genuinely getting plapped on stream, why not take down the VODs then? Why not just take down the VODs? Some people are saying that, well, she's been taking down comments, and unless she's admitted to this, this is also a little bit hard to prove, because sometimes with YouTube videos, if you suddenly start getting an influx of comments and a lot of them look and sound the same, YouTube's own auto mod feature will hold them for review and will not show them immediately. Even though you can see your own comment, when other people go on the video, or maybe when you check back on the video next time, it might not be there. It doesn't mean it's gotten automatically deleted. It means that it was held for review. And while it's possible she might have deleted the big timecode comment because it's not there anymore, it's also likely that other comments like it were probably getting flagged for review, and she just did not look at them, or from there chose to delete them. It's hard to say. From what I understand, this people are making nothing out of this burger, kind of. Or she just got the date wrong and never felt like correcting it, or that too. But yeah, I feel like if there was a really big offense that happened during this VOD, I feel like at that point just deleting it would be the way to get rid of it. And then people have probably also downloaded it in case she deletes it, to which they would repost it, which would then give her incentive to DMCA people. Who knows? But either way, VOD's still up, still getting views, still getting comments, still getting time coded. There's tons of time codes. I don't know.
Minor thing be changed if it were so minor, But it gets even worse. There are now allegations that Deme was getting cracked in the background by a different dude while her boyfriend was streaming. Take a look at this.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Wait, he's not.
But wait! There's more!
You were banned? Yeah, we saw. Wait. Right. I think it's time we go. And next game.
I can't believe it. Sister is getting mad dick live and people were straight up jerking it, all while her boyfriend was singing and la la la.
I also agree with your point that if she was getting plapped, she would have taken it down, or YouTube would have taken it down. Yeah.
As she actively orgasms, trying to drown out the noise, trying to suppress all the sadness and the jealousy and the angst, letting her have this for being abusive towards her in the first place as a form of like this weird self-punishment for abusing her a long time ago. And as water flows down from his eyes, water flows out of his girlfriend's vagina. Damn, this is crazy. And she also did not get banned? Base, dude. Gotta respect my sister's hustle, low-key. I guess clapping on stream is one of the things you can do VTubing now for, honestly. And look at this
New
white
meta.
knight cuck who took it upon himself to try and debunk Clapgate by matching every instance where Deme screamed in the background while her boyfriend was live. Again, the dates don't match, and if true, who cares? It's content. She ain't letting you crack, little bro. Brother wishes he could be on that cup chair with the boyfriend. Lamau. Now, obviously, right, this is a bit of a joke. Because actually, right, like, is this bullshit? Kind of. Let's break it down. There are two allegations. Allegation 1, Deme got piped on stream.
While the moments on stream are weird, there's too many for it to ever be on stream clapping. Yeah.
By her boyfriend. Allegation 2, Deme got piped on her boyfriend's stream by another person. The first allegation all has to do with Deme's Outer Wilds VOD number 2, while the second one all has to do with Deme's Outer Wild VOD number 1. The first allegation that involved VOD 2 is the sussy part, because again, this allegedly happened in August 10, but August 12 was what Deme's desktop calendar showed. August 12 was when the boyfriend didn't stream, leading to the conclusion that Deme might have been piped on stream because of her sussy sounds and actions. The second allegation that involved VOD 1, where she got fucked by another dude, is the not so sussy part. This part was based off of her boyfriend's stream where she could be heard screaming in the background. But it turns out, those screams were actually from VOD 1, where Deme indeed was screaming in the background as she was streaming.
Yeah, because as they move the goalpost to be like, oh, well, if it wasn't her boyfriend, then maybe she was getting piped by another guy. But there's, what's his face? Disprove that.
Screaming Outer Wilds in the first VOD, the way she screams even louder.
Something I've seen, she's almost always moving like that. And that's something her audience said too. She always moves and fidgets and reacts to things like this.
Up. Now, to prove that this is the case, I have done what this person manager Jojo did and see if I can verify for myself that Deme's screams in her VOD does indeed match the screaming found in her boyfriend's VOD. And as you can see in my editing software, I already bookmarked each instances all without cutting or splicing the.
Yeah, because I've seen Major Manager Jojo's thing where they're like, when people use the VOD 1 and then her boyfriend's VOD to disprove it, people are like, we're not talking about VOD 1, we're talking about VOD 2, which he wasn't streaming during, so then they're like, okay, so, like, all this proves is that she was getting piped by someone in VOD 1. Because, again, the accusation was that she was getting piped by her boyfriend while playing Outer Wilds. But when they saw this, when they saw that the boyfriend was streaming at the same time, they're like, oh, she's getting piped while her boyfriend's streaming. But again, he might show this, but then they're like, no, it's not, okay, maybe she wasn't getting piped in the first stream, but the second stream she was totally getting piped and the boyfriend wasn't streaming. See how they move the goalpost?
The VOD itself. The VOD difference is exactly 39 minutes and 53 seconds long. And I already booked my instance where the alleged happens were happening. This is authentic good investigation. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Don't let anyone tell you that I don't do my own research. Anyway, let's get right into it. This is one of the first instances where the alleged
you got Vegas Pro 14. I got 15.
Right? Okay, I showed that in the video, and I'll mute this. Unmute Deme's VOD, and let's play it back here again.
Oh my god!
There we go. There we go. Now, the second instance. This one. That's the one where she screams and says, I can't do this, as if she got, like, jump scared by a big black cock or something, right? And he got, like, she was hesitating. Well, let's unmute Deme's VOD.
I can't do this!
There we go.
There you go.
Now, the next instance, over here. This is the la 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 part. Our favorite part.
La 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 la. La 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 la. Wait, he's not.
There we go. I fucking love that. I started la 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 myself privately off stream.
I actually tried to play
IRL now, too,
Subnautica.
because of this fucking shit. I've been repeating this goddamn audio for a long time now. I'm getting insane. But anyway, this is the screaming from Deme's perspective.
Hello.
Jump! It's my end! Jump! No! Oh my fucking god!
Okay, you might say that sounds different, and I would agree. But that's because it can easily be explained by Deme's scream in this instance being warped due to the boyfriend's overlaying sounds and music.
because he's
because
also playing the
every
game.
other screaming instances does match up. Let's let's look at the last one. Okay, let's look at the last one.
Okay, guys, I get too nervous. I get too nervous, and I always miss the last bunny hop because I scroll too fast.
Hear that? All right, let's look at Deme's part.
Oh! Oh!
All right, never mind. I forgot that there was one last instance, like major instance, where, you know, Deme was screaming, "Oh my god, that's my desk," on the boyfriend's POV, as if some guy ejaculated into her PC, right? Or into her desk, rather. You know? So let's listen to that from the boyfriend's POV.
Wait.
I think it sounds like someone's getting murdered. Yeah.
Wait.
Hear that? All right, now let's...
Hold on.
Wait. Wait.
Hear that? All right, now let's listen to the Deme's POV.
God, that's so... Look at that! That's my death! That's my... Oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
And there we go. Right,
Yeah.
there we go. This essentially proves that Deme was actually screaming inside her own VOD on her own stream in the game, rather than being fucked by another dude and moaning because of it. Right? So there we go. What this all means is that allegation number 2, which claims that Deme was getting cracked by another dude, is not true. Deme actually did not get clapped while her boyfriend was streaming and being cucked. She was just being loud in her own stream.
Yeah.
However, allegation 1, where Deme did get piped by her boyfriend, is still up in the air. Because why would she say that the stream happened in August 10 when it was actually August 12? This fact does not prove anything, but it is suspicious. I don't know how Twitch VODs work or the timing of that whole thing, so I can't necessarily say this with any authority. Whether
Yeah, it's
or
hard
not
to
you
say,
believe that it
but
could
I
just be
don't
from a
think the
minor
correlation
thing
means
like her forgetting
causation.
the actual date, or that by technicality the VOD stream did actually start on August 10 but was a 47-hour marathon, or her making a small lie to get people off her back, is up to you.
Yeah.
Personally, it's funnier to believe the third option. Apparently, she also deleted the comments of timestampers who were adding the timestamps, but at this point, I couldn't really tell anymore. There were way too many comments for me to sit through that entire VOD when I tried to find it, so I just kinda gave up. It's
Yeah,
just
it
one
could
of
have gotten
those
drowned
drops
out,
where,
it
again,
could have gotten
Deme can
deleted.
play into it and make it an entire bit. I think she should run with it. There's obviously a market for it, and it's one of those schizophrenic situations where it doesn't matter what Deme says because people have already believed in their own narratives and will not bend to see
Yeah.
other perspectives or proof.
Yeah, even if it has been debunked, some people don't
believe
care.
in their own narratives. And
Yeah, see, like, again, they, like, this is literally, this post literally disproves it, and this person's reply is, okay, so she's just getting freaking clapped by another dude. And it's like, you're choosing to be stupid. You're choosing to be stupid.
will
And I
not
think that's
bend
worse than actually being stupid.
to see other perspectives or proof, even if you serve it on a silver platter. She even finally other
Yeah.
perspectives or proof, even
Don't believe your eyes and ears. Believe my 5-minute cherry-picked edit of a 2-hour VOD.
if
Yep.
you serve it on a silver platter. She even finally addressed Plapgate on this tweet. Not though
Plapgate.
decently, mind you.
Fucking
She said,
Plapgate.
if she was crazy enough to fuck live on stream, she'd open an OnlyFans. Not possible, by the way, because OnlyFans is banned in PH. Don't ask me how I know. Stop forcing
Okay.
fantasies on others. I'm too
I know
fat
she's
to move that
Filipino. Is
little.
she in the
So I guess
Philippines?
Loki confirming that she's quite rotund and, just saying that fucking on stream never happened. But based off of the I'm too fat to move that little. So I guess Loki confirming that she's quite rotund and, just saying that fucking on stream never happened. But based
Yeah, I
off
have
of
no
the
idea.
replies, like I said, there's no
He's saying that it's banned in the Philippines. My guess is if she even brings it up, is probably because she's probably not in the Philippines. Just because she's, well, you know what? Hold on. Can I Deme. Can I just go to her Twitter real quick? Does she say she's located in the Philippines? It says her account is based. Okay, so she's probably in the Philippines. The account is based and can be impacted. The country or region that an account is based can be impacted by recent travel. This data may not be accurate and can change periodically. Well, yeah, no, it's okay. She's in the Philippines. So yeah, so even if she wanted to be in Make an OnlyFans, she can't. She probably could do Fansly or anything like that. I have no idea. But yeah, she's saying I'd at least have she'd at least have something to put this at if this is what she was doing.
Nothing she can say to convince people. All she can do is look at the face of this backlash like this. Now, Deme said her last piece about the situation, saying, I was ready to genuinely take this to the ground because of the idea of why I should ever feel bad being rude to someone who is a piece of shit. After some reflection, the thought occurred to me. Do I really want to go as low as him though? And the answer was no. I said what I said because I personally think there is no scenario that a friend group chooses the side of a fiancé that cheats. I can't even fathom friends siding with a cheater.
Yeah, again, it very rarely, if ever, happens.
What she said about Chibi's friends siding with the fiancé is that he is just that miserable and the loser to be around, so much so that they'd rather side with a cheater and you know, perhaps
no, again, and I agree, Sweaty. She didn't need to go there. Again, her reply to Chibi was an absolute low blow. She didn't need to go there. She owned up to it a couple times, but it took a while for her to actually apologize. And it is what it is. But this ended up getting blown completely out of proportion. Yeah.
However, would have I brought it up if I knew he was suicidal because of it? No. I admitted it in the previous tweet, so why didn't I apologize? Because he's this and he's that and blah, but I thought about it and that kind of ideology is
yeah, she thought she was justified even if she didn't know.
Twice, but didn't
Which,
apologize.
Again,
basically saying
not,
that she knew
not
it was
the best
fucked up
take.
to say what she said. But then, lastly, apologizing for going for a low blow with a jab at Chibi saying not wanting to stoop to his level. Of course, with a backhanded apology like that, Chibi decided to reply and said this. But it wasn't over. Deme apparently went onto her Discord and said that the apology was not intended for them, quote-unquote, but rather for Deme herself and her community. But with Deme apparently DMing Chibi and offering an apology by saying, my bad, didn't know you went through that shit. So yeah, Chibi did say that he would accept a sincere apology from Deme, but because he did not deem this sincere, he threw it out of the window and then made a video about it. People went on to clown on Deme and yeah, that's it. That's the entire drama.
That's it.
With a nice bow on top.
And now he's like, I think right now he's raging on Mujin about everything. Saying that like, oh, now Mujin is spreading a false narrative and is now a part of the smear campaign when Mujin even was like, bro, you didn't even watch the video, which...
I imagine it's one of those kind of dramas where it's gonna...
He can't even read a tweet properly. Would you expect him to watch a video? No. So...
Follow her into the
there
future no matter what
Case
she
closed.
does or says. In all of seriousness, do I think Clapgate is true? No. I am aware that there are a weird number of VTubers that fuck on stream, but... You know, personally, I just don't think this is one of those instances.
No.
I think it's funny, though. The intention of this video is I don't think this is one
Hold
of
on,
those
what does that
instances.
say? I want it to be true so I can laugh at it, but I can't say in good faith that I believe this is real.
I think it's funny, though.
Some people want to believe it,
and
they will because it's funny.
I have not laughed at the drama this hard for quite some time, and I wanted you to laugh alongside me. The extent of the situation is baffling. I don't think you should take it too seriously. It's one of those, it's
Thank
bullshit,
you for the
but I'll believe it
follow. Thank
instances
you.
where you just LARP for the sake of the memes. You know, content. Anyway, that's it.
Content.
See ya.
Yeah, so, Mujin, I think, aside from people being really funny narrative and the same way to phrase that, what is an active lie by Chibi to farm more sympathy and cash off. Swear to God, that fake P tweet is the greatest thing that ever happened to him. He even stealth deleted the tweet right after people started pointing out that it was a fake tweet that he shared. Yeah, so, like, again. Going back to this. Yeah, so right here, he says, you literally posted false information on a fake tweet. You may have edited it, but 200k people saw it, and now people think I'm a P with false allegations. blatant disinformation. And again, a lot of people are saying, like, you know, like Nyara, objective look and trying to play both sides in such a blatant smear campaign is, again, I don't think he was playing both sides. I think, unfortunately, being objective means putting everything on the table and laying it out like it is. And unfortunately, both parties have bad history that make them look bad. And that's, again, he never said, you know, that Deme is completely, you know, that she's dodging accountability or that she did nothing wrong. He's not really choosing a side. The only thing he slightly said that could be considered choosing a side was near the end where, you know, when Chibi was like, oh, she's being backhanded, she's being blah, 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 you know, her apology isn't true. Like, where he was like, no, I think he's wrong in this aspect. Like, that's probably the only time Mujin really, really took a explicit stance. But I think he was being fairly objective. How much is Chibi crashing out? Let's see. Objective look. Does not cover Deme's quartering style false flag and false DMCA claims, or the fact she loudly declared she would abuse DMCA and flagging to delete criticisms earlier this year. Does not cover up the fact that she DMC claimed one of her own fan clippers because the clip made her look bad. Why did you omit that? What does this have to do with the issue? The content creator equivalent of Scorched Earth, and I'm certain many people, blah, blah, blah. Why does that matter? He's retweeting people that are criticizing Mujin, so that kind of counts. Let's just use a source from a user that actively works or gains information from Kiwi. Not to mention a bias source that also goes after what's-his-face with lies, and we know you hate him. Okay. So that's 2. Sickening how bad the situation is. Are you trying to downplay it? Okay, so this is something else. Half the people replies and quotes are this completely unironically. I'd rather defend a BBB than defend Chibi, and they think that's supposed to look bad. Chibi really dug up a 17-year-old case to attack someone for defending Deme. That's how low he's willing to go. So again, the whole thing. So he's, you know, blah, blah, blah. Mizu Tamari. Okay, yeah, no, same thing. Okay. Censorship defenders. I'm gonna get off his Twitter, just in case I end up finding something stupid. Is he crashing out on one of his videos? No, not yet, at least. Not yet, at least. Give him a bit. But either way, I think that's enough for today. We watched, we yapped, we had fun. And that's really, I think, all you really need to know about this drama. Did Mujin make this worse? I personally don't think so. And if he did, I don't think he made it any worse than Chibi is making it, because he's choosing to still go on about it. And I haven't even looked at his replies, and I don't really care to. So, with that all being said, I think for those who came in later on the stream, I think Mujin's video about this and Nusagi's video about this, I think, are 2 pretty good videos. One a little bit more humorous and leaning a little bit more towards Deme. Are both really good watches. Again, while a lot of people are saying from both sides, honestly, to me, the biggest indicator that Mujin was objective is the fact that both sides are pissed. Is that the best way to kind of find, is that the best barometer? No. But it tells me that if both sides are mad, it's because, again, both sides didn't hear what they wanted, which means that instead of their accusations that Mujin is pandering towards Chibi or pandering towards Deme, it's just that he's saying it exactly how it is and exactly how it went and the best of his ability with the amount of time that he had to research this. This happened in the last week, and trying to follow it as it's going and trying to write a concise script or freeball it as he tends to do, you're gonna unfortunately fall into some mistakes. So yeah, I think Mujin did his absolute best to be as objective as he could. There have been times where he's fallen short, but I actually genuinely don't think this was a bad video. And I think that for the employed, I think it is a pretty good, pretty decent video summing up the situation. I'm sure that in about a week, maybe even after the weekend, people are not going to give a shit about this anymore. Because unfortunately, that's how social media, the internet, and the VTuber sphere works. People will forget about this. Suddenly, no one cares. Or the next time Deme gets herself into some shit, people are going to bring it up. Or the next time Deme gets herself into any sort of shit, Chibi's going to be right there to say something, to play the victim again, and it's going to start all over again. And at this point, I think Demi's blocked him, so he can't directly quote retweet her stuff, but it'll say a lot about him if the next time she gets into some shit, the first thing he's doing is commenting and you know, flapping his gums. So I guess congrats on your new stalker, Deme. You be living rent free in his head. Trust, you live in rent free. So I think that's it for today. This was a fun little stream that we had on Friday. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Tomorrow, we are probably going to get into some chilly vibes, and then we're actually going to be moving into Road to Empress 2. Probably have either some comfy time on Sunday, or we'll figure something out. Originally, I was actually going to probably talk about this on Sunday if it went any crazier, but then Mujin's video made my job so much easier. So I'm pretty much good, no longer really talking about this anymore. But it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. I look forward to seeing Twitter's next dumpster fire. And we'll see what happens. I think that's it for me, though. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for spending time with me, and I will see you all next time. Bye-bye, everybody.